Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Over 30 years after the Battle of God Valley, the largest war in pirate history erupted. The Summit War, a battle with the most participants, the widest range of forces, and the highest casualties. Marshal Sengoku used Ace, Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain and son of the Pirate King, as bait. The goal: lure out the strongest man alive and crush the very heart of the pirate era. Victory meant marine dominance. Defeat meant the Age of Discovery would rage on. Sengoku went all in. 100,000 elite soldiers, every vice admiral and admiral, the 7 warlords, warships, siege weapons. Every piece on the board was moved. Whitebeard knew it was a trap, but to save Ace and usher in a new era, he sailed with 43 fleets and tens of thousands of New World pirates toward Marineford. Luffy, the Revolutionary Army's cadres, and even red-haired Shanks would join the storm. The entire world watched through din mushy as the battlefield became a blood-soaked symphony. Clashing steel, roaring cannons, and endless screams. Casualties mounted by the hundred every second. Now the war was at its peak. Under Whitebeard's protection, Luffy charged toward the execution platform. Only Garp stood in his way. Meanwhile, in a parallel Marineford, same location, same scale, but instead of war, a massive marine team-building banquet. Garp and Dragon clinked glasses, laughing like old friends. "You've got a good son." "No, you've got a great-grandson." Sengoku, tipsy, shoved Dragon aside. "Enough with the family love fest. You two stick together too much." Garp grinned. "You want to talk? Tsuru's on her 3rd child at your age." Sengoku coughed, changed the subject. "Congrats, by the way. Luffy's an admiral now. 3 admirals in one family." Garp puffed up proudly. "Of course. I raised them right." Sengoku snorted. "Without Commissar Ron, your ideological awareness would be a mess." "Speaking of Ron, he's on his way," Garp said. "Party's not the same without him." The crowd erupted as Ron appeared, Wolfberry thermos in hand. He stepped onto the podium, the same execution stand from the other world, now draped in banners and flowers. 2 things today, Ron's voice carried. 1. Appointments, commendations, and the top 10 people who move the world. Cheers. 2. You drink until you drop. Leave early and we'll laugh at you for 2.5 years. All eyes turned to Akainu, who still hadn't lived down being carried out drunk last time. Ron got a business. "Vice Admiral Luffy, for defeating Blackbeard. You are now Admiral Luffy." Gasps and applause. Luffy took the cloak, saluted, and thanked his family. "Next, for a decade of tireless overtime, Admiral Kizaru is our model worker." Kizaru vowed to work until 1 a.m. every night, drawing roars of admiration. Finally, the Tearjerker Award. Kaido, the good man, who found his way back to his first love after her life fell apart, vowing to raise her children as his own. The crowd wept, chanting his name. Just as Ron was about to present the award, a voice echoed in his mind. "Difference between current and original world, 80%. Activating Phase 2 of the strongest comparison system." Ron had lived in the pirate world for 20 years. The first stage of his system was simple: change this world's timeline, and the system rewarded him. So for 2 decades as the Marine's political commissar, he reshaped the seas, convincing with reason when he could, with force when he had to. Marine justice became very different from the original history. Now, the system reported: world deviation, 80%. Stage 2, activated. This time, the more votes his altered world received in comparisons, the greater his rewards. Parallel Summit War comparison countdown begins. 60, 59, 58. Original pirate world, without Ron. The Summit War raged at full force, blood and steel everywhere. Suddenly, a massive light curtain appeared in the sky, visible from anywhere if you simply looked up. The entire battlefield froze. Whitebeard clenched his fists, shock fruit power surging, and smashed at the strange screen. Not even a ripple. It's not an illusion, his brows furrowed. Marco's face was pale. Dad, even your full strength, nothing? No, Whitebeard muttered. And it's not Sengoku's doing. Look at his face, he's just as rattled. On the execution platform, Sengoku had already tried. No weapon, no ability touched it. Across the seas, chaos spread. The Revolutionary Army scrambled to trace the phenomenon. Shanks and Kaido broke off their duel, staring upward. Ben Beckman, explain, Shanks demanded. Beckman's face was grim. Captain, maybe there really are two worlds. Current pirate world, with Ron. At Marineford, the grand banquet was in full swing. Kaido waited for his award. Laughter roared. Then, the same light curtain appeared above. New banquet program? Akainu asked suspiciously. Kizaru shook his head, scanning the horizon. No, it's everywhere. Could the world government be behind this? Who dared disrupt Commissar Ron's party? First level alert, someone barked. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended. Text blazed across the screen. Comparison of life in parallel worlds. Luffy, current world, versus Luffy, original world. Everyone froze. Two Luffys? Same person, same world, why compare? Surely their lives were identical? On the original world's execution steps, Pirate Luffy squinted. That guy's me. Oomph. No way he's stronger than me. Sengoku scowled. Garp, your grandson again. In any world, he's trouble. In the current world, Admiral Luffy adjusted his cape, looking baffled. What's there to compare? In any world, I'd be an outstanding Marine. The screen's message continued. This video spans past and future, life and death. Even the same person's life can change drastically under different circumstances. Which life is better? The vote is in your hands. Both winner and loser will receive rewards. Two images appeared. Marine Admiral Luffy. Pirate Luffy in full outlaw swagger. Every viewer from both worlds was stunned. Admiral Luffy, my grandson, became a pirate over there. Two extremes. Two fates. One name. As everyone reeled, the camera pulled back, showing both summit wars side by side. One, a blood-soaked battlefield. The other, a cheerful 100,000-man party. Sengoku's jaw dropped. I'm bleeding for the summit war, and over there, your drinking sake? Two completely different painting styles. If it weren't for those familiar figures and familiar places, people on both sides will think that this is not the same world at all. The original Pirates world was the first to break through. What the hell? What the hell? A banquet, a barbecue, singing and dancing. Don't tell me this is your summit war. If this is also the summit war, please let me die there. How dare they call all the Marines over to have a party? Aren't they afraid that the pirates will attack at this time? I'm really jealous. They're both top, but why is ours summit war and there's top party? What's the reason for this difference? The Marines looked at themselves covered in blood and then looked at the other world holding a beer in the left hand and a barbecue in the right hand. The defense was completely broken. There is no harm without comparison. This battle cannot be fought. Why? There's no need to fight over there. Luffy was also confused. In that world, I became a Marine Admiral? How is this possible? I promised Shanks. Find a group of partners who are not inferior to him. Become the king of pirates, and then return the straw hat to Shanks. Wrong. Where's my straw hat? It was only then that Luffy discovered that in another world, he was wearing a Marine cap on his head. There's no trace of a straw hat, etc. Where's my partner? Why do my friends disappear? Also, Luffy didn't understand. Why did Luffy from another world have white hair? No, absolutely not. Luffy froze in place. He knows it very well. My dream is freedom. He wants to be the freest person in this ocean. There is absolutely no way he can become a Marine. It is absolutely impossible to dye your hair. It's impossible even if someone brainwashes me. Even when facing the iron fist of his grandfather, he remained steadfast. So, how did the me in that world end up on Marine's path? Sengoku was also confused, looking at Garp, and said, "What happened to your family? Didn't you become the vice admiral because you didn't want to be the admiral? How come you became the admiral in that world? Besides, When did you become so close to your son? How did Dorag become the Admiral? And Luffy, how did you raise your children? How did you train these two Admiral talents into the brothers and pirates? Garp's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he saw. He knew very well the character of his son and grandson. It's useless to educate yourself. Who has the ability to make them follow the marine path? Let's not talk about that for now. Sengoku, what do you see Kizaru holding? Garp showed an expression that was even more incredulous than his own grandson becoming a marine admiral. Sengoku saw this and almost fell off the execution platform. Marine model worker? And re-elected for 10 years? I turned around to look at Kizaru, who was on OB at the edge of the battlefield. How could he be a model worker when he saw him seizing every opportunity to slack off? This guy isn't even a human. People who work from 9 to 5 and slack off at work are actually model workers in another world? Sengoku couldn't accept it for a moment. Kizaru himself also had a crooked mouth and a nonchalant expression on his face. In that world, am I a model worker? I'll kill you. Obviously, he doesn't think he can become a model worker, and he wouldn't do that even if someone pointed a gun at his head. The me in the other world must have something wrong with my brain. Kaido saw that he was going to be selected as one of the top 10 people who move the world. I'll raise this damn child. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Boss Kaido, I never thought we and the Big Mom Pirates are in the same family. No wonder Katakuri looks so much like the boss. Jack said very seriously. Bang! The mace hit him directly on the head. One of the tusks was smashed out. Jack's bounty plummeted by 50%. He raises the child. Phew! Shanks couldn't help laughing. This made Kaido even angrier. The two started fighting again. As the protagonist, Whitebeard of Summit War. A little puzzled. In that world, where have you been? Dad, this is such a great opportunity to attack the Marine headquarters. One of the big pirates in that world take action now. Phoenix Marcos said. Whitebeard frowned. That means there's someone out there that's causing everyone to be afraid. Marcos suddenly realized. Dad, are you talking about the people who made that world become like this? Marco understood what his father meant. If there were no variables, how could the two worlds be so different? In the present world, they also totally couldn't understand why the other world was still at war. Look at where there are pirates now. They're all pirates in greenhouses. You think it's too little, I think it's too little too. Sengoku frowned. What? Is it that serious to fight Whitebeard? The Marines in that world are too weak. Garp was so angry that he was fuming. HM? Where's that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D-Dragon? Didn't he become a Marine? Luffy, why did you become a pirate? I'm a family of great generals, but how did you educate them? Where's their family education? Where's their ideological awareness? Where are those two bastards? I'll break their legs. Kizaru said angrily. I am too lazy to watch the me in that world. Judging from his performance, I even suspect that he is an undercover agent. I suggest that he be arrested and investigated thoroughly. Luffy frowned and shook his head. I never thought that I was so depraved in that world. Asking someone to be a pirate. He must have been led astray by someone. If he had met Commissar Ron at the beginning like I did, he wouldn't have taken such a detour, and he wouldn't have been so weak. Through the big screen, people from two worlds can see each other's world. Now, they have too many questions in their minds. Why is the other person's world like this? Urgent to know. That's right. We can post barges. The two worlds Sengoku said at the same time. Hara, Sengoku, why is your world so different from ours? Current, Sengoku, why is your world so different from ours? The two of them sent out barrages almost at the same time. Then I couldn't help but think of it at the same time. As expected of me, I am the first one to discover a way for the two worlds to communicate. Sengoku could feel that every time he sent a barrage, his physical strength decreased a little, and he felt a little more tired. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably faint after posting a barrage. This makes sense. At least it can keep ordinary people out of the door, so that they don't have to spam the screen with bullet comments, ensuring the refinement of the information. Why are the two worlds so different? Neither Sengoku can give an answer. After all, there is no comparison. Even the resourceful general doesn't know where the problem lies. so they chose to skip the topic altogether. After all, we will compare them later. Perhaps, the answer can be given by comparing Luffy's life. One of them is a Marine Admiral, and the other is a pirate. Their life trajectories are completely different. Without intervention, this would not be possible. The problem can definitely be seen through the comparison with Luffy. Former Sengoku. As the Marine Marshal, how could you allow your subordinates to do such a thing? What if the pirates attack? Current Sengoku. Where are the pirates? I can't find them anywhere in the world. Side.jpg. What? There are no pirates in their world? After the Age of Discovery, pirates became as numerous as the fish that crossed the river. There's so many to catch. How could it be gone? Garp couldn't stand it anymore and followed Sengoku's method. Start posting comments like crazy. Present, Garp. Luffy, you little b asterisk 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 d. Who told you to be a pirate? You've made me lose face. Present, Garp. Where is your good-for-nothing father? How did he teach you? Tell him to roll over here, or I'll smack him in the face with my slippers. Garp wanted to continue posting comments and swearing. As a result, I was blocked by the system for 5 minutes. It is forbidden to post barges continuously, otherwise you will be blocked for 5 minutes. Garp was so anxious that he kept jumping up and down. However, in the original Pirates world, this sentence was like a bolt from the blue. What? Straw Hat Luffy is actually Garp's grandson. Dragon's son. Now, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Dorag touched the slipper mark on his face, and his face turned black. This old man, no matter which world he is from, he is so unreasonable. And you said I don't know how to educate my son, as if you know how to do it. Dragon also noticed Dragon, who was a Marine Admiral in another world. Arm in arm with Garp. The strange thing is that there were no slipper marks on the man's face. He didn't get beaten? This shouldn't be the case. They look like a loving father and son, and they always stick together. It's disgusting. How could I be so disgusting? Doesn't Dragon know what the Marine Admiral version of himself went through? I couldn't help but shudder. He couldn't wait to compare himself. Original, Kaido, that guy over there, don't pretend to be lousy. Lousy wouldn't say such disgusting things, and he wouldn't accept such a disgusting award. The excitement is coming. All the pirates in the original world P*** K up their ears to listen to this big 8 trigrams between the 4 emperors. Current, Kaido, it seems that the me in that world has not yet untied this knot and has not truly seen my own heart clearly. Original, Kaido, bullshit. Lousy's dream is to become the king of pirates. Current, Kaido, there's no point in talking anymore. It seems you need to find that person to enlighten him as well. Which one? Don't say half the words. The 2 most annoying types of people in the world are those who only talk half-heartedly. F***, K, what's the second type? You're only telling half the story. What? Could it be that Kaido in that world is so gentle because someone enlightened him? Who is so powerful that he can make a fierce for emperors give up his ambitions and become a good man who cares about his family? Suddenly, it aroused the curiosity of countless people. Original, Shanks, tell me more. Hara, Ant, tell me in detail. Hara, Yamato, Hiss, tell me in detail. Hara, Sengoku. To be honest, I'm curious too. There are too many barges sent from the original world. However, Kaido in the present world did not respond, because he had been warned. I am involving spoilers. If you continue talking, you will be banned, even though he didn't say anything. But the people in the original world still captured some useful information. That person, Sengoku frowned and whispered to the Tsuru staff beside him. Did you notice that he said, that person? It seems that this person is the key to causing such a big change in the 2 worlds. What Sengoku didn't expect was that Chief of Staff Tsuru, who usually responded to him promptly, suddenly took a step aside at this moment, and he looked a little uncomfortable. Sengoku, Colonel Crane? Why do you look so? At this time, then he followed Chief of Staff's gaze and looked in the direction of the big screen. There, Sengoku was helping the pregnant Chief of Staff Tsuru to sit down slowly, and he kissed her forehead. This made Sengoku from the original world blush, and he was so embarrassed that he could dig out an underwater prison with his toes. I finally understood why he took a step back just now. After all, when everyone sees another world, they will subconsciously look for themselves first. I want to see the difference between myself and the two worlds. So Sengoku didn't notice Chief of Staff Crane from that world at first. Just looking at myself, I didn't expect that I was so unrestrained in that world. Do you have any shame in front of so many people? What on earth have I been going through? Could it be because of that person too? Stop wasting time and compare yourself quickly. Now he wishes he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. At the same time, Garp, who saw this scene, grinned and said with a half-smile, "You're still strong even at old age, Sengoku. You are as brave as any man." Chief of Staff, his face froze, and he kicked Garp directly in the face. His face flushed, and he said angrily, "Women are as good as men. Is that how it is used? If you are uneducated, shut up." Just at this moment, the picture flashed on the big screen above my head. Luffy from each world appeared on the big screen of the other world. Comparison begins. Current world, Luffy versus original world, Luffy. Viewers can vote at any time. 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. The picture changed. Arrived at the Windmill Village. Machino Tavern. There, cheers of pirates could be heard from time to time. The scene cuts in. That group of pirates was none other than the red-haired Shanks pirates. Luffy is now proving to everyone that he is a man. Everyone's attention was also drawn in. As of this time, the images played in the two worlds are exactly the same. But they know the turning point is coming. What on earth could have led Luffy to take two completely different paths? "Luffy, we won't take children out to sea, haha." Yasopp laughed. "Who said I was a child? I'm a man now," Luffy said angrily, standing on a stool. "Really, man? Here you go." "Thanks." Gurgle gurgle. Luffy took the juice drink handed to him by Shanks and drank it all in one gulp. "Ha ha, he is indeed a child." Shanks slammed his hand on the table and laughed out loud with the other hand. The pirates in the audience were laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. Current Smoker. I didn't expect Luffy Admiral was quite cute when he was little. Hina Luffy Admiral. Current Luffy. Ahem, please don't post these words on the public screen. Original Garp. My grandson is so cute. I'm proud. JPG. It's all because of this Shanks that Luffy became a pirate. I can't forgive him. I'm angry. JPG. Present Shanks. I don't talk nonsense. Original Shanks. My otherworld self. Why is your arm still there? Present Shanks. Isn't it normal now? Why is yours broken? Is there anyone in this world who can cut off our arms? How strong is this person? In the original world, Shanks was too embarrassed to say that it was bitten off by a sea king. At this time, the door suddenly opened. A world is kicked open. A world is pushed open. A figure walked in. Careful people can notice from here that the people coming in are not the same. Hara, Sengoku. Wait a minute, things are different from here. Could this person be that person they were talking about just now? Current Sengoku. Is there any need to make a fuss? One is handsome. The other is shabby. You can tell they are different people anyway. Hara, Sengoku. Please don't interrupt me when I'm talking. After all, Sengoku in the original world was the Marine's top marshal and the highest authority in the Marine. He was used to being high and mighty, and no one had ever spoken to him like that. Although that person was himself in another world, Sengoku was also very unhappy. Sengoku from the present world was about to say something back. Current Tsuru staff officer. All right, Sengoku, don't bother with this old bachelor. Current Sengoku. Zaizuru, talk less. Posting barges is very tiring. You should rest more. It's good for the baby. Sengoku from the original world immediately felt like he had taken a critical hit. I actually ate my own dog food. Oh my god, this is so disgusting. Is this really something I can say? Although this is not the same world as myself. Chief of Staff Tsuru is also in this world. This kind of conversation makes Sengoku very embarrassed. Original Sengoku. Don't post everything on the public screen. The appearance of this person successfully blew Luffy out. Original, Luffy. It was a bandit, I remember. Present, Luffy. It was Commissar Ron. Yes, I will never forget this day. There's a deviation. This shows that the change really happened from here. The original world Sengoku learned his lesson and stopped showing off his affection on the public screen. Instead, he talked to Garp in private. Garp also said very seriously, "Who on earth can help my grandson get on the right track from now on?" Garp was very happy to see Luffy, who became a Marine Admiral in another world. He had always wanted to train Ron to be a qualified Marine, but it failed. Garp glanced at Luffy, who was not far from him. In order to save Ace, he even dared to rush towards him. What he didn't know was that he could knock him off the line with one punch. But can I really do it? But if I let him go, would I still be considered a Marine? It would be great if he could become an excellent Marine like Luffy in that world. You don't have to worry about it so much. Who on earth could lead him down this path? Because Garp has tried it, he knows how difficult it is. The Pirates World screen is now paused. The original Pirates World. It's still a normal story. The Bandit King smashed Shanks's bottle with one punch, and the wine spilled all over Shanks' face. After the bandits left, Luffy was furious and asked Shanks why he didn't fight back. Then, in a fit of anger, he ate Shanks' rubber fruit. Then he went to find the bandits to seek justice for Shanks, but was taken hostage by the bandits on a broken boat. In the end, Shanks had his arm bitten off by the King of the Sea in order to save Luffy. Luffy cried loudly. A few days later, Luffy was at the dock seeing Shanks off. Said that famous sentence, "Shanks, one day, I will find a group of friends who are as good as you, find the world's greatest treasure, and become the king of pirates." Shanks was slightly stunned. "Oh, you want to surpass us? Then I will leave this hat with you. This is my most important hat. One day, I will take it back when you become the best pirates." The footage played very quickly, but it explained everything that needed to be explained clearly. The truth is out. Everyone knew how Luffy became a pirate. Find a group of partners who are not inferior to you. You dare to talk to the four emperors like this? Just for this sentence, I vote. Vote +1. 1. 1. The number of votes supporting the original world's Luffy began to increase. Whitebeard. Luffy will definitely become an excellent pirate in the future. Remind me of my old friend. Whitebeard vote +1. This is the pirate's way. You have to fight your way out on your own. Captain, this Luffy is the same as you. Pluton Rayleigh said excitedly. Rayleigh vote +1. All members of the Red Hair Pirates. Fat Chef. It reminds me of Luffy at that time. I didn't expect so many years have passed. Yasopp. Luffy was still the cutest back then. What are you waiting for, brothers? Vote for him. We must support this Luffy who made a promise with us. Red Hair Pirates votes +600. Even before watching Marine Luffy's video, some people have already voted for Pirates Luffy. Present. Hina. No way. Luffy Admiral. You were kidnapped and became a pirate. Your revolutionary will is not strong enough. Present. Luffy. Ahem. Kids are just ignorant and easily fooled. Wasn't that the case with you when you were little? Admiral Luffy was ashamed and felt so embarrassed that he was tricked into becoming a pirate. Fortunately, I met political commissar Ron at the beginning. Otherwise, wouldn't I have become a pirate now? It's scary just thinking about it. Being a pirate would be too shameful and bring disgrace to the family. Present. Shanks. How did you manage to have your arm bitten off by that beast? Present. Shanks. You actually put the straw hat on Ron Admiral's head. You are very brave. Shanks in the present world never imagined that his own self in another world would have his arm bitten off by a sea king. It was too lame and too embarrassing. What I didn't expect was that the youngest admiral in the Marine was actually led by me to the pirates in another world. This is really amazing, so impressive. Very impressive. Shanks is a person who cares more about face. Everything is measured by whether or not one has face. Shanks from the original world felt very embarrassed and said nothing. Present. Garp. No wonder my grandson from another world became a pirate. It turns out that it was you, Shanks, who bewitched him, just as everyone was talking about it. The original world screen is paused. The scene of the present world begins to play. The people from the original world all watched attentively. They knew how Luffy became a pirate. It's because of red hair, the guide. But how did Luffy become Marine Admiral? Who was that person who came in? Why did it cause such a big change to Luffy's future? What did he do? Push the door open and enter. Very light, very qualified. This is in stark contrast to the other world where bandits broke into the house. Thump, thump, thump. Slow and rhythmic footsteps. Let the noisy sounds in the pub gradually fade away. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the door. I saw a tall and handsome man wearing white military pants and a white shirt. A pure white cape was casually draped over his shoulders, dragging a transparent thermos cup with one hand. Walked in slowly. See this familiar thermos cup. The red hair pirates already had a bad feeling in their hearts. When I looked up, I saw what this man looked like. All the pirates' expressions instantly became tense. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his short hair is meticulously groomed. There is always an easygoing smile on his lips. It's him. Not good. The whole audience was silent. Even the breathing and heartbeat can be heard clearly. Yasopp quietly reached his hand to his waist, opened the safety of the pistol, and stared closely at the man's every move. The finger on the trigger trembled slightly. The fat chef didn't even bother to eat the huge piece of barbecue in his hand. With cold sweat on his face, he quietly reached under the table, where a long knife was hidden. The cigarette in Ben Beckman's mouth had burned out, and his lips were red from the burn, but he did not take it off. Instead, he held a knife in his left hand and a gun in his right hand, and his whole body leaned toward the window. It seemed as if he was ready to jump out of the window at any time. Shanks, who was sitting at the bar, didn't turn around, but he already knew who it was. He pressed the straw hat down slightly. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a narrow road the enemies meet. I was clearly on guard at all times. Even when drinking in this remote tavern, he was always in high spirits. Why didn't I notice his arrival? When people in the modern world saw the thermos appear, they already understood everything. But people from the original world. But he looked confused. They can see every move of the red hair pirates clearly from a bird's eye view. This red hair is one of the 4 emperors, and even in the early stages, they were an extremely powerful pirates group. How could I be so scared? Original. Yasopp. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm a sniper. My hands won't shake at any time. Yasopp in the original world saw his own hands shaking so much on the screen that he couldn't even hold the trigger steady. A look of disbelief. Who is he? The world's best sniper. Even more than 10 years ago, it was still number 1. After countless battles of varying sizes, the psychological quality has long been trained to be unbreakable. A pair of hands that wouldn't shake even if they were holding a red-hot iron, let alone a gun. What's more, there is only one person on the opposite side. Even if he was facing thousands of troops, he would not be like this. If you can't even keep your hands steady, how can you be a sniper? So who is that man? It can scare me so much. Former fat chef. I'm not scared to the point of not eating meat. You know, if I don't eat meat for even 1 second, I'll starve to death. You're not starving, you're just greedy. If the occasion wasn't so serious, the red team members would have been unable to resist complaining. Former Ben Beckman. I've already planned an escape route. This means that I can't see any chance of winning this battle. Ben Beckman is the smartest member of the Red Hair Pirates and also the person with the highest IQ in the world. Whenever the Red Hair Pirates encountered dangers, big or small, they were able to come up with a way out of the situation immediately to ensure that the Red Hair Pirates can win at the lowest cost. Red Hair was able to successfully become the 4 emperors. Ben Beckman's wisdom also played a huge role. But the me in that world actually chose to escape at the first moment. No one knows Ben Beckman better than himself. His face turned a little ugly, muttered to himself, "How is it possible? With my intelligence, can't I think of any way to win?" Ben Beckman from the present world, seeing himself from the original world, immediately guessed what he was thinking. So I said on the public screen, "Current Ben Beckman, don't rely too much on your own wisdom. In the face of absolute strength, wisdom is nothing. This is the truth I understood the first time I met him. Hiss! The red-hair pirates from the original world gasped. How powerful must those people be to make Ben Beckman say that? At least in this world, no one has ever had the strength to make Ben Beckman evaluate him like this. Original. Shanks, what happened that would make me, in that world, so afraid of this man? Only you know yourself best. Shanks remembered that he was also very strong at that time, and was only one step away from becoming the Four Emperors. His subordinates Ben Beckman, the Fat Chef, and Yasopp are even better than Shichibukai. No, they are 10 times stronger than Shichibukai. And all those sitting inside the tavern were his elite subordinates. With such a lineup, even if the people who come in are big shots like Whitebeard and Garp, they wouldn't look so scared. Shanks noticed that the expression on his face in that world was one of despair. This made Shanks even more curious about what kind of strength that person had. How strong can you be? Is it necessary for you to be so disregarding of face? Ron appeared in a Marine uniform, which attracted the special attention of the Marine high-ranking officials in the original world. Hara, Sengoku, is that the guy? Is this the guy Kaido was talking about? This outfit, is he a Marine? Is there such a person in our Marines? Why don't I have any impression of him? Horse, Garp, could it be that person who led my grandson down the path of a Marine? You two, look over there. We don't have this person, but the Marine in that world does have this person, and his position is not low. Staff Officer Tsuru did not post on the public screen, but spoke privately to Garp and Sengoku. After all, it is a bit embarrassing to post it on the public screen with his current identity. It's not like she hasn't posted before. As a result, someone from that world sent a message. Madam Marshal, how many babies have you given birth to over there? This one sentence almost made Chief of Staff he become autistic. Thinking of another world, Sengoku, and myself. Oh my God, it's both embarrassing and angry. I'm even a little bit looking forward to what's going on. Wait, how old am I? How can I be so shameless? There is such an idea. Sengoku was speechless when he saw that Chief of Staff Tsuru subconsciously moved away from him when he spoke. It's all Sengoku from another world's fault that has ruined my reputation in my later years. This old man, have you ever had? Sengoku originally wanted to say that he had never had such an idea. But think about it carefully. It's hard to say. It was not without its presence when I was young. Cough, cough. What are you thinking about? They're all in their 40s. Do you want to have a B face? My face is a little hot. If only I had a little more courage at the beginning. It's all because of Garp, who always interrupts. If someone had pushed me at that time, maybe now he would really be... Can't think about it anymore. Sengoku shook his head, quickly coming back to his senses. Garp said with a strange smile, "What are you two thinking about? Why do you look a little?" "Shut up," they both said in unison. This damn tacit understanding. Why didn't I notice it before? Look at the screen. That person is indeed a Marine, and his position is not low. Staff Officer, he immediately changed the subject. The public screen not only shows comparison videos from the past, but also the real-time situation in another world. In the present world, Ron's position was too conspicuous, because he was standing on the spot where the execution platform originally belonged. That is the very center of the entire Marine Fort Square. Originally, we were going to present Kaido with the award for the top 10 people who move the world. And what Chief of Staff he asked them to watch was this part of the video. Before, no one thought much about it when they saw it. I thought it was just an ordinary Marine who was doing his job. After all, there's so many Marines, and it is impossible to know them all. But when I knew this was the one, the three of them said in unison, "Is this the reason why the Marines in the two worlds are so different?" Original world, Sengoku said incredulously. The person who scared Shanks and the others so much that they couldn't move was the person standing on the execution platform at the top of the world. No, the person standing on the podium. Garp frowned and compared them carefully. I wouldn't say it's exactly the same, but it's exactly the same. But there's a gap of more than 10 years in between. The appearance hasn't changed at all. Staff Officer, he stroked his chin with one hand and analyzed carefully. Look at where he's standing. He's in front of Sengoku. From what I understand, Sengoku, You're not like that. I guess in that world, you must respect and admire him very much. As a Marine Marshal, Sengoku actually has a very serious sense of class. Especially in such a big occasion. The Marshal must be the center of attention. But in another world, he was standing behind that man on the left. Sengoku didn't want to admit it, but he had a nod. If it wasn't someone he particularly admired, it probably wouldn't be worth it for him to do so. But do people whom you can admire really exist? And at the same time, people in the present world began to party. Current Momosaji, it was Commissar Ron. Now I remember that I was Commissar Ron's assistant. I really missed that time. Current Tashiji, haven't you noticed? Commissar Ron hasn't aged at all in all these years. This thermos has been used for more than 10 years. Current Sengoku, I really didn't notice it until you mentioned it. Commissar Ron, how did you do it? Tsuru asked me to ask you what method you had. Every time I see Sengoku called Tsuru on the public screen, the original world Sengoku's face twitches. Sengoku gritted his teeth and muttered secretly. This old guy, why can't he ask me in private? Why do you have to post it on the public screen to provoke me? Current Kizaru, Luffy met Commissar Ron so early. How lucky. If I had met Commissar Ron when I was so young, I would have been a model worker for 40 years. It's a pity that I took so many detours. Or Kizaru, if you're being held hostage in that world, just blink your eyes. When the Kizaru from the original world heard that the Kizaru wanted to retain the title of model worker for 40 consecutive years, his already wrinkled face wrinkled even more. He is taking a detour? Okay. Is he crazy? Is that person really me? How could you say such a thing? Being a model worker means doing a lot of work and working overtime. Only a person with a mental disorder would want to be reelected. And it's been 40 years. Are you going to let people live? I feel tired even though I work from 9 to 5 and slack off. I wish I could retire early. Wouldn't it be wonderful to bask in the sun every day while receiving your pension? What kind of model worker are you? How much salary do you give me? I work so hard. Is there something wrong with your thinking? What exactly did I experience in that world? Kizaru wanted to know. Current Kizaru, I was kidnapped? Yeah, that's not possible. If I was kidnapped, wouldn't that mean I would have to work a few days less? And wouldn't my model worker award be taken away by Akiji? Hara, Kizaru, what are you talking about that I don't understand? Is there a laser in your brain? The reason you don't want to be kidnapped is because you won't be able to work? It's simply unreasonable. Even Sengoku from the original world heard the words of Kizaru from the other world. They were all stunned. It's really easy to have such subordinates. I'm so envious. Looking back at his subordinate Kizaru, his lazy and ambiguous look made him look more and more like someone who deserves a beating. Moreover, from what Kizaru said over there, it seems that Akiji has been competing with him for the model worker medal. This is really off the mark. So, Akiji in that world is also a person who loves his work. Then look at Akiji on my side. He is drowsy every day, carries an eye mask with him, and sleeps wherever he goes. There is no harm without comparison. Sengoku felt his heartache. There is no comparison between the team you lead and the team others lead. You know we don't have the ability to do so. Wait a moment, because the information received is so anti-human. As a result, Sengoku overlooked an important piece of information. Only then did I react. They finally mentioned the man's name. His name is Ron, the man holding the thermos cup who could very well change Luffy's fate. The man who could very likely cause such a difference between the two worlds. His name is Ron, and he is a Marine. If the two worlds were exactly the same, then there should also be a Marine named Ron in this world of mine. Hara, Sengoku, who is Ron? What is his position in your company? What did he join a Marine? Sengoku from the original world asked impatiently. This question, it makes people in the current world look confused. Current Sengoku, you don't even know Ron? What's the point of still being a Marine Marshal? Being mocked by another self. Sengoku from the original world really wanted to rush up and punch him. This was the first time I felt how hateful my face was. Current Garp. Ron is of course the Marine commissar, responsible for ideological work. Don't you have such an important position? I really like to talk to Commissar Ron. Political commissar? Ideological work? Sengoku from the original world was confused by what he heard. No, never heard of it. As a Marine Marshal, he didn't even know there was such a position as political commissar. Do ideological work. Kindness? Sengoku seemed to suddenly realize something. Could it be that the reason why Kizaru and Garp in that world acted out of character was because of the job done by the political commissar? Impossible. Absolutely not. He knew exactly what kind of person Kizaru was. How is it possible to make him change his ways, get rid of his bad habits of slacking off, and work hard just by doing ideological work? Sengoku absolutely did not believe that a political commissar could change the entire Marine by doing some ideological work. Present, a Kainu, no way. There's no Commissar Ron in your world. No wonder you are so weak. You haven't even dealt with Whitebeard yet, and someone even attacked you at home. It's really frustrating to be a Marine. Sengoku's face darkened. After they said that, it is indeed not a glorious thing to be attacked by the pirates at home. And from what Akainu said, Marine became so strong because of Ron. Sengoku quietly instructed Crane, go check if there is anyone named Ron in our Marine system. Request data. If you don't vote, and I don't vote, the author will be wandering the streets. Original world. Although the battle between Marine and Whitebeard has been temporarily suspended due to the emergence of the contrast world, but everyone seemed to have pressed the pause button and remained in their original positions. Be alert to the other party. However, at this time, suddenly an order came from above, passed down layer by layer. Hey, is there a guy named Ron on your team? No. What about the one called Ron before? No. Do you plan to change your name to Ron in the future? Even more so, with such a powerful person called this name, who would dare to use this name again in the future? Are there any who have died in the line of duty? Of course not. How could such a powerful person die in the line of duty? What about people who like to use thermos cups? Are there any? I told you. Who among the young people would use a thermos? That's weird. Why does it exist in that world? Ask questions layer by layer. The interior of the Marine was quickly searched. Then it goes up layer by layer and passes the results back. There is indeed no one named Ron. Staff Officer Crane stood 3 steps away and spoke to Sengoku. I didn't think there was anything wrong with standing too close to Sengoku before. Why do I always feel a little awkward now? No. Sengoku's face darkened. Something is wrong. Why isn't there one here? Could it be that another world created such a person out of thin air just to fool me? Impossible. Who could be so boring? Besides, this comparison system suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It doesn't give anyone time to prepare, so it broadcasts the real situations on both sides. And at the same time, the Whitebeard pirates on the other side also started to take action, although they don't know what the results of the Marine search are, but they have been rivals for decades. Whitebeard knew Sengoku very well. Through his expression, you could tell at a glance what result the Marine got. They did not find a guy named Ron inside. Although Whitebeard is still unable to confirm whether it is because of Ron that the Marine in the other world has become so powerful. However, the person's own strength is also extremely terrifying. Without making any moves, just walking in, the Shanks pirates became nervous and dared not move. Whitebeard was of course well aware of the strength of Shanks and his men, because they have fought more than once. Even more than 10 years ago, at the time shown in the video, Whitebeard had fought against them. Know their strengths very well. Even if they saw me at that time, they would not show such terrified and helpless expressions. This can be seen from this point. At least in the red hair pirates' hearts, this man is better than themselves. If such a person is in the Marine now, then I have to think carefully about whether it is enough to rescue Ace. Therefore, Sengoku's failure to find this person really made Whitebeard breathe a sigh of relief and feel relieved. It's good that you didn't find it. However, Marco suddenly had an idea. Look around to make sure no one is looking here. Then he leaned close to Whitebeard's ear and spoke in a very low voice, fearing that others might hear. Dad, maybe in this world, that person is not a Marine. Whitebeard is also a smart man. After hearing this, I understood what Marco meant. Maybe it's here with us? Marco nodded. That's what he meant. Hiss, if that's the case, then the combat power on our side will increase dramatically. As for the battle to rescue Ace later, we are fully confident. Actually, Whitebeard had no problem with the fact that Ron might have been on his team, but hadn't been noticed. If such a strong person is unknown in other teams, that's not normal. So Whitebeard could be absolutely sure that he was definitely not in someone else's pirates group. But it's different here. That's because there is precedent. Blackbeard teach this guy. Hasn't it always been unknown before? There's not even a bounty. Everyone thought he was just an ordinary person. Who would have thought? Not only is he extraordinary, he is also extremely powerful. Blackbeard actually hid his strength. It remained unknown for decades. The purpose is to get the dark fruit in the white group. Although this is a purposeful way to hide oneself. Under normal circumstances, Whitebeard would definitely not allow such a scheming person to exist. But now, things are different. If that Ron is really hiding in his team, no matter what his purpose is, Whitebeard can ignore it, as long as he could do his part to rescue Ace, able to use his true strength. So, no matter what his purpose is, as long as it does not harm my son, I can satisfy him. Because Whitebeard really needs this power. This power is strong enough that Whitebeard can ignore his motives. Go check it out. If you find out, don't get into a conflict, just try to satisfy him. We need him now. Whitebeard didn't try to lower his voice. On the one hand, it wasn't in his character to whisper and plot. On the other hand, if Ron was in the white group, this was for him. Sengoku also heard what Whitebeard said and instantly became nervous. Could it be that he's really with Whitebeard? Such a strong person, it can be said that he will win whichever side he stands on. So the focus of the battlefield was temporarily on Whitebeard. Captains Marco, George, and others immediately screened all their men. There was indeed no trace of Ron. It also basically rules out the possibility of using special abilities to change one's appearance. No, Marco reported to Whitebeard with some regret. Girl, if there is no such thing, then there is no such thing. Neither side. That's fair. Sengoku was also relieved. To be honest, he was indeed a little nervous just now. However, this matter is not over yet. See the Marine and Whitebeard's searching behavior. Don't let the other major forces get itchy. Everyone has the same idea, since he is not in the Marine, nor in the white group. So, is it possible here too? So, a strange phenomenon occurred. Holy Land, Mariehua. 5 elders, fat, check it for me. Check it thoroughly to see if he is in the world government's team. If he wants money or beautiful women, just ask him. Alabasta. Princess Vivi, go investigate. If you find him in Alabasta, you must treat him well and tell him that my Nefertari family is willing to be friends with him. Cake Island. And go and see if it's here with us. A certain sea area. Kaido frowned. Jack, you go check it out too, and have Quinn investigate Wanakuni thoroughly. We must not let Marine get this person. Kaido's face turned green when he thought about what happened to him in the other world. No matter where he is, this guy can't be allowed to go to Marine. Kaido doesn't want the future to develop towards another world. In comparison, it is still cool to be a pirate. Only a person with a mental disorder would be a good man to take over. Please. Flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets. Original world. No, no, no. Almost all parties got this answer at the same time. Ron is nowhere to be found. Even the red hair pirates look for it among their own group. Not surprisingly, no. Shanks frowned, staring at the screen in the sky. Now I'm more concerned about how the battle will end. He really wanted to know what kind of strength could scare the red hair pirates like that. And, judging from the current situation, a big war is bound to break out soon. Ben Beckman said at this time, why don't we ask Shanks from another world? That makes sense. I actually forgot that I also exist in another world. Original, Shanks. As expected, a fierce battle will take place in the other world. What will be the outcome of this battle? Present, Shanks. Ahem, it wasn't a fierce battle. When Shanks from the original world heard this, his face darkened. He knew that he was very proud, and since his other self in the other world said so, he must have lost. Original, Shanks. Did we get killed instantly? To be honest, Shanks in the present world really doesn't want to talk about that. Present, Shanks, not really. It's good enough as long as it's not killed in seconds. At least this way, there's some face left. At least they should have resisted for a while. Shanks from the original world thought so. See Shanks' comments on the screen. Others also began to wonder. What happens inside the wine tube? Why is Shanks so secretive? Marines and pirates cannot live in peace and will definitely fight. This is a good opportunity to see Ron's strength. At the same time, I can also understand why Luffy chose to become a Marine. The comparison video continues to play. Ron walked over to the bar, sat down, placed the thermos cup on top. "My lord, would you like something to drink?" Makino saw that the atmosphere was so depressing. He walked forward and said cautiously, "No drinking during working hours. Please fill me a glass of hot water." Ron smiled slightly and said gently, "Good." Makino was stunned. This is the first time I saw someone go to a pub to drink hot water. This person is really strange. Current. Hina. Commissar Ron is so gentle when talking to anyone. Current to Shijiha. But the enemy doesn't think so. They are already trembling with fear when they hear Commissar Ron's voice. Present. Shanks. You almost said my name. Ron took the hot water Makino poured and drank it all. Then he spoke slowly. "Shanks, how long have you been out?" No one expected that this would be the opening line. Original. Shanks, what? Was I captured in that world? That's impossible. Who captured me? Current. Sengoku. It's impossible. You've been arrested several times. Shanks turned slowly, said somewhat embarrassedly, "Sir Ron, it's been a while. We were just released last month. Then why are you all together again? Are you preparing to go out to sea?" This. Shanks was speechless for a moment. It seems that the transformation is not enough. Ron motioned for Makino to refill his glass, then tapped his fingers on the table in a rhythmic rhythm. Da. This made Shanks and his gang very nervous, as if waiting for the verdict of fate. Should I do it, or should you do it yourself? Ron is intimidating without even getting angry. Do it yourself. Do it yourself. Do it yourself. Shanks and his gang stretched out their hands with familiarity. At this time, the door opened. Momosaji came in handcuffed. He handcuffed each person skillfully, then took it out. Now, the camera turns to outside the pub. There are a lot of Marines surrounding here. It turned out that the Marines had already surrounded this place. Kizaru, Akiji, Akainu, Garp, and Zephyr stood in a row. Shanks couldn't help but sigh. No one noticed my observation, Haki. This guy Ron's strength is getting more and more terrifying, since he can block so many people at the same time. Garp. Kaido Shanks. Shanks from the original world was also confused. This is worse than being killed in seconds. Just surrendered. It's so embarrassing. This scene directly refreshed the original world's view of the four emperors. So, it's so easy to catch four emperors? Former. Shanks. Even if I knew I couldn't win the other world, I shouldn't have surrendered. Present. Shanks. You're a guy who can bite off the arms of sea kings. You don't understand how terrifying Ron is. His haki has been condensed to the point where you can't even move in front of him. Hara, Sengoku. Is this the end? It was so easy to catch. Can the four emperors be caught like this? Sengoku thought there would be a bloody battle. By the way, you can also see Ron's strength. Who would have thought that? It could be solved so easily. Current, Sengoku. How else can we catch them? Do we lure the four emperors back to their home like you did, and then go all in? Hara, Sengoku. Sengoku in the original world was a little mentally broken. This gap, it's too big. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Inside the pub, only Ron, Luffy, and Makino were left. The pirates who were making so much noise just now were all taken away in an instant. Little Luffy was stunned, standing on a stool, holding a drink cup in both hands, staring at Ron blankly. This, so handsome. Is this Marine? How come my grandfather was a Marine? I don't feel that handsome at all. Bill, please. Ron stood up. Sir, you just drank 2 cups of hot water. It's free. How can that be? We cannot take even a single needle or thread from the people. We must give them the money. Ron said very seriously. Current, Kizaru. As expected of a political commissar, you always set strict standards for yourself. Even a glass of water cannot be wasted. This is something I can learn from. Hara, Kazu. Hey, don't learn everything blindly. It's just a glass of water. Makino doesn't know how much 2 glasses of water should cost. She stretched out 5 snow-white fingers and spoke tentatively. Then 50 Baileys. Ron pulled out a $100 note. If you don't have 50 Baileys, then give me 2 more cups of hot water, one for the kid over there. I'll treat him. Makino's mouth twitched. It was the first time he saw someone asking someone to drink hot water. He took the 100 Baileys, took out 2 cups of hot water, and handed them to Ron and little Luffy respectively. Thanks. Luffy is not picky about anything and is happy to be treated to hot water. Gulp, gulp. They both drank it in one gulp. Then, Ron started to get up and leave. Little Luffy suddenly held a box filled with purple fruits. Came in front of Ron. This fruit was left here by them. Since you offered me water, I will offer you fruit. Hiss. When the fruit that Luffy took out appears on the screen, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Present, Kizaru? It's a devil fruit, so they're giving it away right away? It seems like there's a reason why Luffy became an admiral. The landscape has been opened up. Former 5 elders, what? Does he know what that fruit represents? He's actually planning to give it away. Original, Shanks. Shank from that world actually left this fruit here. Now Marine will get the upper hand. I wonder if this Marine called Ron knows the specialness of this fruit? I hope he doesn't know. After all, the number of people who know the truth about this fruit can be counted on one hand. Shanks in the original world was able to know the true name of this fruit only because of his special identity. Current, Sengoku. Do you really think you're the only one who knows? Commissar Ron already told Luffy. Horse, Kaido. From the way you sound, what's so special about this devil fruit? Isn't it just a paramecia devil fruit? In this day and age, wouldn't you be so bold as to bring out something that's not a mythical beast? Original, Luffy, this is just a rubber fruit. I've already eaten it. It's nothing special. Present, Luffy. It seems that they didn't tell you what kind of devil fruit this is. The Shanks you admired didn't tell you the truth either. This is the limitation of pirates. They hide things and are not frank. Original, Luffy. You are not allowed to slander Shanks. Shanks will not lie to me. He has already told me that this is the rubber fruit. Present, Luffy. Stupid. Is a rubber fruit worth Shanks snatching from the Tianlong fleet, escorting Tenjojin? Original, Luffy. Where are you? I'm going to beat you up. Luffy from the original world was a little furious that his other self actually dared to insult Shanks. Present, Luffy. You're no match for me. You don't even know what your fruit is. There is no way you could defeat me. The two Luffys actually started arguing. It's obvious. It's just that Admiral Luffy is much more mature than Pirates Luffy. Pirates Luffy is still like a child. Admiral Luffy gets +1 vote. 1. After seeing the difference between the two Luffys, more people began to vote for Admiral Luffy. The votes for the two Luffys were basically tied. Original world, Garp frowned and said, "Is there anything different about this fruit?" Sengoku shook his head. "I'm not sure." After Shanks finished speaking, everyone became even more curious about what was so special about this fruit. Oh, Ron stopped. Do you know what this is? Little Luffy looked at the handsome Marine brother in front of him and said with his teeth bared, "Have no idea. This is called devil fruit. You'll become more powerful if you eat it. Now that I've told you, will you still give this to me?" Ron asked with a smile on his face. "Yes," Luffy said in a baby voice without even thinking. "Then let me tell you again. This is the human fruit, mythical beast, Nika form devil fruit. It is an extremely rare and extremely powerful devil fruit. Eat it, and you'll become super powerful in the future. Will you still give it to me?" "Yes." Little Luffy nodded without hesitation. "Ha ha ha, interesting. Remember the name of this fruit. Now I'm giving it to you. Eat it," Ron said with a laugh. Original, Shanks, what? He actually knows the true name of this fruit. If he knows, why doesn't he take it away? This is the power of the sun god. Present, Shanks, because he despises this ability. Former, Garp. Shanks, it seems you already knew what this fruit was. Why didn't you tell Luffy? Current, Garp. Haha, Commissar Ron is still the most open-minded. This shows the difference. Former, 5 elders, damn it. That man actually publicly revealed the real name of rubber fruit. We spent a lot of effort to hide this real name. Current, 5 elders. It seems that Ron didn't take us seriously at that time, since he knew that this was a devil fruit that was forbidden by the world government. Why didn't he take it back and give it to us? Original, Luffy, what? I've been yelling for years about rubber, and now you tell me it should be Nikanika? Present, Luffy. You believe me this time. Shanks didn't tell you the truth at all. Current, Hina, Luffy Admiral. He was so silly and cute when he was little. Current, Smoker, Luffy Admiral. You were too naive when you were little. Fortunately, you met Commissar Ron. If it was someone else, they would have been tricked out of your devil fruit long ago. Present, Luffy. So, the devil fruit, which was called the Sun God, was rejected by Ron. Seeing that Ron didn't want it, little Luffy had to eat it himself. It tastes terrible. This is the first time that Luffy, the big eater, feels that something tastes bad and is about to vomit it out. Ron said, frowning, "Don't waste food." Little Luffy made a bitter face. So I had to force myself to eat the whole devil fruit. Original, Luffy. He is a ruthless person. He ate everything that tasted so bad. Hana, Sengoku, eat all the devil fruit? All the demon fruit powers in the original world couldn't help but shudder when they saw Luffy eat the entire magic fruit. After all, they're all experienced people, and of course they know how bad devil fruit tastes. Current, Sengoku. Is this strange? Commissar Ron strictly requires us not to waste food. So here, all the devil fruit must be eaten. It seems that your ideology is still too low. Do you understand what it means that every grain of rice is hard-earned? It seems that we can't live without the Commissar. Former, Garp. No wonder Luffy was able to become an admiral in that world. The requirements of this Commissar are really strict. Seeing Luffy finish eating, Ron then patted little Luffy's shoulder in satisfaction. Asked, "Are you interested in becoming an excellent marine?" Ron asked Luffy, and at this time, Garp was standing outside the tavern, waiting nervously. "Hey, I wonder if inviting political commissar Ron to educate my grandson this time can make him change his evil ways." His grandson keeps saying that he wants to be a pirate, but Garp was very worried. No matter how much I educate myself, it won't work. I could only beg political commissar Ron to invite him over. After all, he admired political commissar Ron's ability to do ideological work. I had improper thoughts before, not motivated to make progress at work. I just want to be a vice admiral and don't want to move up a step. If I hadn't talked to political commissar Ron every day, how could I have realized that a soldier who doesn't want to be an admiral is not a good soldier? Talking with political commissar, Ron made Garp feel more and more that many of his previous ideas were wrong. There are still many areas that I need to improve. I must talk to the political commissar more often in the future. On the public screen, Shanks in the current world finally solved the question that had troubled him for more than 10 years. Present, Shanks. No wonder Ron suddenly showed up here. It turns out that you, an old man, invited him here. Do you know how badly you screwed us? He couldn't understand at that time why Ron happened to appear in Windmill Village. Current, Garp. Who knew you were meeting your old lover in Windmill Village? Besides, even if you weren't there, you would be caught sooner or later. It would be great if you could be caught earlier, serve your sentence earlier, and be released earlier. Commissar Ron often said that we should not look at problems too narrowly, but should combine them with a developmental perspective. Garp said casually. The red-hair pirates in the original world were in an uproar. The fat chef Lakilu came up and said, "Old lover? What old lover? Captain, I remember you said at that time that we could just find an island to resupply, right?" Yasopp seemed to be thinking about something. No wonder you chose to go to Windmill Village instead of the closer island boss. Now that I think about it, it does seem a little weird. Wait, the old lover you mentioned, isn't he the tavern owner? It's a problem when I think about the fact that Shanks disappears for a few days every year after leaving Windmill Village. Former Shanks, what old lover? Don't talk nonsense, it's not true. Present Shanks, stop being stubborn and admit it. Being a man requires responsibility. Don't be like Captain Roger and hide your child. Roger Shanks. Present Shanks. Captain Roger, I'm telling the truth. F***K. Just one sentence blew up the Pirates King. Ah, it is said that the pirate's king knew he was dying, so he quickly found a woman to give birth to his son. You said it was not an exaggeration. The pirates of the Age of Exploration were very excited to see the Pirate King appear. They had heard a lot of rumors about Roger, but they didn't expect the Pirate King to have such a mean side. Original, Sengoku. Roger, aren't you dead? Oh, by the way, I remember this comparison video can connect life and death, so that's what it means. Former, Pirate King Roger. I just observed the situation and didn't say anything, but I saw everything. Sengoku, you want to kill my son now. Hara, Sengoku. He is the blood of the devil and must be eliminated. Original, Roger. Humph, do you think I don't know your real reason? And Garp, I asked you to take care of my son, not to raise him as my grandson. Are you trying to give me a super generational boost? I want to be your brother, and you want to be my father. Forget it. I'll settle the score with you later. It takes more energy for the undead to talk, and I need to rest for a while. Shanks in the original world was a little embarrassed. Ben Beckman saw his dilemma and came over to talk. Captain, just speak out. There is no need to hide it now. Yasopp pointed at Ben Beckman and said, Beckman, did you know that the captain's old lover also knew about the child? Fat Chef, that's really disloyal of you to hide it from us. Shanks also didn't want his brothers to misunderstand. Sighed, posted on the public screen. Former, Shanks, sorry for taking up public resources. Yes, we have a child. Original, Kaido, you really have one? Why do you want a child? If he grows up to be an unfilial son, you will suffer enough. Lousy will regret it. Current, Kaido, don't talk nonsense. My daughter Yamato is very filial. Former, Whitebeard, I thought you were the only one among the 4 emperors who was focused on your career, but I didn't expect you to have a child too. Yasopp, Captain, you should have told us earlier. We don't have a sneak out for a few days every year. Why don't we go to the windmill village together? I also want to drink the wine made by the captain's wife, right, brothers? The whole group said in unison. Of course. Shanks glanced at his subordinates and was deeply moved. I'll take you guys out for drinks later. The tavern owner Makino was also watching the screen when he saw Shanks post this. I couldn't help but cover my mouth with my hands and burst into tears. She has it so hard. Who could have imagined how much pressure she is under as a single mother who gets pregnant before marriage? Fortunately, the people of Windmill Village are simple and honest, and there aren't too many rumors. Now, I finally don't hide anymore. Former, Shanks, the reason I didn't make it public is because I don't want my child to be used as bait by Marine one day. I want him to live an ordinary life. These words made Sengoku feel embarrassed, and he was almost scolding him by name. Hana, Sengoku, Marine did this because Ace is a pirate, so it makes sense to arrest him. If he was a civilian, I wouldn't do this. Current, Sengoku, really? Without the supervision of the political commissar, you are just a marshal who can sacrifice ordinary people to achieve results. If he is really an ordinary person, for your purpose, you will still find a reason to capture him as bait. Sengoku from the original world wanted to retort, you are not me. Why do you say that? But when I thought that the other person was actually myself, it was the first time I saw myself ruining my own show. Sengoku was about to explode with rage. Hara, Sengoku, you're the same? We're all the same people. Current, Sengoku, maybe in the past, but the many conversations between Ron and the commissar have made me more clear about my beliefs. I won't do that now. Sengoku from the original world snorted coldly. He didn't believe that such bullshit talk could influence a person's values. Just blow it. I don't believe you won't do this. Can you really change the ideas you have held for decades? Not only did one person mention the conversation with the political commissar, but so did his other self in the other world, and so did Garp. Sengoku didn't believe it. The conversation can be very interesting. For example, if little Luffy said he didn't want to be a Marine and wanted to be a pirate, how would he negotiate? I like to take a look. Sengoku was too lazy to continue replying and instead stared at the screen. He didn't believe that Garp's D grandson could join the Marine so easily. Even his grandfather's words are not effective. How can a stranger who just met once change a child's values? You must be kidding. In the video, Ron said to little Luffy with a smile, "Do you want to be an excellent Marine soldier in the future?" Current to Shiji. Ah, Commissar Ron is so gentle. I really envy Admiral Luffy. I wish I could be personally invited by Commissar Ron to be a Marine. Current Yamato. Haha, I was invited by Commissar Ron. Current Hina. I'm really jealous. Horse, Kaido XX. Yamato, you unfilial son, actually ran off to be a Marine. I'm so P*********** D off. Current, Kaido, speak politely to my little girl, or I'll beat you up. Little cotton-padded jacket. Kaido from the original world was confused. What on earth did he experience in the other world? Little Luffy was stunned. This was a question he had never considered before. Because my grandfather is a Marine. Regarding Grandpa's various behaviors, it made him feel that Marine was not very attractive. Therefore, he has rejected the idea of becoming a Marine since he was a child. Instead, he is very interested in the free-spirited pirates, especially after meeting Shanks. It made him yearn for the freedom of adventure on the sea with a group of companions. If someone had asked him this question in the past, Luffy definitely said without hesitation that he didn't want to be a Marine. But when I saw Ron's performance today, I suddenly thought he was so handsome. This again made Wu Fei feel shaken. It seems that being a Marine is not bad. But when I think of my grandfather, I think of Marine, which is full of various rules. Luffy shook his head firmly. He held his head high and said this with great pride. No, I don't want to be a Marine. I want to be a pirate. I want to be the king of pirates. Current, Akino. Luffy Admiral. I didn't expect you were the pirates king when you were little. Ha ha. Present, Luffy. Everyone has a dark history. When I was young, I was ignorant and stupid. So stupid. Now, when I look back at my past self, I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Luffy Pirates. Present, Luffy. Look, I'm so stupid in that world. Am I stupid? I shout such embarrassing slogans every day like a child. Original, Luffy. What a cool slogan. Present, Luffy. You should change your name and don't tell others that we are the same person. I am embarrassed. I'm already 17 or 18 years old, and everyone I meet calls me the man who is going to be the pirate's king. I seem quite proud of it. What are you thinking? Imagine if someone shouted at you every day, "I want to be a thief. I want to be a thief." What would you think? Original. Garp. Look, you said this little b asterisk 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 D can be a Marine. I absolutely don't believe it. This reminds me of Luffy from before. I want to rush into the screen and beat him up. Horse, Sengoku. It seems that you in that world have already taken action without you having to do anything. In a video, hiss. This made Garp outside the tavern very angry, so he rushed in and wanted to beat Luffy up. You disobedient little b asterisk 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 D. You still want to be the king of pirates. I'll beat you to death. Luffy was immediately frightened and hid behind Ron. Grandpa, why are you here too? Garp. Ron snapped at Garp in a stern voice. Political Commissar Ron. This kid is stubborn and needs to be beaten. Garp said angrily. How dare you say you want to be a pirate in front of Political Commissar Ron? This is too much. Ron scolded. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. How can you educate a child like that? Commissar Ron is right. Garp sighed in shame. I was indeed impulsive just now. It seems that my ideological awareness is still not up to par. I still have a long way to go. Hana, Sengoku. No way, Garp. Why are you so obedient? Current, Garp. I've always been like this. Any problem? In the present world, Garp thought to himself, that depends on who persuades me. I will definitely not listen to you, an old man, but I must listen to Political Commissar Ron. Hara, Sengoku. Do you think this is the first day I met you? Ron turned away, looking at little Luffy, said very seriously, then tell me, why do you want to be a pirate? Little Luffy said without hesitation, I want to be the freest person in this ocean. So you think being a pirate is the most free? Of course. Do you see those pirates are free? Ron pointed at the Red Hair Pirates members who were being taken away in groups outside. This question confused little Luffy. That's because they're not strong enough. Luffy said stubbornly. Current, Shanks, let me clarify. It's not that we are not strong enough, but that our opponent is too strong. Then who do you think is the strongest? Of course it's Roger, the pirate's king. And what became of him? He was executed. Little Luffy was a little confused. As they were chatting, he felt like his reasons for being a pirate were being shattered. Former Pirate King Roger, I surrender myself. The Marines alone can't catch me, let alone execute me. Current Pirates King Roger, actually. In this world, I was captured by Ron. Current Garp. As expected of Commissar Ron, he made Luffy realize the reality with just a few words. Ron continued, You would rather go on adventures with your friends, right? Little Luffy nodded. You want to find the treasure of the Pirates King, right? Little Luffy nodded again. You also have to protect the people you want to protect, right? Little Luffy continued to nod. So, besides pirates, what else do you think can accomplish what you want and is more free? Luffy was confused by the question. Blurt out, Marine. Ron did not give an answer, but continued to ask. You didn't actually want to be a pirate, right? It's because Shanks told you that only by being a pirate can you achieve all the above, right? Luffy nodded again. Yes, I just want adventure, freedom, partners, and one piece. I don't want to be a pirate. Who says that only by being a pirate can these be achieved? Is a Marine also on an adventure, looking for one piece and having a partner? Moreover, he is free and doesn't have to hide from place to place. Shanks didn't seem to tell me these things. Little Luffy felt dizzy. It seems like some idea is about to pop up. This operation stunned everyone in the original world. Is this the power of a political commissar? Not a single sentence mentions the Marine, but every sentence leads to the Marine. Not to mention a little kid. Anyone would be confused by this conversation. Yeah, I don't want to be a pirate. Everything I want can be achieved without being a pirate. Shanks never told me that I could be a Marine. Why can't I be a Marine? Little Luffy felt his brain was buzzing and about to burn out. Standing there muttering. He has already started thinking about ways to achieve his dream other than pirates. Moreover, we have already started to consider Marine. That's the brilliance of Ron's conversation. Most people are resistant to persuasion. If you directly instill the answer into them, they will always doubt and resist. But if you guide them to this answer, then they will think that he figured it out on his own. So I will believe it, and will accept it. They even boast about how smart they are. Everyone in the original world was stunned by Ron's actions. They were still thinking about it before. Just a district political commissar. How is it possible that Marine has changed so much? It seems now, I still underestimated this political commissar. This conversation was like a spring breeze passing by, making the seeds sprout without leaving a trace. Not to mention Luffy. Even the pirates who were watching the video were shaken. Mad. How do we end up on the path of pirates in the first place? It must be that we haven't met a mentor as good as Ron. Otherwise, we would definitely be pillars of society now. Yeah, I went astray. If only there was someone like the political commissar who could enlighten me. I really didn't want to be a pirate. I just wanted to make a living. There are other ways to make a living. I just wanted to go out and see the world, but who knew I would end up on this pirate ship? Seeing so many barges suddenly appear. Sengoku from the original world couldn't help but gasp. This political commissar is really capable and is not just bluffing. This conversation also gave Sengoku a new insight. In fact, people are not born to be pirates. Sometimes it's more about not knowing other options. Hara, Sengoku, Garp, isn't it easy for your grandson to be a Marine? Why did you train him to be a pirate? Our Marines lost the talent in vain. Original, Garp, don't blame me. I spent so much effort educating this little b asterisk 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 d, but he still couldn't figure it out. That political commissar made him give up being a pirate with just a few words. Sengoku, former, Garp, if you don't obey, I'll beat you up. Sengoku, Luffy Marine, current, Garp, your parenting method itself is problematic. You can't solve problems with children by using fists. This will only cause them to rebel. This is also what Commissar Ron taught me. Former, Garp, impossible, there is absolutely no problem with my education method. Original, Luffy. No, I still choose to be the king of pirates. Present, Luffy. You are beyond help. Current, Garp. I was so wise. Fortunately, I invited Ron in time. If it was even one day later, Luffy would have been led astray by Shanks. By then, everything would have been too late. If I had raised my grandson like this, I would have no face to live. I don't know how the other me would have been able to live like this. Garp felt a pang of fear when thinking about it now, especially after seeing Luffy's speech in the other world. The kind of stupidity that revealed his empty brain all the time. There was really no hope for him. If my grandson became that kind of person, I would have no face to live. Garp couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. He was really far-sighted, much stronger than the Garp on the opposite side. It turns out that ideological awareness determines the third generation of descendants. Garp felt more and more that what Ron said made sense. There was no comparison before. I have never thought about what it would be like if I hadn't met Ron. Now when you compare it to the original Pirates world, it's just unbearable to watch. It would be fine if he was just a vice admiral without any ambition, but his son became an anti-government activist and his grandson became a pirate. That would be a miserable life. Little Luffy thought about it for a long time. Suddenly, I felt like I had figured it out. Then he said excitedly, I figured it out. I don't want to be a pirate. I just want to go on adventures with my friends. I want freedom. I want to find the great secret treasure. These can also be used as Marines. And there's no need to hide. Little Luffy thought he had come up with this answer himself. I was instantly delighted. I am so smart. He had no idea that it was Ron who was leading him on. Then, recalling Ron's invitation to him, he couldn't wait and said excitedly, Brother Marine, I want to be a Marine. This made Garp, who was standing next to him, very happy. Oh, my grandson is finally on the right path. I'm very happy. Unexpectedly, Ron suddenly said, but you have already rejected my invitation. I can't let you join the Marine now. Little Luffy immediately felt a little regretful after hearing this. I did reject Ron's invitation before, saying that I didn't want to be a Marine, but a pirate's king. What should I do then? Little Luffy suddenly became anxious. Garp also became anxious. I can't figure out what's going on with Ron. Didn't we agree that this trip was to persuade our grandson to become a Marine? How come Ron refused when it seemed like he was going to succeed? What is going on? Garp kept winking at Ron. Let Ron agree quickly. He was afraid that Luffy would regret it later. This also left the people in the original world confused. Former, Garp. I finally got him to change his mind. Why are you rejecting me again? Former, Sengoku. I don't know how to educate children. This is where Ron is smart. Children are like this. Once they make up their minds, the more you forbid them to do something, the more they will do it. Just wait and see. Next, little Luffy will beg Ron for help. Original, Garp, I understand. Shanks used the same logic to prevent Luffy from joining his pirates group. The more he was prevented from joining, the more Luffy wanted to be a pirate. It was just as Sengoku expected. The more little Luffy thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. I want to be a Marine. Brother Ron, let me join you. No. Ron smiled and shook his head. Why not? Please, I want to be a Marine. No. Ron continued shaking. Grandpa, I want to be a Marine. Please talk to him. Seeing that Ron didn't agree, Luffy turned to his grandfather and asked for help. The little hands grabbed Garp's pants and shook them. Garp was flattered. This was the first time in all these years that Luffy asked me to let him be a Marine. Garp was almost bursting with joy. Garp in another world was so envious that his eyes were popping out. I never thought that I would be able to see this scene in my lifetime. What a family joy. So cute and adorable. Who can resist this? Hurry up and let him join the Marine. Stop teasing him. The number of comments from both worlds on the public screen increased. Present, Garp. My dear grandson, I really couldn't help myself at that time. If Commissar Ron hadn't given me a look, I'm afraid I really couldn't control myself and agreed. After all, who can refuse such a cute grandson? Ha ha ha. Garp posted a barrage of comments while laughing and patting Luffy Admiral's head. Present, Luffy, Grandpa, take your hands away. There's so many people watching here. I am an Admiral now. After all, please give me some respect and take your chin with stubble away. It's pricking me. Current, Momosaji, Luffy Admiral was much cuter when he was little. He wasn't so shy before. Present, Luffy. Shut up, Momosaji. Don't mention the past anymore. Current, Sengoku. Ahem, I just regret that I wasn't there at the time. I never thought that Luffy Admiral would have to go through so many twists and turns before joining the Marines. Current, Tashigi. By the way, Luffy Admiral, can I interview you? Was your process of joining the Marines smooth? Present, Luffy. How could it be smooth? I went through so many hardships. Now I really regret it. I should have agreed to Commissar Ron directly from the beginning. Sengoku from the original world looked at the lively chat atmosphere on the public screen. The names above also exist in his world, so he knows them. It includes people from all walks of life in the Marine Corps. They can actually chat so casually. This is simply incredible. It's like we are a family. How is this done? Sengoku didn't understand. In his world, there are strict levels within the Marine. How dare a subordinate chat with a superior so casually? This is against the rules. Sengoku wants to ask, but I feel embarrassed. This is a public screen, after all. If you ask this question yourself, wouldn't it mean that you envy the other person's way of getting along with others? As the Marine Marshal of this side, I cannot lose face. This is equivalent to implicitly admitting that the Marine managed by oneself is inferior to the Marine managed by the other side. You don't want to admit it. Forget it. Let me slowly observe and experience it through the live video. I believe I should be able to find some clues from it. Sengoku secretly made up his mind. He also wanted to know why the atmosphere on the opposite side of Marine was so good. You can also learn from this. Original, Luffy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can I beg to join the Marines? Luffy was confused. Is that person on the screen still me? He really couldn't imagine himself hugging his grandfather's thigh, begging him to let him join Marine. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew members scattered around the world were also shocked by the images playing on the screen. I didn't expect that their captain actually wanted to join a Marine. If Luffy in that world became a Marine, so where will these partners go? Screen. Looking at Luffy, who was hugging his thighs and begging him to join Marine. Garp's mouth and feet are cracked all the way to the back of his head. The more I look at this grandson, the more I like him. Cough, cough. I was just about to make an exception and let him join the Marine. Then I saw Ron's eyes. Garp immediately took back his words. Grandpa can't make the decision on this. We still have to look at political commissar Ron. You should go and beg him. Ouch. My heart aches. I didn't expect it would be so painful to reject the request of my lovely grandson. Garp clutched his chest. Why didn't I feel it before? I often rejected Luffy's request before. That's right. That's because the eldest grandson was not cute at all before. Garp suddenly remembered. My grandson used to say, I want to be a pirate. Where's the cuteness? Every time I see him, I can't help but beat him up. Original, Garp. Another me, please agree to him. I can't stand it any longer. Garp from the original world also felt a little heartbroken. Turn around and look at your silly grandson. My heart hurts even more. Damn. My good-for-nothing and silly eldest grandson only knows how to cause trouble for me. Someday, I will be able to enjoy the family happiness in that world. And at this time, the silly grandson Luffy still bared his teeth and said to Garp, Hey, Grandpa, don't worry. I won't beg you to be a Marine. I want to be the man of the Pirates King. Phew. This sentence brought Garp back to reality. I was so angry that I almost vomited blood. If you keep talking, be careful, I will hit you with my iron fist. This silly grandson has D me off to death. Sengoku also felt a headache when he looked at the grandfather and grandson on his side. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Fortunately, I don't have children. Otherwise, what would I do if they were like the stubborn eldest son and the silly eldest grandson in the Garp family? It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Why? That's right. Didn't I have 2 children with Chief of Staff Crane in the other world? I don't know what happened to them. Actually, Sengoku was quite curious, and he also wanted to ask. But if you ask in public on the public screen, it's still a bit embarrassing. Besides, he was right next to him, so it seemed a bit inappropriate for him to ask this. Never mind. Maybe it will appear in the video later, so I'd better be patient and not ask about it for now. I just hope it won't end up like the Garp family in this world. In the video, little Luffy went to Ron again to try to persuade him. No, then tell me why not? Humph, I just don't believe that I can't become an excellent Marine. Luffy puffed his cheeks and thought angrily. This look made audiences from both worlds call her adorable. Ron held up a finger. The first point, you are not satisfied. Which point? Tell me quickly. Little Luffy couldn't wait and wanted to know urgently. You're not a man yet. You're too weak. Do you think anyone can join a Marine? We in the Marine Corps will not accept such weak people. When you go to the battlefield in the future, will you still need your companions to protect you? Ron waved his hand and pointed at the troops, and his cloak suddenly rose in the wind. Just ask the thousands of troops behind me. Do they dare to trust you with their backs? Remember, Ron's expression suddenly became serious. On the battlefield, comrades are the most trustworthy partners. A qualified comrade. You can trust him with your back without any worries. Do you think fighting is just playing house? Are you qualified to let others trust you right now? Do you still expect everyone to protect you? Luffy was stunned by what was said. This was the first time he was shocked by Marine's aura. The man in front of me is so handsome. The thousands of troops behind him all turned into little stars in Luffy's eyes. The filter is fully extended. I want to join the Marine. I will prove that I am a man. Little Luffy said firmly. I will prove to you that I can make my friends leave their backs to me. Ron gave an impassioned speech. Not only little Luffy was shocked. Same. It also exploded in the hearts of all the Marines in the original world. Ara, Sengoku, I have to admit that what Ron said makes sense. The comrades beside you on the battlefield are your most trusted partners. Horse, Garp, Sengoku, this not only reminds us of our past, haha. Even though I hate you, I will always give you my back without reservation. Original, Sengoku. Yes, back then, me and Tsuru were all partners who could count on each other's backs. But I'm afraid that the younger generation nowadays don't have such trustworthy comrades in arms. Sci.jpg. Original. Akainu. I don't trust my back to anyone, especially a useless guy like Kizaru. Disdain.jpg. Original. Kizaru. I was afraid that you would attack me too. You are the one I cannot trust the most. If I were held hostage, I'm afraid you would kill me without hesitation. Pout.jpg. Original. Akiji. Why should I leave my back to others? Wouldn't it be more reassuring to do it alone? Yonda.jpg. Look at the speech of Marine Admiral 3. Sengoku from the original world couldn't help but sigh. It was just as he expected. Among these younger generations, I am afraid that there will never again be the kind of trust that they had in their time, where they could rely on each other. Especially Akainu and Kizaru. These two guys are from the same period, and they were called monsters of Marine during the recruitment period. Originally, it was the rising twin stars of Marine. Who could have thought that they would develop to the point where they disliked each other? Sengoku also didn't know what these two guys had experienced. He remembered that Kizaru used to be quite motivated, and Akainu wasn't that extreme. What the hell happened to these two guys? Not only has his personality changed drastically, but he's also a bit incompatible with me. Now they dislike each other, not to mention being able to trust each other's backs without worry. In fact, Sengoku himself is also very clear. The current development of Marine is extremely unhealthy. There is no longer the bond of fighting back to back that they had in their era. But the ship was too big to turn around, and he was powerless to change it, so he could only continue with his mistake. Current Akinu. As expected of Commissar Ron, ideological education must start from childhood. Otherwise, they will become radical like I did before, right, Borsellino? Was I too radical at that time? Current Kizu. That's indeed too extreme, but wasn't I also lazy at that time and almost went astray? Anyway, we should also reflect on ourselves. Recently, our tacit understanding seems to be not very good. When we fought back-to-back with Golden Lion last month, you burned a hole in my cape. Current Akainu. Haha, I'm really sorry about that time. I forgot it was you behind me. I thought it was Akiji, and he wasn't afraid of getting burned, so I accidentally lost control. Current Akiji. Hey, Hey, if it's me, then I don't have to control myself. I know you two have a good relationship and always act together. Don't always leave me alone. Every time, you two face the enemy head-on, leaving me alone to outflank the rear. Present, Kizaru? Really? Ha! Then next time we'll go behind them and you face the enemy head-on. Current, Akiji. Then you two should act together. The point is not who will flank from behind. The point is that you always let me act alone. I am vomiting blood. JPG. Present, Akainu. Why don't the three of us face the enemy head-on together? An idea suddenly occurred to me. JPG. Current, Akiji. Anyway, you two must stay together and not separate. Sengoku, what? Am I dazzled? Or am I dreaming? I just saw something that is beyond my comprehension. The conversation between the three admirals on the public screen made Sengoku from the original world dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this what Akainu, Kizaru, and Shinji said? When did they become so good friends? Judging from their conversation, Akainu and Kizaru in another world are actually inseparable partners, and they always fight the enemy back to back. The two of them could actually trust each other with their backs. Are you kidding? Shouldn't these two guys dislike each other? And Akainu from that world actually said that he was too extreme in the past. Is this something Akainu could say? It seems that from what he said, he is not extreme anymore. Can this character be changed? This and that Kizaru, he actually knew that he was slacking off before, and I'm still reflecting on it. Hiss. Sengoku scratched his head with both hands. I felt that my cognition was impacted. The three admirals in another world actually had a better understanding and mutual trust than him and Garp did. There is no harm without comparison. Now let's take a look at the three Marine admirals under his command. There is no comparison at all. Why can they live in such harmony? When they come under your command, you wish that the three of them would stay away from each other. Horse, Akainu. Are you kidding me from another world? You're actually fighting back to back with this guy, Kizaru? Did you use your abilities too much and your brain got burned? Present, Kizaru. Hey, watch your words. If I find out that you are unkind to my partner again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Original, Kizaru. Another me. I guess I'm not mistaken. You actually stood up for Akainu. Shocked. JPG. Current, Akainu, what's the problem? If you mess with Borsalino, you mess with me. If you mess with me, you mess with Borsalino. Warning. JPG. Sengoku. A black line. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. I don't know how to describe my mood right now in words. Sengoku was a little upset. Kizaru from another world was actually standing up for Akainu. Akainu is also backing up Kizaru. I can't imagine this kind of scene, even if I imagine it. In that world, are the relationship between these two guys so good? Sengoku really wants to ask, what exactly did the three admirals in the other world experience? I'll prove I'm a man. Little Luffy finished saying this. He turned and left. I want to become stronger. Little Luffy muttered to himself as he walked. But how can I become stronger? It's all my fault for walking too hastily. I should have asked Grandpa, or that Marine brother earlier. By the way, didn't that Marine brother say that eating this devil fruit would make you stronger? Luffy touched his stomach. Gurgling sound. It didn't feel very strong. Instead, I felt very hungry. It's all because this fruit tastes so bad. I'm hungry now. How about eating first? Little Luffy thought that he should eat his fill before thinking about becoming stronger. Little Luffy returned to Makino's tavern. After all, he used to eat here often because Garp didn't care about him. Makino, I'm going to be a Marine. Luffy told everyone he met. He looked very proud, as if he had already become a Marine. Makino smiled and pinched Luffy's face and said, "You're not going to be pirates this time?" Luffy took the barbecue that Makino had prepared and ate it while mumbling. "No, I've decided. I want to be a Marine, and I want to be a Marine Marshal, a Marine more powerful than my grandfather." "That's amazing," Makino laughed. "Then you have to work hard. Your grandfather is also a very good Marine. I'll be even better. Grandpa can eat 3 portions of rice. I'll eat 10 portions. Hiccup. Luffy burped. He was still too full after eating the portion for 10 people. After eating, Luffy was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and said to Makino, "How much?" Makino was a little surprised. This was the first time Luffy asked this question. Before this, he had always eaten and drank for free. Windmill Village has always been protected by Mr. Garp. No pirates dare to cause trouble here. To thank Mr. Garp, I will not charge you for your meal. That won't work. That Marine brother said that a good Marine would never take even a single penny from the people. Luffy still remembered that Ron had to pay for a cup of hot water. He now also has to hold himself to the Marine's principles. Then 1,000 belly. Makino stretched out 10 fingers and waved them in front of Luffy. I don't have any money. Luffy was a little embarrassed. He only thought about paying, but didn't think about whether he had any money. By the way, I'll go catch you a big beast to pay for the meal. Luffy thought about how the villagers always went up the mountain to hunt and sell for money. So he said, Luffy decided to go up the mountain and duel with the beast. Walk out of the pub. Little Luffy saw the Marines escorting Shanks and his gang onto the warship. Shanks also saw Luffy, so he paused. Luffy ran over and looked up at Shanks and the others who were forced onto the warship. Shouted loudly, "Shanks, I'm not a pirate anymore. I want to be a Marine. I will find a partner who is not inferior to you, a One Piece who leaves before you. If we meet again on the sea one day, I will catch you." A baby voice. It made the people on the Marine warship laugh, although it doesn't have much momentum. But it's cute. Shanks was stunned. He had never thought that after just a few hours of separation, Luffy no longer wanted to be a pirate, but wanted to be a Marine. This change is too fast. I'm really looking forward to that day, Shanks said, and was escorted onto the warship. Former Sengoku. After meeting Ron, the words I said goodbye to Shanks were different. I remember in another video, Luffy shouted to Shanks at this time that he wanted to find a group of partners who were not inferior to Shanks and become the king of pirates. Such a comparison. There is indeed a big difference in the ideological awareness of the two Luffys. Shanks Luffy, original Garp. Luffy from that world is still the cutest. He's much better than my silly grandson. Luffy. After little Luffy said goodbye to Shanks. So he set out towards the mountain, looking at Luffy's back from a distance. Garp said with some concern, "What if he changes his mind? Then I should just agree to join the Marine." I finally managed to trick Luffy. No, I managed to convince Luffy to want to join the Marine. I'm so afraid that all my efforts will be wasted, Ron said as he picked up the thermos and took a sip of water. Do you want a responsible Marine Admiral or just an excellent Marine soldier? Is there any need to choose? Garp didn't even think about it and said, Marine Admiral, of course. Then listen to me. But Garp was still a little worried. You educate him or I educate him. Ron smiled. He also understood Garp's mentality. It was not easy for my grandson to agree to become a Marine. Garp is afraid that the longer the night, the more trouble he will have. Of course it was your political commissar who educated me. Garp scratched his head and said, but at this moment, suddenly, the screen image pauses. Then it switched to another screen. I saw a line of words appear on the screen. Garp. Then Admiral Luffy's video paused, and Luffy's life in the original world began to play. It's little Luffy again. I just said goodbye to Shanks. At this moment, he had already put on Shanks' straw hat. Fast forward time. Garp was leading Luffy up the mountain. Grandpa, where are we going? Garp said casually, it's not okay to keep you in the village. You're always in contact with the pirates. From today on, I will train you to become an excellent Marine soldier. I don't want to be a Marine. I want to be a pirate, Luffy said stubbornly. Bump. Garp punched Luffy on the head. Suddenly a big bump appeared on his head. I'm a rubber man. Why do I feel pain? That's because it's the fist of love, Garp said with a laugh. Grandpa, it hurts so much. What are we going to train for today? Luffy covered his head, almost crying in pain. Today I was training to throw you off a cliff. During the conversation, Garp had already brought Luffy to the edge of the cliff. Luffy, Hara, Sengoku. Garp, are you serious? Original Garp. Of course. My teaching method is definitely much better than Ron's. Only my method can train excellent Marines. Hara, Sengoku. Do you want to see what your grandson is like now? Say that again. People in both worlds were confused. This is the first time I hear of this training method. Are you sure this is training, not murder? Throw yourself off a cliff? Little Luffy was stunned. What kind of training method is this? Could it be that this is not a cliff, but just a big pit? Little Luffy walked to the edge of the cliff. Just look down. He was so scared that he stepped back again and again. So high. It's bottomless. What a cliff. Grandpa must be kidding. I am his grandson. He's not going to throw me down, right? This must be a joke. Little Luffy thought to himself that he was very smart. Grandpa, you are kidding, right? What exactly are we training for today? Waited a few seconds. Garp didn't reply when he saw her. Little Luffy looked back in confusion. However, he saw the most horrifying scene in his life. Garp was seen baring his teeth and giving a strange smile. He clasped his hands together and cracked his knuckles. Then, Garp lifted one leg. In Luffy's increasingly horrified eyes, he kicked Luffy directly on the butt. Whoosh. Luffy didn't react yet. Just like a ball. Draw a parabola in the air. Then he fell to the bottom of the cliff. Little Luffy's screams were getting farther and farther away. It was also accompanied by a faint echo that dissipated. Garp smiled with great satisfaction. Seems to be proud of his own educational methods. He said with a big grin, "Only those who survive in this environment can become excellent Marines." This operation, everyone in both worlds was stunned. What a psycho. How can this person survive? There's no such thing as a training method like yours. You're simply committing murder. I finally understand. No wonder Luffy is so afraid of you. Present Sengoku. Garp, is this your grandson? What are you doing? Are you crazy? You really threw him down there. Original Sengoku. This time I have to share the same opinion as the opposite Sengoku. Garp, you are really crazy. Aren't you afraid that he will fall to his death? Roar, JPG. The two Sengoku rarely share the same hatred for a common enemy. Haraha, how is this possible? How could an excellent Marine die so easily? He ate the rubber fruit, and I am just helping him master the power of the fruit. Proud, JPG. Hara, Sengoku. He's still a kid who has never received any training. Besides, did you know what's under the cliff in advance? What if there's a lake? He's a landlubber right now. Original Garp. Why didn't I think of this question before? JPG. Puff. Everyone almost fell to the ground. So you haven't even been to investigate under the cliff before. He even dared to throw his eldest grandson down there. If Sengoku doesn't say anything, has this old guy never considered this issue until now? Luffy is so unlucky to have such a grandfather. Everyone suddenly began to feel sorry for Pirates Luffy. Present Sengoku. It seems that in the other world, Luffy chose to be a pirate for a reason. It was to escape from his grandfather. Hara, Sengoku. This is the only point I agree with you on. Present Garp. How dare you treat my adorable grandson like this? If I could go back to your world, I would definitely give you a good beating. Former. Garp, are you questioning my parenting methods? Humph. Do you think this is my first time raising a child? My son Dragon was also raised this way. And isn't he doing fine now? White Island. Dragon in the original world's face darkened. It seemed as if he had recalled his miserable childhood. That's how Garp trained himself at the time. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. It's really a childhood trauma. Original Dragon. Garp. Gnashing teeth. JPG. Sabo. Chief, calm down and stop smashing the cups. It's too bad to be the son and grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. It's already very difficult for them to be alive. The Marines began to talk among themselves. Present Kizaru. How scary. You're actually training your own grandson like this. By the way, Garp, is Luffy really your grandson? Is there really someone who would do this to their own grandson? Current Garp, of course. But I won't treat my grandson like this. That Garp over there is totally uneducated and doesn't know how to educate a child at all. Original Garp. Of course, he looks so much like me. Who do you think can't educate a child? The Luffy I raise will definitely be better than the one you raise. Like a fart, etc. Everyone suddenly discovered a problem. Current Kizu. Speaking of resemblance, why do I feel that Admiral Dragon and you two are not of the same style? Could it be that Admiral Dragon is not Garp's biological son? Current Akainu. That makes sense. I can't say they don't look alike at all. I can only say they are completely unrelated. Present, Akiji. His, could it be that? Current, Dragon. Ahem, stop imagining, you three. Of course they are my biological children. Right, Dad? Asked Jock. Current, Garp. Of course. After saying that, the father and son put their arms around each other's shoulders again. Yuan Long. It's an eyesore. Can you two tone it down a bit? He felt uncomfortable when he thought about how close he was to Garp. Present, Hina. Luffy, Admiral. I never thought you were so miserable in the other world. Your grandfather's education method is really different. Original, Luffy. I still feel scared when I think about it now. Present, Luffy. Humph, his way of education is totally useless. It was Commissar Ron who was able to educate me. Original, Luffy, yeah? Who said it's useless? The reason why I have such a strong vitality now is also related to my grandfather's education. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the strength I have now. Former, Garp. Haha. You are worthy of being my grandson. You are right. Garp from the original world was very pleased. It seemed that his grandson still understood him. And speak for yourself. Good grandson. Since the eldest grandson is so well-behaved, it's not a bad idea to let him off during the battle. Besides, how can my education be useless? It's just that they don't understand. Present, Luffy. Another me. Do you think you are strong now? Look at what he has taught you. You are too weak, even through the screen. Luffy from the present world can feel how weak Luffy from the original world is. Original, Luffy. I'm not weak. My bounty is 300 million berries. Current, Luffy. 300 million? The first time I caught pirates with a bounty of 300 million was when I was 12 years old. Original, Luffy. 300 million is just my bounty. My strength is far beyond the average 300 million pirates. I have already mastered the third gear. How many gears can you reach? The competitive nature of Luffy in the original world was stimulated. I have to compete with Luffy in the real world. Present, Luffy. Gear 3? Wouldn't it be enough to have hands? Is this the result of your education by Garp from another world? You're only in Gear 3 now. Original, Luffy. Then how many gears can you reach? Present, Luffy. Gear 5th. What? Pirate's Luffy was stunned. How is that possible? The other person is the same age as me. How is it possible to drive in 5th gear? I haven't even touched the shadow of 4th gear. The other party has already driven to 5th gear. If he didn't understand his own character and knew that he would not lie, he would definitely not believe what his other self said. Pirate's Luffy was shocked. I have been training very hard all along and have experienced so many battles without stopping for a moment. Logically speaking, my progress should be very fast. How could I possibly lose to myself in another world? This shouldn't happen. It seems that he became Admiral through his own efforts. How'd he do it? Why is the progress so fast? Pirate's Luffy fell into deep thought. He wanted to see how the other person's experience was different from his own. Once the video on my side finishes playing, I should be able to see the one over there. Pirate's Luffy muttered to himself. The next few days, everything that happened has once again refreshed everyone's 3 views. I thought Garp threw Luffy off the cliff just on impulse. Who would have thought? The next day, Garp threw Luffy into a deserted forest. Day 3. Garp threw Luffy into the group of beasts. Day 4. Garp threw Luffy into the sky, and he was taken away by an eagle. Every day, Luffy came back in rags. That scene, it's just horrible. Horse, Sengoku. Garp, your way of education is really too outrageous. I can't stand it anymore. Aren't you just kidding me? Original, Garp. Nonsense. Do you think Luffy has become stronger? Current, Sengoku. Becoming stronger is bullshit. You didn't teach him anything. What did he learn? Learning to be a savage. Finally, it came to the 10th day. Little Luffy was exhausted. This day, Garp took Luffy out again. The audience couldn't help but feel nervous again, not knowing how Garp would mess with Luffy next. But this time, there are indeed some differences. Garp didn't bother Luffy. Instead, he took Luffy to the depths of the back mountain. Little Luffy was a little confused. Where is this? Grandpa, why did you bring me here? Garp walked along, picking his nose and flicking it. Then he said, Grandpa's vacation is over. He has to go back to Marine headquarters. I can't take you with me anymore, but don't worry. Grandpa's found a very good place for you to live. You stay there for the time being. A very nice place to stay. Luffy asked with some anticipation. Well, yes, there's another friend there who is older than you. You two should be able to get along well with each other, Garp added. Current Sengoku. Why don't I believe the good place that guy said to live? Current through staff officer. Judging from what he did before, it doesn't look like he can find a good place for Luffy to live. Present, Garp. Haha, I know where it is. The other me really went too far. Present, Luffy. Where is he taking the other me? Seeing that Luffy has no manners, no upbringing, and no faith, it doesn't look like it's a good place. Original, Luffy. No, it's a great place. I learn a lot there. The camera turns. Garp brought Luffy to a wooden house on the mountain. A bandit flag was hung above the house. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Hiss, a den of bandits? Why do I have a bad feeling? Shit, is Garp planning to give his grandson to the bandits to raise? Is this the great place he talked about? I really shouldn't have had any expectations. He is indeed Garp. Sengoku Garp. Former Garp. Haha, thank you. Hana, Sengoku. Thank you for nothing. I wasn't even praising you. Hey, Dayton. Garp shouted loudly at the door. Stop shouting, stop shouting. Didn't you see the sign at the door saying no Garp allowed? A fat woman with dyed blonde hair walked out of the room, a cigarette in her mouth and a machete in her hand. He doesn't look like a good person. Haha. Garp kicked the gate down and walked in with a swagger. This kid, his name is Luffy. He's my grandson. He'll live with you from now on. What? You brought back another brat. The previous one was annoying enough. Don't treat this place as your own home. Raise your own grandchildren. Dayton said angrily. Haha, I'm leaving. I'll come back later. Garp seemed not to hear what Dayton said, and just walked away. Damn it. This guy never cares about other people's feelings and always makes decisions on his own. Dayton was angrily pissed. He was really thrown into a den of bandits. Current Sengoku. Luffy is fortunately educated by Ron in this world. If Luffy fell into Garp's hands, it would be strange if he could be trained into a Marine. Present, Hina. Luffy Admiral's childhood in that world is simply unimaginable. Present, Kizaru. You're actually hooking up with the pirates. Garp, your thoughts in that world are not right. The barrage exploded. This is the first time I see a grandson being educated in this way. Others put their grandchildren in a good living environment for fear that they would learn bad things from bad people. This Garp is good. He just threw it to the bandits to raise and became a hands-off boss. No wonder Luffy ended up being a pirate. Everyone suddenly seemed to understand. It turns out that education has a very important influence on a person. If you leave it to bandits to raise, it would be strange if they could educate a Marine. Garp's outrageous behavior. It even blew up the Quiet Pirates King. Former Pirate King Roger. Garp, if I had known I should not have entrusted my son to you, would you have thrown him into that bandit den? Roger is so regretful. This Garp is too unreliable. If he does this to his grandson, then what about his own son? I'm back. At this time, a Madara boy came back carrying a wild boar. His name is Ace. His name is Luffy. Okay, that's it. Dayton gave a brief introduction to both parties as quickly as possible. He doesn't know how to educate children. It is enough to provide them with food and shelter. Don't worry about anything else. And most of the food Ace eats comes from hunting. So, basically, Dayton just needs to take care of their living conditions. For the little Luffy in this world. But I'm so happy. Finally, I saw a child who was about my age. And this guy is so strong. He was able to kill such a big wild boar by himself. This instantly gave Luffy, who was very competitive, great motivation. But the name Ace. But the Pirates King was suddenly shocked. Original, Roger. Well done, Garp. You really left my son here too. Original, Garp. Do I have time to look after the child? Besides, isn't it good to leave it here? Original, Roger. Bullshit, those guys are bandits. No matter what, they should be placed in the care of the pirates. Oh, what? Is this the point? After all this time, It turns out that the reason Roger was angry was that Garp didn't give his son to the pirates to raise. Everyone fainted. It turns out that the Pirates' King Roger is also an unreliable person. Before, everyone was still speaking up for Roger. He lamented that his child was not entrusted to the right person. It seems now, even if this child was raised by Roger himself, he would definitely be unreliable. I guess they will also develop pirates. Hara, Sengoku. Is this the difference between raising a child by bandits and raising a child by pirates? Have you ever considered letting a normal person raise the child? Horse. Roger. Of course there is a difference. Can bandits be as powerful as pirates? Current Bandit King. Who is looking down on bandits? Be careful, or I'll smash your bottle. Present, Shanks. He is Roger, the Pirates' King. Current Bandit King. Just ignore what I said. Horse. Shanks. Who is this man called the Bandit King? Current, Shanks. That's the guy in your world who smashed your bottle in the Makino Tavern. He has a bounty of 8 million. Original, Shanks. So was him? Wasn't he eaten by the king of the near sea? Present, Shanks. In our world, he met Ron. It's a long story. You'll know after watching the comparison video. Current, Sengoku. It's really unfortunate that these two kids didn't meet Commissar Ron. No wonder Luffy and Ace from your world chose to become pirates. Hara, Sengoku. From what you said, the Ace in your world didn't go astray? Current, Sengoku, of course. Thanks to him meeting Commissar Ron. Now, the picture continues to speed up. After constant persuasion, little Luffy finally gained Ace's recognition. Follow Ace on his adventure. Collect treasure at the Uncertainty Terminal outside of the Kingdom of Goa. This also allowed the people of the original world to see for the first time the other side of the Kingdom of Goa, known as the most beautiful country in East Blue. That's why this city is so spotless, because they exclude from the state everything that is unnecessary and imperfect. Of course, this also includes unnecessary people. They were thrown into the uncertain terminal like garbage along with the waste in the city. Hara, Sengoku, damn it. I never thought there was such a country. If it weren't for today's comparison video, I would have been kept in the dark. Sengoku was so P***************. Former Goya Kingdom King Stelly. Damn, it's exposed. This damn comparison video. Current Sengoku, what? You haven't discovered such a country yet, and you haven't managed it yet? Another me. Your work is really not up to par. Ask yourself, do you feel guilty about being the Marine Marshal? In the original world, Sengoku's face darkened. Listen to the other person's tone. It seems that the problem there has been rectified. But they hid so well, how could I in another world find out? The screen continues to play. Later, Ace met another person from the team and Luffy. New. At the Uncertainty Terminal, the three and the pair experienced a battle. The relationship between them became much closer. A few months later, the three decided to swear an oath of blood and become brothers. The three children took out the stolen wine and filled 3 cups. Cheers! Ace, who was on the execution platform in the original world, actually had tears in his eyes when he saw this scene. I'm going to die now. Sabo is dead too, who will take care of Luffy in the future. However, on the distant White Island, Sabo watched this scene. Suddenly, I felt my brain swelling. Countless images flashed through my mind. He covered his head in pain and rolled on the ground. Seeing this scene, Koala, who was standing by, was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. She had never seen Sabo in so much pain. What happened? New. What's wrong with you, Sabo? Sabo was picked up by Long. He was seriously injured at the time and had lost his memory when he was picked up. And when Sabo saw the 3 people swearing blood, oath, and drinking sworn brotherhood wine, his memory returned. He finally knew who he was. Do you finally understand who the man who is about to be executed in Marineford is? Sabo Ace. Ace. Luffy. Luffy. Sabo's eyes were filled with tears as he frantically sent barrages of comments on the public screen. Original. Ace. Sabo. You're not dead? That's great. Original. Luffy. Wow, wow, wow. Sabo, I thought you were dead. Because the color of the barrage sent by dead people is black, such as Roger before. Therefore, by the color of Sabo's barrage, everyone can know that he is still alive. Present, Kizaru. What a good three brothers. But unfortunately, they went astray, and now they're going to be executed. Current, Akainu. Yes, it would be great if they could all become Marines. Wouldn't it be like the three of us, with some ironclad bond, to form the new Marine Three Admirals? Current, Akiji. Luffy Admiral. If you hadn't met Ron, if Ace hadn't met Ron, if Sabo hadn't met Ron, your life would be like this now. It's really unbearable to watch. Admiral Luffy thought of the present Ace and Sabo. They just got together for a drink last week. The gap between the two worlds is really big, thanks to political commissar Ron. After the three sworn brothers, the three little guys started to act recklessly in the city, eating free meals, stealing, fighting, and cheating on others. Basically, he did all the bad things he could. People from both worlds fell heartbroken when they saw this. They were three such good talents, but they were educated like this. Current, Sengoku. Oh, these three guys are really hopeless. It's all because of that Garp guy. He doesn't know how to educate people. Certainly, Garp would come over once in a while. However, most of the education for these three people was just beating them up. It has never been led onto the right path. Not long after, Sabo was caught by his parents. Sabo was born into a noble family. Many years later, the king of the kingdom of Goa was Sabo's younger brother. However, the atmosphere in this family is extremely distorted, and the parents are bent on currying favor with the higher classes. This country has become sick, treating the poor like trash and driving them all out of the city. Sabo hated it all. He wanted to escape from here. He doesn't like this home, nor does he like this country. Everything here is so suffocating. It took a lot of hard work. Sabo finally escaped from home and prepared to go to sea early. Finally, they encountered celestial dragons. The celestial dragons fired a cannon that destroyed the ship and all the people on board. He was rescued by a passing dragon. And the same day, the kingdom of Goa wants to completely erase its dark history. Burn the uncertainty terminal. Whether it was people or garbage, they were all burned to ashes. Ignore the screams of those who were classified as imperfect and inferior. Inside the castle, it was a scene of singing and dancing, with people cheering and rejoicing. It was as if everything that happened had nothing to do with them, as if what was burned was just garbage. From then on, the kingdom of Goa can continue to live in the praise of East Blue's most beautiful kingdom. No one cares about the poor people who are burned with the garbage. For this royal city, the existence of these people is a stain on this beautiful royal city. They're like garbage. No one is qualified to stay in this city. The Marines from the original world were deeply saddened by this scene. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. How could such a country exist? Or Sengoku, damn it. It turns out they burn garbage and people regularly. No wonder we didn't find it. It's a pity that they're dealing with Whitebeard now. Otherwise, we must send a Marine to check it out. Hara, Sengoku. By the way, how did you deal with this matter in your world? Sengoku asked, enduring the tremendous physical exertion brought about by firing 2 barges in quick succession. Current, Sengoku. I can't answer you because it involves spoilers. The system has already warned me just now. So don't worry. When the video here is played, you will know. And just at this moment, the scene freezes on a fire with an indeterminate destination outside the kingdom of Goa. Then, a video starts playing on another screen. This is the story that happened in the Admiral Luffy timeline. Now, little Luffy ran down the hill, crying loudly. There was also a wild boar following behind. One is chasing and the other is running. Help! Help! Little Luffy ran towards the Marine team. Hurry up and save people. Marine saw this scene in the video and immediately raised his gun. Shoot at the wild boar. However, this wild boar has thick skin and flesh, and ordinary bullets cannot hit him. At this time, Akainu stretched out a foot to hold the wild boar's head. Swish! The ferocious wild boar instantly turned into a roasted pig. It gives off a sweet aroma. Akainu blew out a puff of smoke. Children should not run around. Then he took out a lollipop from his pocket and stuffed it into the mouth of Luffy, who was crying loudly. Hara, Sengoku. I'm not mistaken. Is Akainu in that world such a gentle person? Doesn't he hate children crying the most? Hara, Kizaru, is that guy's brain burn out? Luffy cried while eating a lollipop. I thought I could beat it. Wow, I'm really too weak. How can I join a marine? You are too anxious. How can you possibly beat a wild boar without any training? But you guys are leaving soon. I have to prove as soon as possible that I'm a great person and a real man, so that the Marine brother will let me join the Marine. Little Luffy wiped his tears and said, Then do you want to become more powerful? Yes, of course I do. Can I become as powerful as you? Of course. Akainu nodded. Can I become as powerful as Grandpa? You mean Mr. Garp? Of course. Akainu nodded again and said, Little Luffy had stars in his eyes. Can I become as awesome as that Marine brother? You mean Commissar Ron? That's impossible. Akainu shook his head at the speed of light. No need to think. Why not? Is he strong? Stronger than Grandpa and you? Little Luffy asked curiously. Haha, you are kidding. Your grandfather and I are no match for the political commissar. He's the most powerful person I have ever met. Little Luffy's eyes were full of stars. He is now eager to get Ron's recognition and join the Marine. But how can I become stronger? Huh, got it. Isn't there a stronger person in front of you? Why not ask him for advice? Anyway, that Marine brother didn't know that he was secretly learning from Marine. Then can you teach me how to defeat the wild boar? Little Luffy said tentatively. Haha, defeat the wild boar? Sure. Little Luffy was super excited. He didn't expect him to agree so readily. I want to learn a move that lets me release fire, just like you did just now. I'm afraid that won't work. Akainu shook his head. Because only the fire-type demon fruit power has this effect. Let me teach you a simpler one, Marine 6 styles. Once you learn it, you could defeat the wild boar. Good. Little Luffy doesn't know what Marine 6 styles is, though. But one listen can defeat the wild boar. I think this should be a very powerful skill. Even wild boars can be defeated. So I quickly agreed. Once you learn it, you will be recognized by that handsome Marine brother. Not far away, the warship was on the deck. Garp said with great admiration, Commissar Ron, how did you know Luffy would come down from here and have Sakazuki wait here in advance? Just use your observation haki to predict the future. Garp's face was filled with black lines. It's easy for you to say, but you made Satsuki wait here 30 minutes ago. What kind of observation haki can predict the future 30 minutes in advance? Then did Commissar Ron also use his observation haki to predict that Luffy would ask Sakazuki for advice? That's not the case. It's not hard to guess. You can figure it out with a little bit of thinking. Hiss. When the people from the original world saw this, they couldn't help but gasp. No wonder Sakazuki is here. It turns out that everything was arranged by Ron. He had known that Luffy would come down the mountain from here, and he had also guessed that Luffy would ask Sakazuki for advice. He left Akainu here just to teach Luffy. Horse, Sengoku. This Commissar Ron is amazing. His ability to plan and strategize is so impressive that even I, the resourceful general, have to admit defeat. Horse, Akainu. He deliberately arranged another me to wait there to teach Luffy the Marine 6 styles. And he didn't take the initiative to teach, but let Luffy come to ask for advice. How smart. This is not forced indoctrination, but to inspire people to actively seek. It is indeed a smart educational method. First, let's understand what Marine 6 styles is. The first question is, how many types of Marine 6 styles are there? Akainu said, standing straight in front of Luffy with his hands behind his back. 5. Little Luffy answered immediately. No, I'm asking you about the Marine 6 type. How many types are there? Pay attention to the questions. Little Luffy bared his teeth, opened his mouth wide, and stretched out 4 fingers and said, For kinds. Akainu staggered and nearly fell. Listen carefully to my question. I'm talking about Marine 6 styles. Pay attention, it's Marine 6 styles. How many types are there in total? When Akainu said 6, his tone became a little more serious. 3 types, Luffy shouted proudly. Akainu frowned slightly. What kind of student is this? Is this guy kidding me? Are you kidding me? Akainu had a bad temper. If it weren't for Commissar Ron's repeated teachings to him, he would have exploded and kicked Luffy to death. I clearly said there are 6 styles, so what does this guy mean by answering 3? Isn't this obviously making fun of yourself? Warships in port. Garp stood on the deck, holding the railing with both hands, watching Akainu teaching Luffy, and was speechless. I wanted to go up and slap Luffy. Commissar Ron, I think Sakazuki is about to lose his temper. Are you teaching Luffy or training Sakazuki? Ron was holding a thermos cup, wearing a white cloak, looking like he was in control of something, and spoke slowly and calmly. At the same time, Sakazuki has a very hot temper. People like him are prone to extremes in the future. It's a good opportunity to use Luffy's stupidity to temper him. Teaching Luffy is a job that requires a lot of patience, which is a big challenge for Sakazuki, who has an impatient personality. He is not only teaching Luffy, but also training himself. Hiss. Garp took a deep breath. I couldn't help but sigh. The political commissar is still more skilled. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No wonder Sakazuki was asked away here. It turns out that this is also a training for Sakazuki. Hara, Sengoku great. I'm really impressed by this. This commissar is really something. Former Tsuru staff officer. It seems that he is constantly working on the Marine senior management. He even considers the most suitable people when assigning tasks. In the end, not only did he complete the task, but he also trained them quietly. The most amazing thing is, it's not the kind of forced brainwashing, but the kind of subtle change that even the person involved can't notice. It's really great. Original. Garp. Although I don't quite understand this operation, the reason why the opponent Sakazuki looks relatively normal is probably because of Ron's silent and targeted training. I'll ask you one last time. How many types of Marine 6 styles are there? Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but how many? Akainu was getting a little impatient. He helped Luffy eliminate all the wrong answers, and the only thing left was to tell him directly how many there were. Luffy grinned as if he hadn't heard the hint, answered almost instantly. 3. Akainu. What a sin. The lava from Akainu's gas was already dripping from his face, down. What kind of job did political commissar Ron assign to himself? Hasn't this guy learned to count? Don't you understand what people are saying? I'm so P*** D off. This is too difficult to teach. I thought it was just an ordinary job teaching Marine 6 styles. It's not like he hasn't done this kind of work before. Who could have thought that this time it would be so difficult? Current Tashiji. Haha, I didn't expect Luffy Admiral to be so dumb when he was little. Current Hina. Luffy Admiral, let me interview you. Did you learn comedy when you were a kid? You made me laugh so hard that my stomach hurts. Present Luffy. Ahem. You guys, can you please stop dwelling on this and save some face for me? Can you fast forward this scene? Just skip it. Admiral Luffy wished he could find a place to hide. It's so embarrassing. I never thought that one day my dark history would spread around the world in this way. Current Kizaru. Sakazuki, no wonder you didn't talk for several days after teaching Luffy that time. Current Sengoku. But thanks to Commissar Ron's arrangement, your temper has improved a lot since you came back that time. Current Akainu, it's all Garp's fault. He didn't lay any foundation for Luffy's early education. I really wonder how Garp taught Luffy before he was 5 years old. He didn't teach him anything useful. Current Garp. Ahem, my education level is indeed a bit lacking, haha. Akainu eventually gave up. Never mind. Let's go directly into practical teaching. If you don't know how many types there are, then don't know. In fact, it was only after teaching Luffy that Sakazuki finally realized that Luffy couldn't say numbers exceeding 5. Let's start with the simplest shaving. This is also one of the 6 styles. After saying that, Akainu demonstrated it in front of Luffy. Call out. Akainu simply disappeared on the spot. When it appears again, already more than 10 meters away from Luffy, almost in an instant, it is completely invisible to the naked eye. This shocked little Luffy. It turns out that Marine 6 styles is so powerful. Coach, I want to learn this. Luffy said excitedly. The principle behind this is, ahem, forget it. I'll just keep it simple. In an instant, your feet stomp the ground more than 10 times in a row. The power of all the stomping is added together and burst out in an instant. It can drive your body and move at a speed that is difficult to see with the naked eye. Sakazuki tried to explain it in a language that Luffy could understand. Everything that happened next. Sakazuki was stunned. Is that so? Luffy followed Sakazuki's example and kicked the ground. Call out. Plop. Ouch, my head hurts. Luffy fell 3 meters away. One of them choked and fell to the ground. A close contact with the earth. This. Sakazuki had never seen such a talented student. I just showed it once. He learned it, although it only moved 3 meters. Moreover, he didn't stop after moving and fell down. But it's obvious that he has already grasped the key points. Not to mention a 5 or 6-year-old child, even an adult Marine would not be able to comprehend it the first time. Sakazuki originally thought Luffy was very stupid. Learning Marine 6 will also be very slow. After all, I can't even count clearly. But I didn't expect it. It was actually easier than I thought. It turns out that Luffy is just stupid in his brain, but his body is still very smart. A natural fighter. Shave, shave. Little Luffy started practicing. Every time, I can feel obvious progress. Gradually, I was able to steady my body and ensure that I would not fall after moving quickly. Then, the distance traveled is also increasing. However, this skill also mainly relies on the strength of the legs. Even though Luffy has mastered the rules, his leg strength is still too weak. So, the maximum distance it can move each time is 4 to 5 meters. But this is already impressive for a 5 or 6-year-old child. Original Luffy. Hiss, so I was able to learn how to shave when I was 6 years old, and he had just mastered shaving a while ago. Just on this point, I am not as good as myself in another world. Unfortunately, no one taught me when I was young. If my grandfather had taught me then, wouldn't I be stronger now? For the first time, Luffy felt that his grandfather's way of education was indeed problematic. Hara. Akainu. I didn't expect Luffy to be so talented. He's much stronger than you, Garp. Garp. After Garp finished speaking, he thought about it carefully. Strictly speaking, this should be considered the grandson of Garp on the opposite side, not your own grandson. Hana. Sengoku. You still have the nerve to laugh. If you taught him well, Luffy might have become a powerful Marine soldier. Present, Kizaru. Luffy Admiral, I didn't expect you to have such high talent. It's not proportional to your education level. Current, Luffy, since I joined the Marines, I have also been studying cultural knowledge well. Akainu has nothing left to teach you about shaving. Luffy has already mastered the key points he should master, and the next step is to gain proficiency. Do you still want to continue studying? Luffy nodded and said, Think, you can't defeat the wild boar with just this one. He is still thinking about how to defeat the wild boar. Is there any attacking move? Okay, then the next move is finger pistol, which is also one of the Marine 6 styles. Let me show you, Akainu said, but at this moment, Ron's voice suddenly came from a distance. Just teach him a fist cannon. Akainu was stunned. This fist cannon is an advanced version of finger pistol. Is it too early to submit now? At least you have to learn finger pistol first. But since it was Ron's order, so Akainu could only do as he was told. So he changed his mind temporarily. The next move is the fist cannon. After saying that, I demonstrated it to Luffy myself. He smashed a large rock nearby with one punch. Little Luffy got a fright. So powerful. My fists are like cannonballs. I want to learn this too. Then, I started to train with Akainu in an orderly manner. On a warship not far away. Garp was a little confused. Commissar Ron, why don't you let him learn finger pistol? Your grandson prefers to attack with his fists. If you ask him to learn finger pistol, he will probably never learn it because it is not his favorite way of attack. But if you ask him to learn fist cannon, he will be able to master it before dark. Ron said lightly. Hiss, why is that? Garp was a little confused. Logically speaking, finger pistol is the entry-level skill. Fist cannon is much more difficult. How is it possible that you can't learn finger pistol, but it's easy to learn fist cannon? I saw Garp's confusion. Ron said with a smile. This is called teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. Everyone has his own habits. If you learn against his habits, it will be difficult for your body to accept it. Your grandson is used to using his fists. Garp was confused. His grandson had clearly never shown his usual fighting style. Why did political commissar Ron know this? He is used to using his fists. How can you tell this? Garp couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried. Ron knew this because he had seen Pirates King, and most of Luffy's skills were based on punches. Former Sengoku. Garp, take a good look at their parenting methods and learn from them. Original Garp. There is nothing wrong with my way of education. Isn't it just Marine 6 styles? If my grandson wants to learn, I will teach him now. Stubborn.jpg. Luffy. Just at this moment, Momosaji suddenly jumped onto the warship neatly, came in front of Ron and Garp, then said, Commissar Ron, Vice Admiral Garp, we have arrested a suspicious teenager. He was hanging around the warship. Looking at his attire, he seems to be a noble from the kingdom of Goa. Oh, Garp didn't expect that there would be nobles from the kingdom of Goa here. Bring it up. Ron had already guessed who it was by now. Yes, Momosaji replied. A moment later, a young man dressed in aristocratic clothes, wearing a tall hat and holding a water pipe, brought up by Momosaji. Let me go now. Why are you arresting me? I didn't do anything, Sabo said, unconvinced. It was indeed him. Ron blew on the hot water in the thermos. He raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Sabo. For Ron in this world, the first stage of his system is to become stronger by changing the lives of the characters in the original drama. So, he basically never misses any opportunity to change the original characters. Of course, I can't let go of something that comes to my doorstep. And just at this moment, the picture pauses. The screen of a live broadcast room. Suddenly a line of words popped up. Random question and answer begins. When comparing Luffy's life, a random question and answer mode will be activated when someone who has a close relationship with Luffy appears. The content of the question and answer is, the two worlds speculate on the future identity of this person in the other world. The question and answer format is multiple choice questions using a quick response mode, and the person who answers correctly first will receive a reward. The Q&A session is about to begin. Please be ready. 3, 2, 1. Sabo, please answer from the original world audience. Excuse me, in the current world timeline, what is Sabo's future identity? A. B. King of Goa. C. Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. D. Konoha Village. Please answer from the audience around the world. Excuse me, in the original world timeline, what is Sabo's future identity? A. B. King of Goa. C. Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. D. Konoha Village. Very fair answer mode. The same person. All the questions are about the future identity in another world. After all, they only know the character's future identity in their own world, but they don't know whether there has been any change in the other world. It is also very risky to rashly choose a future identity that is the same as your own world. Not even Sabo himself knows. What is my identity in another world? Hara, Tsuru's staff officer, what does this mean? Do we need to answer? If we answer correctly, there will be a reward. What is this reward? Original Garp. It seems that you only have one chance. After you choose your answer, you cannot change it. And after you choose, you will not be told whether your answer is correct or not immediately. You have to wait until everyone has chosen their answer before the answer is announced. Hara, Sengoku, what do you know so much? What did this guy Garp become so smart? Sengoku expressed his incomprehension. Garp scratched his head, grinned, and said very proudly, Original Garp. Huh, that's because I've already made my selection and then realized I can't change it. Huh, Sengoku. Just laugh, laugh, laugh. He's indeed a reckless man. Don't you have any brains? I just started answering the questions without even understanding the rules. Isn't this just blind guessing? 25% chance of getting the answer right. The chances are just too small, and it doesn't fit Sengoku's character. Sengoku is relatively steady. He likes to plan before taking action and try to maximize the chances of being correct. I'm really impressed by you. Although we don't know the current identity of Sabo, we don't have to make a rash choice. As long as we make reasonable inferences, we should be able to improve the accuracy rate and at least eliminate a few wrong answers. What did you choose? Don't post in the comments, just tell me directly. Sengoku asked. He chose to ask privately instead of posting comments on the public screen. I just don't want the other side to know Garp's choice. Sengoku suspected that Garp didn't understand the question and directly chose the identity of Sabo in his own world. If Garp were to post it in the Barrage, wouldn't that be equivalent to telling the other world the correct answer? After all, the person opposite is also himself, and he must know Garp's personality, so he will guess that Garp is talking about the identity of Sabo in the original world. Wouldn't that mean they would make the right choice? Although they're all Marine, if the opponent makes the right choice, it will be good for Marine to get the reward. But Sengoku still has some selfish motives. He didn't want his team to be left too far behind by the opponent. The gap is already big enough now. In comparison, it was enough to make him lose face. It can make his side stronger and also save his face. Therefore, it would be best if I could get the reward myself. Garp said carelessly. Of course, it's the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Really? Sengoku was speechless. The question is about Sabo's future identity in another world. Oops, I didn't read the question carefully just now. Haha, I thought it was asking about the identity of Sabo in our world. Garp scratched his head and picked his nose and said, Idiot. Sengoku couldn't help but curse, but luckily he was cautious and didn't let him post it on the public screen, otherwise it would be equivalent to the answer from another world. Garp said confidently, That doesn't matter. The two worlds shouldn't be that different. Sabo might also be the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army in that world. Sengoku glared at Garp and said, Look at your grandson's life trajectory. One is a Marine Admiral, and the other is a pirate. You still say that the two worlds are not much different? How can you be sure that Sabo's trajectory will not develop into two extremes like this? That makes sense. Garp glanced at his good-for-nothing grandson in this world and felt that Sengoku was right. Could he be a pipe repairman? This guy has loved playing with pipes since he was a kid. And you see, he was still holding a pipe in his hand when he was caught in the video. If he was persuaded by the political commissar to quit, he might find a decent job. Don't you think being a pipe repairman is a good choice? After witnessing political commissar Ron's ability to do ideological work, even Garp had to believe that anyone who had undergone ideological work by him was very likely to turn over a new leaf. Garp stroked his chin with one hand and pretended to be thinking hard. The more I talk about it, the more I feel that my analysis is so correct. Sengoku was speechless for a moment. No, this option can also be temporarily ruled out. It looks like a confusing option. Why are you so sure? Since you chose the answer at first sight, it must be a confusing option. Why do I feel like you are insulting me? That's right. Sengoku interrupted the daily bickering session. Seriously said, Now there are only two options left. B. King of Goa. D. Mayor of Konoha Village. Which one has a greater chance? Staff Officer Crane came up and said, From the previous video, we can see the darkness and hypocrisy of the Kingdom of Goa, and Sabo hates it so much that he even wants to escape from there. So he shouldn't become the king of the Kingdom of Goa, right? Sengoku nodded. Yes, from the fact that he joined the Revolutionary Army in our world, we can see that he is still against the government subconsciously, so it is unlikely that he will become king. Then the question is, where is Konoha Village? Is it near your windmill village? Garp shook his head and said, I haven't heard of it. It must be some small village. Sengoku nodded. This answer is the most inconspicuous, as if it was deliberately ignored by others, so I concluded that this should be the real answer. Elect D, Konoha Village Chief. Sengoku made his choice without hesitation. Because sending options also consumes physical energy, most ordinary people still have no way to make a choice. Sabo, in that world, my faith will not waver. I will definitely join the Revolutionary Army. I vote for C, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo is very confident. After all, even if it is another world, it is still yourself. How can a person change so easily? He doesn't look like Luffy. Being young and ignorant, it is easy to be fooled. I will not change. The other three options are nonsense. Especially the king of Goa, who is so ridiculous that he would not go back to that place even if he died, let alone become a king. Luffy, ace. Why isn't there an option for pirates? Sabo is the most suitable pirate. The current king of Goa, Sabo's younger brother, Stelly, said grimly, Humph, I'm the king of Goa, no matter which world I am in. As for Sabo, you can only be a plumber. I choose a plumber. Others also made their choices, and a minute later, the options were closed. Everyone in the original world was waiting nervously for the results to be announced. Original world selection completed. Now announce the correct answer. The correct answer is B. King of Goa. Life summary. When Sabo was 14 years old, he overthrew the existing king and became the king of the Kingdom of Goa. He abolished the uncertainty terminal, opened the country to the poor, and settled the crimes of the nobles. A total of 7 people answered correctly. The first person to answer correctly is Roger. Roger will receive the first answer reward, and the other 6 people will have their physical strength increased. After the answer is announced, the whole audience was in an uproar. Sengoku was stunned. Overthrowing a country at the age of 14? How did Sabo do this? And didn't he want to escape from the Kingdom of Goa? What made him go back and become the king? The first person to be confused was Sabo himself. What? I became the king of Goa? How is this possible? How could I return to a place like that? Besides, how could I, at the age of 14, have the power to overthrow a country? Sabo was in the Revolutionary Army for many years, participated in riots in countless countries. So, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to overthrow a country and that it was absolutely impossible to do so alone. What's more, he is a 14-year-old child. I don't know what I experienced in that world. Next is Sabo's brother Stelly, the current king of the Goa Kingdom in this world. He also looked confused. Impossible. Impossible. The position of king will always be mine. No one can take it away. Sengoku and other marine executives also looked at each other. Everyone was shocked by this answer. In their view, this answer is as outrageous as the plumbers. But who would have thought? It turned out to be the correct answer. The chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, who was a headache in this world, was actually the king in that world. This, Sengoku, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. Staff officer, forget it. I'll keep trying in the next Q&A session. Garp, I didn't expect that the first person to answer correctly was Roger, but he's already dead, so what's the point of rewarding him? Horse, Roger, eh? Was I the first one to get it right? I chose randomly. Roger was also a little surprised. He just picked one at random without even looking at the options. Unexpectedly, he happened to get the answer right. Please select the first answer reward, Roger. 1 da. 2 da. 3. 1 random devil fruit. 4 da. Roger was stunned. I didn't expect the reward to be so generous. He originally thought that he was an undead, so these rewards were of no use to him. But I didn't expect it. Rewards are customized based on individual characteristics. There was even a resurrection. There is no need to choose this at all. Roger felt his ambition rekindled. If you give yourself another life. So, but I still have a lot of things to do. Not to mention, his son is still on the execution platform. No matter what, I also want to save him. Original. Roger. I choose to live again. Roger shouted. Then, an incredible scene happened. In Lobetown, in front of Roger's grave. Roger was reborn. Roger looked at the grave in front of him in disbelief, then looked at his own body. Then he couldn't help laughing. Original. Roger. My subordinates, where are you all? Are you still willing to follow me and rescue Ace? A call from the Pirates King. It caused a stir throughout the world. Many people who have never shown up posted comments at this moment. Rayleigh Roger. Rayleigh. Original. Jabba. Whitebeard is no good. So let's go to the top of the mountain and make some trouble. Former Golden Lion. Roger. Are you alive? Haha. This world is getting interesting now. Let's overthrow Marine together. Now, Sengoku from the original world's face turned black. I didn't expect that a small answer would have such a big impact on their world. Roger is resurrected. then the Roger Pirates will surely respond to the call. The action of executing Ace, which he had previously thought was very smart, now seemed to have put him in a difficult position. If the Roger Pirates also come to rescue Ace, then he's really doomed, and Golden Lion also wants to get involved. Garp frowned and said, "It seems that the reward for answering questions is real. You have to be careful when answering questions next time. Sengoku, this is not a good situation. For the next questions, if you get a reward, please prioritize asking for help from another world." Sengoku was a little helpless. If this situation continues, I'm afraid I will really have to swallow my pride and ask the other world for help. Present world, also answering questions. However, to everyone's surprise, the winner turned out to be Sabo himself. Correct answer: C, Chief of the General Staff of the Revolutionary Army. A total of 12 people answered correctly. Congratulations to Sabo for winning the first answer reward. Present, Luffy. Sabo, how do you know that you will be the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army in that world? Present, Sabo. That's not hard to guess. The me in that world definitely didn't meet Commissar Ron. With my personality, I'd either be a pirate or a Revolutionary Army soldier. Since pirates aren't an option, I can only choose the Revolutionary Army soldier. Sabo chose the Conqueror's Hockey reward to make up for his lack of Conqueror's Hockey. Ron in the present world couldn't help but smile. Although he was not involved in the selection, that was the reward he received, but it was quite a lot. Ron can get all 8 rewards that appear. If the reward itself is something Ron already has, then it will be strengthened after obtaining the reward. For example, Conqueror's Hockey. Ron already has it, and if he gets another one, his hockey will be strengthened. Both parties have finished answering the questions. The Barrage shield in the other world was also unlocked. During the answering time, both parties cannot see the barrage sent by the other side's world. The main purpose is to prevent the two parties from colluding on the answer. Now, the video starts playing again. Momosaji pointed at Sabo, who was tied up, and set her on. "Commissar Ron, this guy has been sneaking around the warship and looks like he's ready to steal something." I was just passing by. Why did you arrest me?" Sabo said very stubbornly. "What's your name? Where do you live? What are you doing here alone?" Momosaji asked. "I won't tell you that none of you Marines are good," Sabo said coldly. "No." Ron spoke Sabo's name directly. "How do you know my name?" Sabo was shocked. He clearly didn't say anything. Momosaji on the side was also a little surprised. Did the political commissar know the thief? Ron picked up the thermos, smiled, and shook his head. "How I know this is not important. Why are you so angry with Marine?" "None of your business. There are no good people in your Marine anyway," Sabo said stubbornly, tilting his head. Ron wasn't angry either. "Order Momosaji to untie the other party." "Political commissar, this kid is not honest. If you let him go, he might do something extreme. It doesn't matter, let him go. After all, there is no evidence to prove that he stole Marine's things." "Yes." Momosaji untied Sabo. "How about it? Are you interested in talking to me?" Ron said with a smile. Hiss. Hearing Ron say this, everyone in the original world felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. I think of what happened to little Luffy. After the talk, Ron has him under his control. Look at this stubborn Sabo. Is this political commissar fooling people again? Could it be that the change in Sabo's fate also started from here? I don't want to talk to you. What can you do?" Sabo clenched his fist and said in a very tough manner. Ron waved his hand, and Momosaji personally brought over a chair. Sabo was stubborn and refused to sit. Ron didn't force it. Instead, he raised the thermos cup, blew into it slowly, and said without even raising his eyelids, "It's better not to talk about it. Since I know your name, I must also know your parents. Since you don't want to talk, then fine. I can only contact your parents to come and take you back." As soon as this sentence was finished, little Sabo's face tensed instantly. I don't believe it," Sabo said, pretending to be strong. "Good." Ron waved. Momosaji came over and leaned over. "Go to Mid-Level's Ring Road, Building 5, Number 1 Street, and call Outlook 3 over. Tell him that his son is lost and ask him to take him back." When Ron accurately reported Sabo's home address and his father's name, Sabo was completely panicked. Wait a moment. You just want to talk? Then I'll talk with you. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier. Garp, who was standing nearby, was stunned. How did Ron know these names and addresses? Ron smiled and gestured for Sabo to sit down. Sabo was extremely reluctant at first, but he was afraid that the man in front of him would really call his parents over. He managed to sneak out with great difficulty and didn't want to be caught and brought back. He had had enough of that hypocritical home. Horse, Sengoku. I have to say this commissar is really good at manipulating people's hearts. Amazing. Former Tsuru's staff officer. You will gain the upper hand in the conversation without leaving any trace. This way, no matter what you say, the other party will listen carefully. Present, Crow. I never thought that a king would be afraid to look for his parents when he was little. Present, Luffy. Ha, Sabo. When I think about what's going to happen soon, I can't help but want to laugh, aha. Present, Sabo. Shut up, Luffy. Why did you run away from home? Ron asked. Little Sabo gritted his teeth and said with anger in his eyes, I hate it there. I hate this country. I hate everything about this place. So what are you going to do? Ron interjected. Yes, I plan to escape from here. Do you regret it now? As a noble, you have ended up in such a miserable state. Do you still plan to continue to escape? No, I don't regret it. The nobles are the most hypocritical. All the nobles of the kingdom of Goa live in a hypocritical world. They look down on those who are lower than themselves and flatter those who are nobler than themselves. They are indifferent to human life and think that ordinary people are like garbage and are not worthy of living in the same space with them. Little Sabo said excitedly. So, where are you going to escape to? Ron asked in a calm tone. I don't know. As long as we can escape from there, said Little Sabo. Do you really think you can escape? Ron continued to ask. Why not? But if you can't even escape from me, how can you escape from the deeper abyss of human nature, exploitation, and hypocrisy? A great troll once said that the best way to overcome fear is to face it. Running away won't solve the problem. Little Sabo still said stubbornly. Who said I can't escape from you? That's because there are too many people here. He still firmly believed that escape could solve the problem. Ron didn't say much. Okay, since you believe running away can solve the problem, then I'll arrange for someone to catch you. Do you think you can escape? Hear, hear. Little Sabo said very confidently. Good. Not to mention one person. He could escape even if there were 10 people. Tell me, who do you want to arrest me? Ron smiled and then said to Momosaji, Go get Luffy. Luffy? Who is this? Is he powerful? Can he catch me? Little Sabo obviously didn't take this guy named Luffy seriously. At most, he is just an adult Marine. It's not like he hasn't escaped from an adult Marine before. Just one person. It's easy to escape. Now, little Luffy looked at the tree, knocked down by his punch with satisfaction. Hey, now I can beat the wild boar. Kuina was also surprised. This guy, just as political commissar Ron said, he learned the fist cannon before dark. Although the power is a little smaller. That's because the power is too small. But the key points have been mastered. In the future, you just need to increase your strength. This little Luffy is really a genius. Okay, I've finished learning Marine 6 styles. Luffy was very satisfied. Kuina was speechless for a while. Marine 6 styles, there are 6 in total, and you've only learned 2. How can you say you've learned them all? Little Luffy raised his head innocently and said with a wise expression, Aren't there only 2 Marine 6 styles? I've already learned both. Akainu. I am. I really want to give him a big shove. Just then Momosaji came over. Luffy, come here for a moment. Commissar Ron wants you to come over. This sentence made little Luffy very happy. Really? Does that mean he's ready to let me join the Marine? Not really. Momosaji shook her head. Oh, little Luffy was a little disappointed. Then he said with hope rekindled, When I can catch a wild boar, I'll be allowed to join. Momosaji was also speechless. Does whether you can catch the wild boar have any direct relationship with whether you join the Marine? You can't catch a wild boar. You can join the team the day you catch Whitebeard. Momosaji just said it casually, never expecting how much disaster it would bring to Whitebeard in this world. Current Whitebeard. What? So this is why Luffy is chasing me all over the ocean. Whitebeard Luffy. Current, Whitebeard. Yes, when he was 15 years old. Former, Marco. It's abominable that you compare my father to a wild boar. Not long. Momosaji brought Luffy to the deck. What? He's Luffy. Little Sabo looked at this silly-looking kid who was younger than himself. I almost fell headfirst to the ground. Just let this guy catch me. What a joke. I can make him cry with just one punch. Even if I don't hit him, I can run faster than him with one leg. How can he catch me? Ron, this is the youngest guy we have here. See if you can escape. Cut. I made sure he couldn't even see my butt for a while. Little Sabo was secretly delighted with disdain. I didn't expect this Marine to look down on me so much. I can take this opportunity to escape. It's just wishful thinking for this little brat to catch me. Remember him. You will be responsible for catching him later. Do you understand me? Ron said to little Luffy. Little Luffy nodded, looking Sabo up and down. Is he Whitebeard? I don't think he has a beard either. Huh. This surprised Ron. Little Luffy continued. That sister said that as long as I catch Whitebeard, I can join the Marines. If you let me catch him, then he must be Whitebeard. Ha! Ron laughed. Political Commissar Ron. I'm sorry, I was just joking with him. Momosaji suddenly felt that she had done something wrong. She shouldn't have made promises to others in Ron's name without authorization. It doesn't matter. He is not Whitebeard, but what this sister said to you is valid. The day you catch Whitebeard is the day you officially join a Marine. I am responsible for this statement in the name of the political commissar. Okay, go ahead. Today's mission is to catch him. Yeah. Little Luffy nodded excitedly. Go ahead and run. I'll let you run 100 meters first. Little Luffy said with gritted teeth. Sabo, don't regret it. Hara, Sengoku, this is a great move. It can both train Luffy's newly learned Marine 2 style and stimulate Sabo. Original, Garp. I understand you talking about training Luffy, but what do you mean by stimulating Sabo? Sengoku. Present, Sabo. Now that I think about it, everything was in Commissar Ron's plan. This is a test from Big Brother Marine. Little Luffy secretly encouraged himself in his heart. At the same time, there are also some who are eager to try. After all, I just finished learning Marine 6 styles. Actually, there are only 2 styles. If we catch this guy, we can catch the boar. If we catch the boar, we can catch Whitebeard. Whitebeard, Whitebeard. 2 worlds when Whitebeard heard this. He didn't know how to refute it for a moment. Little Luffy doesn't know what kind of weird logic this is. Anyway, that's what he thinks now. He also didn't know who Whitebeard was. To the young Luffy now, the wild boar that drove him down from the mountain is the strongest. No matter how powerful Whitebeard is. Can anyone be more powerful than that wild boar? Absolutely not. Run quickly. How can I chase you if you don't run? Little Luffy said impatiently. Listen to this babyish voice. Looking at the little kid who is half a head shorter than me. This guy must be 3 years younger than me. Is this Marine kidding me? Are you sure you want such a little brat to chase you? You must keep your word. If I escape from this brat, you must let me go, and you must not tell my family where I am. Little Sabo pointed at Luffy and then confirmed with Ron again. Kindness. Ron crossed his legs, holding the thermos cup, and nodded with a smile. If he falls down, don't blame me. I won't turn back to help him up. Little Sabo decided to speak out loud and clear. This will prevent the little brat from falling down and crying loudly, and I will not be able to bear to go back to help him up, and then he will catch me. What if I lose? Kindness. Ron still smiled and nodded. Sabo is a smart kid who is very good at understanding other people's thoughts, but he feels that he cannot see through the man in front of him. This made him feel very uncomfortable. I always feel like I'm being schemed against by the other party, but I can't tell what the problem is. So we can only confirm it again and again. Okay, it's a deal. Sabo confirmed it one last time. I have been a political commissar for so many years and have never broken my promise. Ron said as he took a sip of hot water. Little Luffy was already getting impatient waiting. There was constant urging. Sabo frowned. Stop arguing, it's annoying. If you make any more noise, I'll beat you and make you cry. Sabo scolded angrily. Then, walk in front of Luffy. Warning, don't cry for a while. You hear me. Hey, run quickly. Once you get to that pillar, I'll start chasing you. Luffy didn't care what Sabo said. He just kept urging him. Snored. It's more than 100 meters away from here. Children are children. They have never seen the world. Sabo shook his head and got into the starting position. He wouldn't say anything like running together, since the other party took the initiative to let him run 100 meters. If he didn't take advantage of it, he would be wasting his 2 years of wandering. Goodbye. With a whoosh sound, Sabo disappeared like a wisp of smoke. This kid runs pretty fast. He seems to be a talent worth cultivating. Garp commented, standing behind Luffy to the left. Garp has participated in the training of many new Marines, so he is very good at judging people and can tell whether they have talent at a glance. Why don't I leave him to you? Ron said with a smile. No. I don't know how to take care of a child. I can't do it. I'm afraid I'll lead him astray. Ha! Garp scratched his head and said, Horse, Sengoku. Look at Garp, how self-aware he is. Then look at you. Alas, you have no self-awareness at all. You don't know how to lead a child, but you still lead him blindly. Look at what you have done to this good child. Former, Garp, I brought them here very well. They didn't starve to death. Hara, Sengoku. As long as you're not starving to death, that's fine. Your standard for fine is too low. Hey, I asked you to chase me. I asked you to not even be able to see me. Little Sabo is a very cautious person, and he doesn't know what Ron is up to. In short, something feels wrong. This man is too unfathomable. So he decided to run at full speed from start. Just run to the hill and hide. It's the pole in front. Sabo saw the pole that little Luffy was talking about. According to what he said, when he ran here, little Luffy started chasing him. Sabo turned his head proudly, ready to see what Luffy was doing, to make sure he didn't fall down as soon as he took the first step. Picking your nose? Sabo was speechless. Am I overthinking it? Could it be that the Marine let me go on purpose, so he pretended to let me compete with little Luffy? Actually, his real purpose is to follow me and then find my lair and kill me. Sabo has been careful and thoughtful since he was young. Arrived at the scheduled location. At this time, Sabo looked back again. Unexpectedly, I felt a sudden shock in my heart. Kindness. Where are the people? He noticed that Luffy was missing. No, it's not gone. With Sabo's excellent dynamic vision, he suddenly noticed that Luffy appeared like a flash. Each time it appeared, it moved forward 7 or 8 meters. So fast. What kind of ability is this? Sabo looked shocked. In a few flashes, Luffy was already on par with him. Is this guy a monster? Hey, I caught up. Little Luffy bared his eyes at Big White Fang and turned to look at Sabo. Whatever. Since you were able to catch up, don't blame me for taking action. Sabo had no intention of hitting the brat, but he ran too fast. If I get caught, doesn't that mean I lose? That won't work. Since I can't outrun the other person, then I can still count my escape as a success if I knock him down. Then, Sabo took out the pipe he had brought with him. He suddenly hit Luffy's head next to him. Bang! Hit it! Plop! Plop! Luffy fell to the ground and rolled forward a long way. It seems like he just ran fast. Sabo breathed a sigh of relief. But I haven't recovered yet. Little Luffy got up and used a few shaves to catch up with Sabo again. Damn it, the ghost won't go away. Sabo was speechless. He took out the stick and prepared to repeat the same trick. But this time little Luffy learned his lesson. Strike the first punch. Fist cannon, slightly spicy version. A punch to Sabo's face. Oh shit, so strong? Sabo never expected that this punch would be so powerful. Just knock yourself away. Hey, I caught you. Luffy held up 2 fingers and made a yay sign. Little Luffy was very happy at the moment. I didn't expect that I'm so awesome now. Can we go hunting wild boars now? Original. Luffy. I was able to beat Sabo when I was a kid. This is incredible. Luffy in the original world never thought that he had such great potential. You have to know that in his world. When I was young, I couldn't beat Sabo and Ace. The score between Sabo and Ace is 50-50, and his win rate against Sabo and Ace is 0%. But what he didn't expect was another self in another world. It was so easy to beat Sabo. This was a huge shock to Luffy. It seems that education is really important when you are young. There is such a huge difference in strength between myself, who has been taught by someone, and myself, who has not been taught by anyone. This made Luffy from the original world envy Luffy from the other world. Present, Luffy, isn't this normal? Sabo has never been my opponent, haha. Don't tell me that in your world, you can't beat him. Original, Luffy, I couldn't beat him when I was younger, but I believe I can beat him now. Original, Sabo, Luffy, stop dreaming. You can't beat me now. Present, Sabo, I in the other world, I'm gonna beat Luffy now while I can. This guy is so annoying, help me vent my anger. Present, Luffy, haha, it's not certain that you two can attack together. Present, Sabo, don't be too proud. You just trained for half a day longer than me. If we trained at the same time, I wouldn't lose to you. Luffy and Sabo from the two worlds began to communicate on the public screen. And at the same time, little Luffy escorted Sabo to Ron. He said like a little kid asking for credit. I caught him. Catch wild boars at night. We'll go catch Whitebeard tomorrow. Hey. Luffy suddenly felt that he had a bright future. Original, Shanks, Newgate, you were so embarrassing, haha. Current Whitebeard. To be honest, I really don't want to be remembered by Luffy. Sigh. It seems that the me in the video will not have a good life for a few years. Ron automatically filtered out little Luffy's words about catching Whitebeard. Said to little Sabo, how about it? You can't even escape from him. Do you still think running away will help? Sabo said, very unconvinced. Snort. That was because I was careless just now. Give me another chance, and I will definitely be able to escape. Ron is quite generous. Okay, I'll give you another chance. Luffy, catch him again. Little Luffy was a little embarrassed. But it will be dark soon, and I still have to go up the mountain to catch wild boars. Obviously, little Luffy is totally uninterested in Sabo right now. This guy is too easy to catch and not challenging at all. He also wanted to seek revenge on the wild boar that chased him down the mountain. Sabo was about to explode with rage. This kid, he actually looked down on himself. Hateful. Ever since he ran away from home, not only his peers, but even adults dared not look down on him. I didn't expect to be looked down upon by a little kid 3 years younger than me here. Are you afraid that you can't catch up with me? Sabo provoked. No matter how many times you run, I can catch you. Provoking Luffy always works well. Next, another chase. No surprise. Sabo was caught again. Come again. Sabo was also aroused by the desire to win. So, he was caught again. Do you dare to do it again? Swish, the two little guys ran out again. Garp said, looking at the two's backs. You found a sparring partner for Luffy. This guy is very talented and seems to have found a trick. His speed is much faster than before, and Luffy has become more proficient in Marine too. It can be said that the two of them are improving at the same time. Ron gave a mysterious smile. Finding a sparring partner is only one aspect. I also have my own plans. So, the two teenagers repeated this 7 times as if they were competing with each other. Result: Luffy captured Sabo 7 times. Luffy's shaving skills are becoming more and more skilled. Sabo's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Still running away? Ron asked without looking up as he took a sip of hot water. No more running. There's no use running. I'm going to kill him now. I want to become stronger than him, and then defeat him. Sabo almost blurted out. He glared at Luffy angrily. This little brat has completely P************* him off. Run away. Go get him now. I have to become stronger and then beat him up severely. It seems you already understand. Ron smiled. Speaking of this, Sabo suddenly realized. He thought about the conversation Ron had had with him earlier. He ran away because he hated his country and his previous family so much. He thought that if he escaped outside, he would encounter the beauty he wanted. But isn't the phenomenon that exists in this country very common in the world? Escape by yourself. Where to escape? How can you truly escape? Just like being chased by Luffy this time. No matter how you run, you will be caught up. That's the case. What's the point of running away? Running away won't solve any problems. Just do it. As long as you become strong enough, you can change the deformed status quo of that country. Can't you create the environment you want? Sabo suddenly realized. So this is what the man in front of me meant when he asked Luffy to chase him. I won't run away. I decided to stay in the kingdom of Goa. I want to change this place. Sabo suddenly said very seriously. Thank you. Ron smiled faintly, put on the thermos cup, and said, I didn't tell you anything. This is the answer you got yourself. You don't have to thank me. Hara, Sengoku, great. What a brilliant method. It made Sabo walk on another correct path so easily. No wonder he became the king of Goa Kingdom. Original, Garp. Sengoku. I understand what you were talking about irritating Sabo. I see. Garp said belatedly. Original, Sabo. I just choose to stay in the kingdom of Goa and change everything. Can I ask, what is the current situation of the kingdom of Goa in your world where I am the king? Current, Sengoku. It has now become the most beautiful country in East Blue. It is the first place in East Blue where everyone is equal. There are no refugees and no uncertain destinations. At the same time, it is also the initiator of the Peace Federation and one of the most important member countries. See the Barrage here. Sengoku from the original world suddenly captured a very sensitive information. Hara, Sengoku, the founding country of the Peace Federation? How can this be possible? How can the world government allow a member country to form another federation? Regarding this issue, Sengoku from the present world did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at Ron, who was standing next to him. This problem also troubled him for a long time. As a marshal, he knows more inside information than others. Just like the person behind this Peace Federation. Everyone else thought it was Sabo, the king of the Goa Kingdom. But actually, Sengoku had always been suspicious. This is the real person behind the scenes. It's most likely Ron. Especially after watching today's video, Sengoku became even more certain about the relationship between Ron and Sabo. Why did Ron manipulate the formation of this alliance behind the scenes? Is it to replace the world government? It's impossible to start planning so early, right? Sengoku was horrified when he thought about it. I hope I'm just overthinking it. That afternoon, before dark, little Luffy ran up the mountain alone. He still couldn't forget catching wild boars. I must catch you tonight. An hour later, Luffy was covered in dirt. He walked down the mountain dragging a huge wild boar, grinning all the way, obviously very happy. Hey, Instructor Sakazuki, please use the fire to roast it for me. Akainu, no. What a joke. How could the lava fruit, which is recognized to have the highest attack power, be used to roast wild boar? Absolutely not. As a result, Luffy kept pestering him. Half an hour later, the smell of barbecue wafted from the beach. It smells so good. Hara, Akainu, how can you use your fruit power to do such a thing? It's really shameful. Current, Akainu, don't worry about this. I am willing. Former, Kobe, isn't the Akainu admiral from the other world too gentle and easy to talk to? I think that kind of Akainu admiral is better. Hara, Akainu, who posted that comment just now? Kobe? Which officer is in charge of your team, and which squad are you in? Original. Kobe. Oops. How could I have let my true feelings out? I'm sorry, Admiral Sakazuki. This frightened Kobe in the original world so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, posting barges is done with mind control. It's really easy to accidentally send out what's really on your mind. Kobe secretly sighed that he was doomed, as Admiral Akainu was now keeping an eye on him. Luffy was holding a large bag of roasted wild boar meat. Came around with great interest. Night. The warship was brightly lit. The Marine soldiers on duty saw that it was Luffy coming and did not stop him. Let him get on the boat. Here you go. Luffy said nothing and directly placed half of the barbecued meat on Ron. This is for Luffy, but this is the biggest sacrifice. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was a painful parting. It can be seen how important Ron is in his heart that he can even take out so much of his favorite meat. Oh, for me, Ron said after he finished organizing the future planning map on the table. It's delicious. Thank you for letting Lava Man teach me the Marine 5 styles. It's 6 styles, Momosaji corrected. Luffy may seem stupid, but he is actually very smart. He knew that the Magma Man held a high position in the Marines, and logically speaking, he would not be so kind as to teach him. So, it must be the order from this Marine brother. Ron wasn't surprised either. This little Luffy is quite cute. Okay, I'll take the meat. Little Luffy nodded happily. Then he jumped off the boat. I don't know if this little guy is stupid or smart. Or maybe he is stupid about small things, but smart about the big picture. Momosaji said as she filled Ron's cup with hot water. Yes, such people are not scheming. Here, you can take this meat and share it with the Marines on duty tonight. Ron ate a piece himself, waved his hand, and said, yes. Momosaji was touched. Among all the senior Marines, political commissar Ron was the only one who always thought about the ordinary soldiers. Such a political commissar is worthy of her following and learning. However, Luffy was not idle afterwards. He carried the remaining roast pork with one hand and stuffed it into his mouth with the other. Just like that, we walked to Makino's tavern. He still remembered that he ate here during the day without paying. This won't work. After all, the Marine boss said that a qualified Marine soldier cannot take a single needle or thread from the masses. Luffy, why are you here? Makino was a little surprised. Makino, this is the lunch money. Bang! Nearly 100 kilograms of barbecue was placed on the table by Luffy. This is too much. That's not enough money for lunch. Luffy didn't care at all whether he gave too much. In fact, this barbecue could be exchanged for 10 meals for him at noon. Original, Sengoku. Garp, show me how Luffy was educated. He's so sensible that he even pays for meals. Look at the same timeline again. In another video, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo are still eating and drinking freely in the city. Former, Garp, this shows that my grandson has always been like this. He must have been led astray by Roger's child. Former, Roger, bullshit. Garp, it was you who threw them into the bandit den. How could they learn well this way? You should let the pirates lead them. I've been resurrected now, and I'm on my way to Marin Fando. You wait for me. By the way, Makino, do you know where Whitebeard is? Luffy asked seriously, sitting down on a chair and swinging his little feet. Why do you ask that? I'm going to catch Whitebeard. You? Now. No, tomorrow. That's not what I mean now. I mean that if you want to catch Whitebeard now, do you know who he is? You can't beat him. Makino was frightened by little Luffy's words. What stimulated this guy? He actually wanted to capture the strongest man in the world. In order to prevent little Luffy from going to his death, Makino did not tell Luffy where Whitebeard was. In fact, Makino really didn't know where it was. After all, the whereabouts of the four emperors was not something that a tavern owner like her could know. Early the next morning, Luffy packed his bag and prepared to go out to sea alone, going to catch Whitebeard. I didn't expect to run into the king of the near sea just as I went out to sea. Beat up Luffy. Luffy came back crying. No, Marine 6 Styles is too weak. Luffy thought as he cried. So I decided to stay and continue studying. Hey, why is there one more person today? Akainu looked at Luffy and Sabo in front of him speechlessly. He is the one who is most reluctant to bring Marine recruit, especially for such a young child. I'm almost becoming a nanny. Can I learn from you too? Sabo saluted very politely. Said, Sakazuki felt a little better about this. It seems. This guy is much more polite than Luffy. All right, then let's continue learning Marine 6 Styles today. When Luffy heard that he had to learn Marine 6 Styles, he immediately quit. No, I don't want to learn that. I've already learned it. Can you teach me something else? Obviously, Luffy is not very interested in the other 4 styles. Then I'll teach you how to use the devil fruit. Akainu glared at Luffy and said, As for you, it seems like you're more suited to learning taijutsu, so I'll teach you the Marine 6 styles. 2 little guys study from morning to night. Time goes by day. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Sabo finally mastered the Marine 6 styles. Luffy also learned some basic uses of devil fruit. Today, Sabo decided to go home. At the same time, a major event occurred in the Kingdom of Goa. The celestial dragons have come to the Kingdom of Goa to collect the gold from the sky. What, Sabo? You want to go home? Little Luffy has been spending these days with Sabo. The two of them have become very close. So when little Luffy learned that Sabo was going home, he was still reluctant to let him go. Well, I have to go back. Some things must be faced eventually. I can't keep running away. Luffy didn't really understand what Sabo meant, but it sounded a bit dangerous. Then I'll go back with you. Sabo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, Good. Then, The two came and asked for leave from Sakazuki. Let's head towards the Goa kingdom together. Not far away, on the deck of a warship, Garp said as he watched the two little guys leave. I'm afraid the kingdom of Goa is not peaceful today. These two guys will probably cause trouble. Kindness. Ron hummed and didn't say anything else. He sat under the parasol and continued to look at the world map in his hand. I have to say that the information inside the Marine is much more detailed than that outside. There is no such detailed world map available on the market. The distribution of each country, its population, whether it has joined the world government, and other detailed information are all described clearly. Then let them go? Garp asked in confusion. Some things require them to see with their own eyes and experience them personally in order to be determined in their future goals. Ron didn't look up, just said it lightly, and then continued to draw circles in several places on the map. Garp nodded, not quite understanding. Anyway, what political commissar Ron said was always very far-sighted, which I couldn't compare to. Original, Sengoku. That makes sense. I have learned something new. True education is not about indoctrination, but about letting people experience it firsthand. Only by experiencing the true darkness and suffering can you understand the necessity of justice, rather than just telling you the greatness of justice and letting you shout it as a slogan. Original, Garp. Sengoku, what's wrong with you? You're usually so humble and eager to learn. Besides, you didn't have a child with Tsuru in this world, so why are you learning these parenting methods? Former Tsuru staff officer. You old man, shut up. What does this have to do with educating children? Sengoku means that this can be applied to teaching Marine recruits. Most of the time, we only focus on training their strength, but don't tell them the necessity of justice. Many Marine soldiers don't even know why they become Marines. Original, Sengoku. Garp, with your IQ, no wonder you can't educate them well. It's still Chief Tsuru who understands me. Yes, that's what I mean. We need to print justice in their hearts, not on their clothes. Current, Sengoku. Me from another world. It seems like you still have a lot to learn. Ha ha ha. Sengoku in the present world feels extremely proud. It seems that he is far behind himself in the world without Commissar Ron. Today, the entire city of Goa was under martial law. After all, the emissary of celestial dragons is coming here. It must be foolproof. There can be no room for error. The messengers of celestial dragons must not be put in any danger. So, early in the morning, the guards of the royal city began to disperse pedestrians from the streets. Those who looked suspicious or those who were not wearing expensive clothes were all ordered to stay at home and not go out, for fear of affecting the city appearance. As for the poor, they had already been expelled to the terminal of uncertainty, and the gate is heavily guarded, afraid they would break in. Now, Luffy and Sabo are standing here, looking at the poor people at the uncertainty terminal, searching for food and drink among the garbage. This is the disease of this kingdom, Sabo said through gritted teeth. This door separates two worlds. Inside is heaven and outside is hell. And I will, one day, break down this door. This is my dream, little Luffy said excitedly. That's great too. My dream is to catch Whitebeard and become a Marine. Ha ha, your dream is harder to achieve than mine. Sabo pinched his waist and laughed. Then we can rush in now and break down this door. Wouldn't that make your dream come true? Little Luffy was eager to try. It's not that simple. The real door is over there. Sabo touched Luffy's head and pointed to the huge palace in the center of the kingdom. Hey, what are you two doing, you little brats? Stay away from here, or I'll be rude to you. The soldiers guarding the city pointed their guns at Luffy and Sabo fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? Just kill the two kids. Don't waste time here. We still have to go to the city to clean up the poor later. Another soldier spoke. He simply raised his gun and shot at Luffy and Sabo. It's too difficult. Sabo's face turned dark, and he kicked the gun-wielding soldier away with a Tempest kick. Rubber, fist cannon. Little Luffy also knocked down the remaining guards one by one with his punches. This really confused the homeless people at the uncertain terminal. F***K. Am I seeing this right? Is this something two kids under 10 years old could do? They took down a group of adults with guns. That's amazing. Luffy almost lost himself in the praise. Go away. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Sabo said, patting Luffy on the head. Then the two of them ran in quickly. Wow! Whereas little Luffy ever seen such a prosperous city? It was just as Sabo said. It's like two different worlds inside and outside. It's spotless inside. People on the street are dressed elegantly, but it makes people feel uncomfortable. I always feel that their every move, conversation, and laughter is all false etiquette. This way, Sabo pulled Luffy and walked toward his home. Where do these dirty kids come from? Where are the guards? Take them away quickly. Don't let any virus infect us. There was a sudden disturbance among the crowd. The Celestial Dragon's chariot team arrived at this time. The Celestial Dragon's messenger has arrived. The nobles who had been so arrogant just now immediately became fawning. It was in stark contrast to the image of him scolding Sabo and the others just now. Hypocritical guy. Sabo cursed. What's going on over there? Why is there such a commotion? Sir, there are two children who ran out from nowhere. Oh, Celestial Dragons pulled out a gun and pointed it at Sabo for daring to stand in his way. A bunch of untouchables. The people around immediately echoed. I didn't expect that the Celestial Dragons were also in there. These two kids are doomed. They actually dared to anger the Celestial Dragons. It's not a pity to die. Former Sabo, this is such a familiar scene. I was once pointed at by Celestial Dragons with a gun, and I had no power to fight back at that time. In the original world, Sabo recalled the first time he went out to sea. He encountered a Celestial Dragon ship and was shot to death by the Celestial Dragons. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I don't know if myself in another world would be as miserable as myself. Bang! In the eyes of Celestial Dragons, everyone is inferior. Their lives are worthless. Kill if you want to. That's the privilege of Celestial Dragons. They don't even need a reason to kill people. They could just raise their guns and shoot anyone they don't like on the street. Now, this Celestial Dragons. He shot at Sabo without hesitation. Iron body. Sabo's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't even dodge. One of the Marine's 6 styles, iron body. This is probably the strongest defensive skill besides armament hockey. Actually, he can be considered one of the entry courses of armament hockey. Bang! The bullet hit Sabo. It was actually bounced away. The Celestial Dragons were stunned, but the Black World government guards around them felt something unusual. Quick, protect the Celestial Dragons. This guy uses iron body. At such a young age, he can master the Marine's 6 styles, which takes ordinary people several years to train. This guy is definitely extraordinary. These men in black are well-trained after all. Reacted immediately. Dared to hit Sabo. I'm gonna beat you up. Little Luffy couldn't care less. People who shoot in the street are really despicable. If Big Brother Marine were here, he would definitely beat him up. Little Luffy thought so. Then he punched him directly in front of everyone. A Celestial Dragon was knocked away by a 6 or 7-year-old kid. Sabo didn't forget to kick him again. Hiss, Saint No Vusely. Crazy. These men in black never imagined that someone would dare to attack Celestial Dragons in the street. And the murderers were 2 children. Are you kidding? Are these 2 children monsters? Whose child is this? A group of men in black rush forward. If they don't catch these 2 kids today, they will be in trouble. Although little Luffy and Sabo are much stronger than ordinary people. But these black-clad bodyguards are also elite talents trained by the world government. He also mastered the Marine 6 styles. Moreover, the unrest here also attracted the kingdom's guards. The other side has a large number of people and is quite powerful. Little Luffy and Sabo are outnumbered. I can only fight and run backwards at the same time. No, there are too many of them, and there are only 2 of us. After picking up a black man, Sabo said, frowning. Luffy laughed as he ran. He felt like he had done justice today, and it was such a cool feeling. Original, Luffy, what? I was fighting Celestial Dragons when I was less than 7 years old. As expected of me, you beat me by 10 years. I'm confused. Original, Sabo. Haha, I was pretty strong back then. You finally vented my anger for me. Hannah, Sengoku. It's over, it's over. Now those two brats are in big trouble. They are celestial dragons. Even the world government doesn't dare to mess with them. These two, this time they've caused big trouble for Marine. Original, Garp. Ha. Luffy from that world is worthy of being my grandson. Well done. Hara, Sengoku. Shut up, Garp. Don't forget that people in the world government can also see the comments. Former, 5 elders. You are so brave. You dare to attack celestial dragons. I'm sure the world government of that world will not let you go. Present, Sabo. Can't you see that we are alive and well? You 5 old guys seem to be living a comfortable life over there. I in that world didn't even touch you. Original, Sabo, what do you mean? We can't even challenge world conquest with our current strength, let alone challenge them. We haven't even met the 5 elders yet. Sabo in the current world didn't expect to be ridiculed by himself. A needle in silence. 5 elders. No. How could you two become the Admiral and the King when you committed such a crime? Luffy is muted for 5 minutes due to spoilers. Luffy in the present world was about to speak when he found himself muted. Little Luffy and little Sabo were chased all the way. These guys actually took the initiative to run towards the Marine. Isn't this just walking into a trap? The blackguard looked at the direction Luffy and Sabo were running and couldn't help but smile. Order the Marine to capture them soon. Wait a minute. Why is the Marine here? Whose warship is this? Oh no, look at that flag. It's that man. Suddenly, a man in black pointed at the red flag flying on the warship in panic. In an instant, squeak. All the men in black tried their best to stop. My shoes are almost rubbing against the ground to produce sparks. Why is it him? Why is he here? Go back quickly. The captain of the men in black said immediately. What? Aren't we going to catch them? Those 2 kids have fought celestial dragons. A man in black said tactlessly. Catcher A****. The captain of the men in black gave him a big slap. If you see a warship flying a red flag, don't approach it. Go back. We can't make the decision on this matter. Go back and report to the celestial dragons. The man in black who had just been chasing happily immediately returned the same way, without looking back. Little Luffy and little Sabo were stunned. Why aren't they chasing us anymore? Sabo touched his head and said confusedly, Let's go home and have dinner. Little Luffy said confidently, gnashing his teeth at Big White Fang. Speechless. How could you pursue such a serious matter for just a few steps and not pursue it because it was time to go home for dinner? This Luffy, what kind of train of thought is this? Former, 5 elders, what's going on? Why don't you order the Marines to help capture him? What are these intelligence personnel doing? 5 elders. Former, 5 elders, bullshit. Who are we? You are kidding me. Hara, Sengoku. Hiss, what's going on? Normally, the guards of the Heavenly Dragon shouldn't just let it go like this. Former, Tsuru staff officer. It is indeed a bit strange. These guys are usually arrogant and domineering. How can we just stop chasing them like this? Garp looked at everything here and said, Political commissar on. They were beaten back, just as you said, but can this really make them realize the insufficiency of individual strength and unite more people? Garp was more skeptical. I will, Ron said with a smile. Hannah, Sengoku. I see. No wonder you let these 2 little guys mess around. It turns out you wanted them to learn the power of unity. I never thought there was such a meaning behind this. Little Luffy and Sabo were so tired that they sat on the ground, panting. No, it's still far from enough for us to realize our dream just by the 2 of us. We need more people. Sabo recognized the problem. If you want to change the Goa Kingdom, you must first defeat the current Goa Kingdom. But as we have just tried, it is impossible for 2 people to defeat a country. Partner. Luffy was particularly interested in the word partner. It would be nice to find some powerful partners, go on adventures together, and capture Whitebeard together. Sabo suddenly said to Luffy, You are willing to fight celestial dragons with me today. I recognize you as a partner, so I won't hide it from you. Actually, I know someone who's really great. I wonder if he wants to join us. I'll go talk to him about it. Have you seen 2 children this big running towards you? No, go away. Okay. The messenger of celestial dragons came to inquire, but was retorted by Momosaji without even seeing Ron. Former Momosaji, am I that powerful in the other world? How dare I treat the celestial dragon's messenger like this? Current Momosaji, that's because you are Commissar Ron's secretary. The much-discussed attack on celestial dragons. Because of these 3 sentences, this article has come to a temporary end. When Outlook 3 learned that the attacker might be his son, he severed ties with his son that day. He quickly adopted a godson. That is, in another world, Stelly became the king of the Kingdom of Goa. The turmoil in the Kingdom of Goa came to an end. Early the next morning, little Sabo brought little Luffy to a dense forest on the mountain. Sabo expertly avoided all the traps, whistled a secret message. After getting the response inside, Sabo then came to a huge tree. Then, a boy with Madara on his face, about Sabo's age, jumped down from the tree. It's Ace, mini version. Sabo, where have you been all this time? Why haven't you come over? Sabo said excitedly. Ace, I found my direction in life. What? What are you talking about? Little Ace was a little surprised. Wait, why did you bring an idiot here? Ace noticed the brat standing behind Sabo, picking his nose, and couldn't help but frown. Hello, my name is Luffy. Luffy didn't feel that the other party was scolding him at all. Who asked your name? Ace said unhappily. He seemed somewhat unhappy with Sabo for bringing such an unidentified stranger to the secret base. This guy is really interesting. Don't worry, he is someone you can trust. Luffy, his name is Ace. Ace, his name is Luffy. Sabo made a brief introduction to each other. Ace ignored Luffy. By the way, what did you mean by finding the direction of life? Aren't we going to go out to sea? Sabo said. Ace, have you ever thought about why we go to sea? Ace, be pirates. Sabo, I was confused about the answer before, until I met someone recently. He helped me untie the knot, and let me know what I really want. Sabo said this seriously. Ace had never seen Sabo so serious. Who is that person? It's a Marine. His name is Ron. He's a very capable man. Marine? Are you crazy, Sabo? You're with Marine. Marine is not what we thought, Ace. Okay, I won't argue with you. Didn't you say that this Marine helped you find your life direction? What is it? You can't be a Marine, right? Ace said as he leaned against the tree and crossed his arms. I will overthrow the Kingdom of Goa and become its king. Sabo's eyes lit up when he said this. What? This actually shocked Ace. What happened to this guy? How come his mind changed so much after spending a few days with Marine? I'm serious, Ace. Yesterday, Luffy and I tried to overthrow the Goa Kingdom, but we were beaten back. So we need more companions. Ace looked at the 2 guys as if they were crazy. You 2 are going to attack a country. Are you crazy? We are very powerful, Luffy said with a grin, pointing at the big white fang. Just you. Ace thought Luffy was bragging. If you don't believe me, let's have a fight, Luffy said excitedly. Cut. Ace looked disdainful. A minute later, Ace was beaten black and blue. I still can't accept that I was beaten up by a little kid who was 3 years younger than me. Sabo laughed out loud. I never thought you would have this day. Original, Luffy, Ace, in the other world, I could beat you when I was little. Original, Ace, why do I have a bad feeling? Could it be that the me in the other world has also been convinced like Luffy and Sabo? During these 10 days, I was receiving training in the Marine. After Sabo finished speaking, he showed off the Marine 6 styles in front of Ace. How's that? It's great, isn't it? Ace showed a stubborn expression. It's okay. In fact, I am very envious. I didn't expect that I could become so good after just 10 days of training. So, would you like to join us? Sabo asked. I don't want to have any contact with Marine. Ace was very reluctant. Sabo tried to persuade him for a long time. Ace refused to do so. Sabo really had no choice. Suddenly an idea came to me. I can't persuade him, but Ron can definitely do it. Sabo thinks Ron is the best. Then come with me to meet someone. If after meeting him, you still want to be a pirate, then go ahead. So, with Ace's extremely reluctant postponement, Sabo still brought Ace to Ron. I want to see what he can say. I don't believe I can be as easy to fool as Sabo and Luffy. Ace thought so, just at this moment. The picture on the big screen suddenly paused. A line of words appeared on the big screens of both worlds. Random question and answer begins. When comparing Luffy's life, a random question and answer mode will be activated when someone who has a close relationship with Luffy appears. The content of the question and answer is, the two worlds speculate on the future identity of this person in the other world. The question and answer format is multiple choice questions using a quick response mode, and the person who answers correctly first will receive a reward. The Q&A session is about to begin. Please be ready. 3, 2, 1. Ace. Please answer from the original world audience. Excuse me, in the current world timeline, what will Ace's future life be like? A. Was put on the scaffold and executed in public. B. Was punched through the chest by Kainu and burned to death. C. Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Peace Federation. D. Become an Ultraman. Please answer from the audience around the world. Excuse me, in the original world's timeline, Ace's future life will be A. Was put on the scaffold and executed in public. B. Was punched through the chest by Kainu and burned to death. C. Foreign Minister of the Peace Federation. D. Become an Ultraman. In the second wave of guessing, everyone's enthusiasm for participation was obviously higher than the first wave, because people in both worlds have actually seen the generous rewards. The pirate's King Roger from the original world was able to be resurrected. Sabo in the current world even got Conqueror's Haki. Although this is the first answer reward, it is quite generous. But those others who answered correctly also gained physical enhancements. According to the parties involved, physical strength can be increased by 1%. In other words, the overall strength increases by 1%. This is already very scary, especially for those who are already strong. For example, for emperors, the difference in strength between the 4 emperors themselves is not that big. If the strength of one of them can be improved by 1%, the difference will be apparent. This is just the reward for answering the question correctly once. What if you get the answer right 10 times? Wouldn't that be 10%? That means the overall strength has reached a new level. This is a huge temptation for players at the level of 4 emperors and Shichibukai. After all, their strength has actually reached its peak, and it is not easy to improve further. However, this reward for answering questions can help them improve effortlessly. Why not do it? So this time, the test takers from both worlds became cautious. They dare not guess blindly like they did the first time. Unless you are particularly sure of the answer, you will rush to grab the first answer reward as soon as possible. Otherwise, it is better to analyze it carefully and get a correct award. Hara, Sengoku. Sengoku on the other side. We are both Marines. In that case, why don't we communicate with each other? This way, both Marines can choose the correct answer. Wouldn't that be beneficial to both of us? Current, Sengoku. That's a good suggestion indeed. The two Sengoku came up with this brilliant idea at the same time. After all, they all knew Ace's identity in their own world. And this is exactly the answer the other party wants to know, just as the two marshals were secretly admiring their own intelligence. Another line of words quickly appeared on both screens. There was even a red exclamation mark. Indicates the warning. Both parties are prohibited from exchanging any information related to the answer. Otherwise, they will be silenced for 5 minutes and will be disqualified from answering the question once. Current Sengoku. Damn it, I didn't expect this cheating method to be blocked by the system. Hara, Sengoku. It seems we can only guess on our own. The punishment was too severe, disqualification from answering questions, so Sengoku didn't dare to try to reveal it. Then, a 180-second countdown appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. 3 minutes left to answer the questions. Please answer within 3 minutes. Answers exceeding the time limit will be invalid. The second is that there are more rules for answering questions than the first time. Now everyone stop talking nonsense. Start thinking carefully. Original world. Staff Officer Crane. What exactly is Ace's future in the other world? Ace in that world has never spoken, so it's impossible to tell whether he is still alive or not. Sengoku. With the experience of the last quiz, we should be able to confirm that the Ace of the other world has a different ending than the Ace of our world. Staff officer, he nodded. I understand what you mean. In other words, first eliminate the ending of the ace in our world and choose from the remaining 3. Sengoku. Yes, first of all, in our world, Ace will definitely be executed. After all, he is on the execution platform now. So option A is ruled out. That leaves option B, being punched through the chest by a kainu and burned to death. This is obviously unreasonable. Sengoku stroked his chin, analyzing it carefully. Ace is a maramara fruit. How could it be burned to death? Logia can be transformed into an element anyway. It's not that easy to pierce through the chest. Exclude. So that leaves option C, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Peace Alliance. And option D, become an Ultraman. Although I have never heard of the Peace Alliance or Ultraman, but based on the process of elimination, it should be one of these two. In order to prevent Marine from making all the wrong choices, half of us will choose C and the other half will choose D. Sengoku went through some analysis. The decision was made immediately. So, after Sengoku and Tsuru's research, the entire Marine was divided into 2 groups. One group chose C and the other group chose D. It's just a bit regrettable, because they spend a long time on research. As a result, options C and D have already been selected by others. Therefore, Marine probably won't be able to get the first answer reward. But this is not important. What Sengoku wants is stability. It can increase the strength of half of the Marines by 1%, which is extremely terrifying. Original, Ace. It looks like I'm going to die soon. Ace's first concern is his future. This can be inferred through options. My future in this world is also among these 4 options. But he had never heard of Ultraman, nor did he know about the Peace Alliance. So after excluding these 2, his fate in this world, it's nothing more than being beheaded by Marine or pierced through the chest by a kainu. Whichever one, they will definitely die. Whitebeard Ace. Whitebeard said with a determined look. Now that you know how to die, just avoid these 2. Get Ace off the scaffold and get him away from a kainu. Isn't that all right? Original, Roger. Don't be afraid. Dad is on the way too. Roger's Barrage suddenly appeared. Former, Ace. I don't acknowledge that you're my father. I only have one father, and that is Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Roger. Roger's face turned black. This is an unfilial son. Kaido, who was confronting the red-haired guy, seemed to have found a common topic with Roger. Original, Kaido. Roger, understand you. I didn't expect you have such a filial son. Ha ha, compared to my good-for-nothing daughter, that guy doesn't even acknowledge me as his father, but instead treats Odin, a person he has never met, as a father figure. The 2 filial sons' fathers met each other too late, because the original world was the first to answer the question, so it ended early. The 182nd countdown ends. The text scrolled out on the big screen again. Time to answer questions in the original world. Those who do not answer the question will be automatically disqualified. The correct answer is now announced. The correct answer is C, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Peace Federation. Ace, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Peace Federation. He single-handedly facilitated 70 countries to join the Peace Alliance. He made significant contributions to the liberation of Alabasta, the founding of Wanakuni, and the return of the fishmen to the surface. He poached 38 member states of the world government in 1 year. He is one of the people the world government wants to kill the most, but his whereabouts are still unknown. This time, 60,000 people answered correctly. The first person to answer correctly is Whitebeard. Please select the first answer award. 1. Recover all injuries of the body. 2. 20 years younger. 3. 4. Fruit awakening. Sengoku's expression changed. He thought he was the biggest winner of this quiz. After all, the strength of more than 50,000 Marines has increased by 1%. And it also includes 3 senior Marine officers, himself, Kizaru, and Chief of Staff Tsuru. They all chose the right one. But what I least wanted to see was that the first answer reward was taken away by Whitebeard. This situation is not good. Whitebeard laughed. Wallalalalo. Looks like fate is on our side, Ace. Whitebeard chose 1 without hesitation. All injuries healed instantly. Whitebeard suddenly felt his whole body relaxed. All those old injuries disappeared. Finally, I can have a fight without any worries. Dad! All members of the Whitebeard team were extremely excited. Ace also shouted excitedly, Dad. Only the Pirates King Roger had a sullen face. Sengoku sighed as Whitebeard ripped the needle off his body. At the same time, he thought of another problem. Peace Alliance. This isn't the first time I've heard this name. It seems that Sabo was also a member country before. This organization is very mysterious. It seems to be an organization that competes with the world government. Original Ace, what? The me in the other world actually did what I wanted to do, but couldn't do. He opened Wanakuni. Looking at the life profile of Ace in another world, I couldn't help but sigh. He had made an agreement with Wanakuni Xiaoyu before, saying that he would come back to save Wanakuni one day, but he broke the promise. Present world. The same options are presented. A. Was put on the scaffold and executed in public. B. Was punched through the chest by a Kainu and burned to death. C. Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Peace Federation. D. Become an Ultraman. Sengoku also took the lead in conducting analysis. Option A is the most likely. After all, Ace is on their execution platform right now, and the chances of him being executed in public are very high. As for option B, I think it's the most unlikely. Ace is a Maramara fruit user. How could he be killed so easily by a flame piercing his chest? This answer is too fake. It's obviously a misleading option. Definitely don't choose it. The only thing left is answer D. Is Ultraman unique to that world? Although it's unreliable, it's better than option B. Let's choose between these three. On average, 1/3 of the Marines will always choose the right one. Sengoku. Sengoku. However, just when Sengoku gave the order to select Marines in 3 groups, Ron at the side suddenly spoke up. Present, Ron. Order all Marines to choose B. What? Everything in both worlds was in uproar. Are you kidding? Ace of both worlds are users of the money-burning fruit. So, how could he be killed by a punch through the chest from a Kainu? Logia demon fruit power has no substance, so how could it be pierced through the chest and burned to death? Even if the opponent uses armament hockey. Can't you hide? So this answer is obviously the least likely one among the 4. Sengoku was the same, not expecting Ron to speak so suddenly. However, since Ron has given the order, even if it's the wrong answer, you have to choose 2. Everyone, choose B. Sengoku simply waved his hand and gave orders downwards. Most of the Marines heard this order. Everyone is confused. But when I learned that this was the choice made by Ron, everyone else chose B without hesitation. They chose the answer that seemed the least likely to them. To be honest, most Marines think that it is better to choose Ultraman than B. Although neither of these two are reliable, option D Ultraman seems more reliable than option B. Ace would rather be Ultraman than be pierced through the chest by someone with the same fire ability. This operation, it also stunned the people in the original world. Are they crazy? Why would they choose answers that are obviously fake? Garp was stunned. Even with his wisdom, he knows that B is definitely wrong. Sengoku was also speechless for a while. Why does it feel like the opponent Sengoku doesn't look very smart? He even listened to these words. What is the origin of this political commissar, Ron? We listen to everything he says. Don't you know how to use your brain and think about it carefully? It would be better to divide all the Marines into 3 parts for selection. Even if it is divided into 4 parts and all options are selected, at least 25% of people can get the reward. But let everyone choose an answer that seems to be wrong. The most important thing, no one objected. This Ron has such a great influence. Sengoku couldn't help but gasp. He could also see it through the picture. In the other world, when Sengoku said to choose B, most of the Marines were still hesitant. However, when they knew that it was Ron who asked them to choose, they immediately chose B without hesitation, choosing the answer that seemed to be the most wrong. And no one secretly chose another answer. This is simply incredible. Sengoku didn't think he could do it anyway. Why do I feel that this political commissar has more prestige and appeal than the Marshal? After all, Sengoku of the Wish World thinks he knows the situation of the original world very well. Ace is already on the execution platform. It's impossible for anyone to attack. Moreover, he had planned to lure Whitebeard here from the beginning, and then kill Ace directly afterwards. So there is no doubt about it. What followed was that Ace was executed by his own order, although it hasn't happened yet. But Sengoku was absolutely certain. Ace will definitely die on the execution platform soon, because it was planned. Sengoku couldn't help but sigh at the thought. It seems that the opposing Marine will not gain anything this time. Having a political commissar is not a good thing. It's easy to lead everyone astray at critical moments. Sengoku shook his head. Same 180-second countdown. But in this world, there's not much time for discussion. Ron made the decision directly. Marine all chose B. As for the other forces in this world, they won't listen to Ron, so they can choose whatever they want. Time's up. The time for answering questions is up. Those who have not reached the time limit will not be able to answer questions anymore. The correct answer is now announced. The correct answer is B. He was burned to death by a kainu through the chest. 110,000 people answered correctly this time. After the answer is announced, people from both worlds were in an uproar. The answer that everyone thought was the most unlikely turned out to be correct. Hara, Sengoku. How is that possible? How could it be option B? What a joke. A Logia demon fruit power would die like this. Original Ace. Impossible with my strength. How could I be killed by a kainu in this way? Fire killed fire? Current, Sengoku. After all, it's not wrong to trust Ron, but how did you know about that, Commissar Ron? Hara, Sengoku. That's right, even I, a person from the original world, don't know. How did you know? In the original world, Sengoku had no way of accepting this result. Judging from his current situation, it is impossible to predict that a kainu will kill Ace by piercing his chest. How would people in another world know? Ron naturally didn't bother to answer this question. Could he say he had seen King of Pirates? Just then the picture continued to scroll. Congratulations to Kizaru for winning the first answer reward. Please select your reward. 1. Max out Conqueror's Haki and reach the highest level directly. 2. The soul of the working man. Sleeping only 2 hours a day can eliminate all fatigue, and the more you work, the more energetic you will be. 3. No energy is consumed when the fruit ability is awakened. 4. Improve overall strength by 30%. After seeing the first answer option, people from both worlds drooled with envy. This reward is too generous. I don't even know how to choose. There are 4 options in total, 3 of which are invincible, and only 1 is useless. This is better than any other first answer reward that anyone has received before. Hara, Kizaru, what a great reward. If it were me, I would probably choose the third one. This way, I can use Devil Fruit Awakenings as many times as I want during battles. Although I don't really like fighting. Hara, Akainu, I should still choose the first one. After all, Haki is the king. Hara, Akiji, of course I chose the last one. It's so obvious that it will directly increase my strength. That's 30%. For a moment, everyone didn't know which one to choose. Anyway, no matter which one you pick, Kizaru's strength will surpass that of the other admirals. Even replaced Whitebeard and became the new strongest man. Everyone in the original world is envious. The opponent Kizaru made a lot of money in this wave. 3 of the 4 random options have such powerful skills. I'm afraid there has been no one before and no one after. It'll be hard to find a reward that can surpass this one. He may become the biggest winner in the entire history of quiz. Now everyone is discussing whether to choose 1, 3, or 4. Kizaru's actions made everyone drop their jaws. Of course, I choose the second one. Only sleeping 2 hours a day means I can spend more time working, which is the perfect reward. Kizaru happily received the second reward. I immediately felt refreshed. Seeing Kizaru actually chose the second reward. Plop. Many people have already fallen to the ground. This guy must be mentally ill. Of these 4 options, only a fool would choose the second one. Isn't this definitely an option exclusively for workers? Who in their right mind would choose him? Who wants to be a wage earner forever? Horse, Kizaru, the other me. You can throw away your brain if you don't want it. Why not choose the second one? Present, Kizaru, what do you know? I have been a model worker for 10 consecutive years. Now, with the help of this ability, I can continue to be a model worker for 20 years. Besides, what's the point of sleeping? Why sleep for a long time when you are alive? You will sleep forever after you die. Isn't it better to use this time to work? Damn it. This one sentence made everyone feel so angry that they didn't know what to say. All I can say is that Kizaru is a ruthless person. Workers soul. Workers are the best. Hara, Sengoku. Would the Kizaru from that world consider coming to our world? I will give you our Kizaru. Sengoku was so envious. It would be great if I had subordinates like this. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. There is absolutely no comparison between the two Kizaru. The more I compare, the angrier I get. Current Kizaru, I will not go. Your world does not have commissar on. A world without commissar on is meaningless. Everyone in the original world cursed Kizaru for being mentally ill, and the more Sengoku thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Put Kizaru's matter aside. He still couldn't accept the way Ace died. I really can't believe under what circumstances a user with the ability of Logia Maramara Fruit would be burned to death by another user with the ability of Logia Lava Lava Fruit. Former Sengoku video comparison system. I choose to protest. I remain skeptical about the authenticity of the option. He didn't believe that a person from the outside world could know things about his own world. This can be seen from the fact that Ron had firmly asked all Marines to choose option B. This guy must be very sure of his answer. Why are you so sure? It was as if I had seen it with my own eyes. It may seem a bit hindsight now, but that's how Sengoku felt. Not only Sengoku didn't believe it, but everyone else didn't believe it either. Whitebeard also didn't believe that Ace died like this. I never expected this. The video system actually responded. Original world, Sengoku raises objections. Now playing Death of Ace. Former Ace. Watching how I died on the eve of my execution, it's really hard to describe the feeling. Haha. Former Whitebeard. Impossible. Does that mean my rescue mission has failed? Luffy Ace. Hara. Akainu. Funny. How could you be killed by me piercing your chest? Hara. Sengoku. This way of death is indeed the most incredible. I want to see what's going on. Just at this moment, the image on the screen suddenly changed. Marineford. This place and these people are very familiar to people from the original world. Isn't this the Summit War going on now? But the difference is, at this time, Ace had been rescued. He has already joined the battlefield and is dealing damage like crazy, killing quite a few Marines. Sengoku was very upset when he saw this scene. He could never have imagined that Ace could still be rescued after passing through layers of defense blockades. Why? You know, the last two lines of defense on the execution platform were Garp and himself. This can be said to be the twin walls of Marine. Looking around the world, there is no barrier as strong as this one. There are two of them sitting in front of Ace. Even if Whitebeard tried to break through himself, he couldn't get past these two. So who rescued Ace? Before, Sengoku was full of confidence that Ace would definitely die on the execution platform because he believed that no one would be waiting for him and Garp to rescue Ace. But now, the video has clearly told him. Ace was indeed rescued. Horse, Sengoku. Garp, could it be that you didn't stop your grandson? That's why Luffy rushed over. Horse, Garp, what are you talking about? Sengoku, I have my own bottom line. You can insult my intelligence, but you can't insult my bottom line. Even if it's my own grandson, if he rushes up, I will punch him away without hesitation. Don't forget that I'm also a righteous Marine soldier. Garp said this with great confidence. That unyielding attitude really seems like he is willing to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice. This made Sengoku's face darken. This guy can't be trusted, though. But there is some truth in what he said. And let's take a step back. Even if Luffy rushed over, he didn't have the key to unlock Ace's handcuffs. You know, those are Seastone handcuffs. There is no way to use your abilities after being brought on. There is no way to open it except with a key. It can be seen from the video that Ace is no longer handcuffed. Who opened it then? Even if Luffy has the key, didn't I arrange for Kizaru to be in charge of the shooting? With Kizaru's extremely accurate shooting ability, at this time, just one laser beam would directly blow up Luffy's head. there would be no need for anyone to rescue Ace. Hara, Sengoku, Kizaru, didn't I tell you that you should shoot any pirates who rush to the execution platform without hesitation at any time and in any place? Hara, Kizaru, Mr. Sengoku, you still don't trust me to do things? Whoever rushes up to me, I will blow his head off. Kizaru was sitting in the corner of the battlefield with a crooked mouth, randomly posting comments. Sengoku couldn't help but frown. I feel like Kizaru isn't very reliable either. But let's take a step back. Even if Luffy wasn't shot, wasn't there still me blocking him? Garp can let the enemy go, Kizaru can go undercover, but I won't, right? I am a Marshal. If you release water, wouldn't that mean I'm the undercover agent myself? There are so many questions. The visual video skipped this part. Hateful. Sengoku could only suppress his doubts for the time being. Since it is a comparison video, it will be compared to Summit War one day. When the time comes, let me see who is holding me back. Sengoku made up his mind secretly. Now, the video continues. Whitebeard's rescue plan was considered very successful. Ace was about to run away. Marine had no way to catch it. However, at this moment, Kuina suddenly said loudly, "Are you going to run away now? The Whitebeard pirates are a bunch of cowards. As soon as you rescue Ace, you must immediately run away with your tail between your legs. The captain is incompetent. There is really nothing we can do. Whitebeard is ultimately a loser from the previous era." He was about to run away, but suddenly stopped and turned back. Loser? Take that back. After saying that, he started fighting with Akainu. Now, everyone who watched the video was stunned. I paid so much to rescue you. Why are you going back? Now that you've turned around, aren't all the efforts of everyone before wasted? Hara, Akainu, looks like you still have to rely on me at the critical moment. Whitebeard Ace. But things have developed to this point. Everyone still couldn't believe why Ace was punched through the chest by Akainu. With Ace's ability, he can run anytime he wants without any problem. Just when everyone was confused, the video continues to play. After Ace and Akainu exchanged punches, Akainu found Luffy, exhausted and having overdrawn his body many times, collapsed on the ground. So Akainu seized the opportunity, attacked Luffy. At this time, Luffy had no way to dodge. Original, Garp, Sakazuki, you're looking for death, right? Hara, Long, Sakazuki, you'd better think before you attack. If you land that punch, don't blame me for being rude. Original, Shanks, Sakazuki, what are you doing? You're not giving me face, are you? A lot of comments popped up all of a sudden. Kizaru in the original world muttered to himself, "Hey, there are too many backers here. I can't afford to offend them. It looks like a fight will really start soon. I'd better stay away from Luffy to avoid accidentally hurting him and causing a bad ending." And just at this moment, Ace suddenly stood in front of Luffy. Sakazuki's punch went straight through Ace's chest. The screen ends here. A line of words scrolled by at the end of the film. Ace's death is finished. Do you have any questions? Hara, Sengoku. Sengoku was even more shocked at this moment. It seemed that this was really how Ace died. But this is something that happens in the future. I don't even know this world. Why does the political commissar named Ron in the other world know so well? How did he know? Horse, Roger, Sakazuki, I'm not done with you. You better wait for me there. Hara, Whitebeard, Sakazuki, Hara, Akainu. Come all together, I can catch you all. Luffy Ace, Original, Garp, Sakazuki you. Current, Sengoku. Look at how miserable Ace and Luffy are, who were taught in the other world. Current, Garp. Fortunately, we have Commissar Ron, otherwise I would be like the other Garp, sad and angry now. Present, Ace. I never thought that in the other world, I would not only become a pirate, but also die miserably, and the three of U.S. brothers couldn't be reunited. This world is better. I met Ron, and not only did I not go astray, but the three of us brothers were able to go on adventures together, and we are all still alive. Former, Ace. Three brothers going on an adventure together? When Ace from the original world heard this, he was immediately filled with envy. I couldn't help but sigh that in this world of mine, Sabo died, I also died, and the three brothers were all gone. However, Then he added another sentence that hurt Ace deeply. Current Ace. Actually, you didn't have to block that punch. You may not know that Luffy is the sun god. You used your Maramara fruit to block the sun god's punch, which really delayed his awakening. Original Ace, what the... The quiz is over. The comparison video continues to play. Now, little Sabo brought Ace to Ron. Excuse me, Chief Ron, I have a friend here who I want to talk to you about. I wonder if that's okay with you. Little Sabo said cautiously. After all, he is a high-ranking officer in the Marine Corps and must be very busy. It would be bad if we disturb him. Ace crossed his arms, looking unmoved. Along the way, I kept hearing Sabo praising Marine for this and that almost to the sky. It is said that talking to him can help you gain insights into life, strengthen your faith, and find your direction in life. Ace doesn't believe it. He's just here to slap someone in the face. Anyway, he won't listen to anything he says, and he goes against his will to see what he can do. Original, Garp. But let me see how you can convince the Ace of another world. Garp has not yet recovered from his grief. The ending of this world was too painful for him. At the same time, I am also looking forward to the different life of Ace in another world. Present, Luffy. Ace, I just saw the video of Ace's death. It was really sad. I never thought that our path to becoming pirates would be so tragic. Fortunately, we didn't make that choice at the time. Present, Ace. Yes. Is this the freedom we wanted back then? I don't see any freedom at all, only misery. Current, Sabo. It's not just a personal tragedy. Choosing to go out and become a pirate will also cause such a large-scale war. Who knows how many people will die? Current Ace. Yeah, the pirates surrounded and beat me even though I was used as bait. Whether we win or lose, Marine has no face. Present, Luffy. Who said it wasn't true? I don't know what Sengoku in that world was thinking. Commissar Ron's decision was right after all. I remember that it was a decisive battle with Whitebeard, but we reached Whitebeard's base. We blocked him at his doorstep and beat him. Current, Sengoku. Commissar Ron was right. War should always be fought at someone else's home. Look at the other me. I don't know what I was thinking. I actually put the battlefield in my own home. After the battle, my home was in such a mess that I probably can't even repair it. I can only move the base camp. Sengoku in the present world couldn't help but sigh when looking at the messy Marine headquarters in the video. It would be impossible to rebuild with such a large scale of destruction. Sengoku from the original world's face darkened. No rebuttal, because he felt that what the other party said made sense. I don't know what was wrong with me at the time. I actually set the battlefield at the Marine headquarters. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, won't the Marine headquarters be gone? It's like killing 1,000 enemies and losing 10,000 of your own. A typical losing business. Why did I come up with such a stupid idea in such a rush? But Sengoku also caught a message. Horse, Sengoku, when you fought Whitebeard, did you block the Whitebeard at their base? Can you win on their home turf? Current, Sengoku, look at what you're saying. How can you not defeat this? Your Marine is used to control the entire ocean. Do you have to use all your strength to deal with one of the four emperors? How can such strength suppress the entire ocean? Sengoku from the original world was speechless. His face almost turned into a scrolling lantern, constantly changing color. I never thought Marine was weak before. Why am I being told by another self that I am useless now? But I have to admit that the other party is right. After all, even dealing with one of the four emperors made them so exhausted. It is really unacceptable to be the policeman of this ocean. However, the other party said that they could trap Whitebeard at home and beat him. That must be a matter of doing one's best. They must have come out in full force. This is no different from myself. It's all in any way. It's just that the venue is different. Hara, Sengoku, why are you so proud? It's just a change of venue for the poker game. I don't think you're much better than me. Sengoku retorted without mercy. Since I opened the comparison video, I always feel inferior to others in every way. Sengoku is angry. Since the other party doesn't give you face, there is no need for you to give him face. Current, Sengoku, what do you mean by all-out effort? Oh my god, look at what you were talking about. How can a Marines go all out to deal with just Whitebeard? No way, no way. Hara, Sengoku, you're just bragging. You don't come out in full force, and you want to trap Whitebeard at home and fight him. Do you think you're fighting Brownbeard, Bluebeard, or Pinkbeard? Current Sengoku. Let me tell you this, Garp, Akanu Kizaru Akiji, and that Zephyr guy, none of them went. Original Sengoku. This is getting ridiculous. Not to mention that Zephyr has already defected to the Marines. Your main Marine force hasn't even gone, and you're using a child to arrest Whitebeard. Current Zephyr, stop talking nonsense and slandering me. I have never defected from the Marine Corps. If you slander me again, Sengoku, be careful, or I will go to your world and beat you up. Former Zephyr, the Marine treated you like that, but you didn't defect? You forgot about your wife and children, and who cut off your hand. Did that person get his retribution? Not only that, but he became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Is it worth staying with a Marine like that? Current Zephyr, with Commissar on here, you can suffer this injustice. Oh, by the way, you don't have Commissar on. Present Sengoku. Hey, you were right this time. You really did catch Whitebeard with a child. Hara, Sengoku. Don't go too far. Don't tease me. Current Sengoku. I'm afraid I'll be banned if I say too much. So let me tell you this. The Marines were the first boys to appear. They are now famous, such as Admiral, the world's #1 female swordsman, and high-ranking officials of the Peace Alliance. That was the battle that made them famous. Oh, and their average age is no more than 15 years old. They're like a fire when they gather together and like stars when they separate. Now they're the pillars of various fields. Their adventure stories are quite exciting. Once this statement is made, Sengoku from the original world was stunned for a moment. What is going on? Where did the Marine Boys Band come from? Why haven't I heard of this thing? Marine doesn't have this department either. Besides, since when did the world's #1 swordsman become a woman? Shouldn't it be Hawkeye? And how come the Peace Alliance also has a role here? What kind of organization is this? The most ridiculous thing is that the average age of these people is no more than 15 years old. Where can I find a group of such weird kids? Is that Sengoku on the opposite side, trying to fool me? Hara, Sengoku. You mean a bunch of kids got together, blocked the door of Whitebeard's house, and took down the Whitebeard pirates? Current Sengoku. Yes, under the gag rule, I can only say this much. Hara, Sengoku. Do you think I'm a fool? If I believed you, I'd better call this resourceful general a moron. Former Whitebeard. I feel insulted by your conversation. I'm not that weak in the other world. Do you think anyone can mess with me? If it were my base, not to mention your entire Marine, even if you teamed up with Roger again, you would never be able to return. After the disastrous defeat of Rocks, Whitebeard built his base into an impregnable fortress. So he is very confident. The combat power he can mobilize in the base camp is far more than the current scale. Being surrounded and beaten by a bunch of kids in the base camp. Is this a joke? Present Whitebeard. Stop talking, shut up my other self. The less you say now, the lighter the slap you'll get in the face later. Present Ace. No, it's too upsetting to watch. I feel inexplicably sad when I think about the 3 of us being separated in another world. Let's go have a drink after work. Present Luffy. That's exactly what I was thinking. Present Sabo. Come to Goa Kingdom. I'll treat you, and you can't leave until you're drunk. Original Ace. Hey, I say you 3, don't go too far. The conversation between the 3 Luffy brothers in the present world really P**************** D off the 3 people in the original world. The 3 of them were still here saying goodbye to each other, but the other side was having a drink after to get off work. There is no harm without comparison. It's so infuriating. In the video, little Sabo looked at Ron and said a little embarrassedly, "Sir Ron, this friend of mine also wants to talk to you. I wonder if you have time." Oh, by the way, his name is Ace. Little Luffy gestured beside him and said with a big grin, "Hee, this guy's no match for me. If I do this again, bang, 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 I will knock him down." This sentence immediately broke Ace's defense. Don't say anything if you don't have to. Are you discussing who is more powerful now? This guy is so annoying. Ace glared at Luffy. After Ace finished speaking, he saw Ron sitting there reading a book and didn't seem to pay any attention to him. Somewhat unhappy. I had prepared a lot of things to refute what the Marine said. He would let Sabo see today that there was no way this Marine could convince him. Just getting ready to perform. The person on the other side didn't even look at him. "Aren't you going to talk to me?" Little Ace said. "Hey Ace, don't be rude." Sabo patted Ace's shoulder. "I'm not going to talk to you, go away," Ron said nonchalantly. "Kindness." Little Ace was ready to start rebutting. I never expected that the first sentence the other party said would make me unable to refute. He wasn't even prepared to talk to me. Are you kidding? Then all my preparations for such a long time would be like punching cotton. This made Little Ace very unhappy. "Why don't you talk to me?" "I don't want to talk about it." "Ace." Little Ace is very angry now. Why would he talk to Sabo and even that little idiot, but not to himself? This immediately aroused Ace's dignity. That's Ace's personality. The more you forbid him to do something, the more he will do it. He was told not to catch Blackbeard, but he went anyway. Let him run, but he turned back. Seeing Ron's attitude, little Sabo didn't dare to disturb him anymore. He saluted respectfully. Then he held Luffy with one hand and Ace, who was very stubborn but didn't want to leave, with the other hand and left in a hurry. After seeing the three people walking away, Garp then walked over with a puzzled look on his face. "Political Commissar Ron, why did you reject him? This Ace is good talent. I think he can turn over a new leaf and not follow his father's old path." Ron closed the map in his hand and said with a smile, "He won't give up. He will definitely come again before dark." Garp was confused. "Commissar Ron, can you predict what will happen tonight with your observation hockey?" "Ron, it's easy to infer. When you learn to use your brain, you'll be able to think of it." Garp, Commissar Ron, I feel like you're scolding me, but I have no evidence. Horse, Sengoku. Ron is really one step ahead. He directly rejected the other party's conversation, making the other party's words that he had prepared for half a day hit the cotton ball directly, thus stimulating the other party's competitive spirit. He turned the other party's idea of, "I want to refute you," into the idea of, "I want to talk to you." It's really smart, really smart. Now the other party wants to talk to Ron. Former, Garp, how did you understand such a complicated thing? How come I can't imagine so much? Hara, Sengoku, is it possible? That's because you're stupid. As expected, late at night, Ace became more and more angry the more he thought about it. The angrier I get, the harder it is to sleep. And the sound of Luffy's snoring beside him was particularly annoying. Ace directly stuffed Luffy's slipper into his mouth. "This guy is so annoying. Your mouth is so big. Put another one in it." Ace muttered as he stuffed the other slipper into Luffy's mouth. This made the guy stop snoring. Present, Luffy. Huh? I was wondering why I could smell the smell of stinky feet in my mouth when I woke up when I was little. Okay, Ace. I'll stuff my shoes into your mouth when I get off work. Current Ace. Haha, I didn't expect this to be exposed on video. Little Ace leaned his head deep into the tent, looking at the warships with lights still dimly lit in the distance. I couldn't help but come up with a plan. I really don't believe it. You have to talk today, whether you want to or not. I want to see how you fooled Sabo. How dare you fool my brother like this? Taking advantage of the night, Little Ace approached the warship stealthily. As a result, as soon as he approached the warship, he was discovered by Marine soldiers and forked out. This made Ace even more dissatisfied. So, he swam from the bottom of the sea to the other side for the second time, quietly approached the warship, and finally climbed up. As a result, I just got on the deck. It was discovered by Marine again and thrown out. Damn it, I have to see that man. The third time, he used the elasticity of the branch to throw himself onto the warship. They were about to approach Ron's cabin when Momosaji came out, holding Ace by the collar. Commissar Ron said he won't talk to you. After saying that, he threw Ace into the sea. The fourth time, the fifth time, getting closer. We're almost there. At this moment, Ace didn't realize that his purpose had changed. From preparing to refute Ron in the beginning, to wanting to talk to Ron later, and now wanting to meet Ron. Former, Whitebeard, Gulala. When Ace came to challenge me, he did the same thing, using every possible means to board the ship and fight me. That's exactly Ace's character. Current, Sengoku. That was falling into the abyss, and this is walking towards the dawn. Can they be the same? 10 time. It's not like no one noticed. It was because Ron had already given the order that if Ace wanted to take action at night, he should just turn a blind eye. This time Ron felt that it was enough, so he didn't let the soldiers stop him too much. Hey! Ace exhaled slowly and finally climbed onto the warship. Little Ace moved around on the warship. I thought I had avoided everyone. I saw that the light was on in the house between the plywood, so I walked in quietly. Coming. Ron's voice came from inside. Little Ace was shocked. Well, you've been waiting for me. Ace was slightly stunned. After these 10 times, Ace's previous intention to find fault had long been crushed. When you persist on something until the end, the motivation you had in the beginning is no longer the same. Want to talk? Ron said in a warm voice. Think. Ace stood there, confused, and nodded. Hara, Sengoku. See? This is the art of negotiation. I used to think that the position of political commissar was unnecessary, but now I realize that the Marine should indeed have one. Former, Garp. Haha. I'm willing to take on this position. Hara, Sengoku. Are you kidding me? Garp, I created this position so that I could educate people like you. And you tell me that you want to take this position? So I created this position so that you can educate yourself? Sengoku from the original world was speechless. Ever since the comparison video appeared, Sengoku clearly felt that the most common expressions on his face were speechlessness and frowns. This resulted in a few more wrinkles on the face. However, at this time, Sengoku really wanted a political commissar. I'm a little envious of Sengoku in another world. Luffy and Sabo in the present world saw this scene. The questions that had been buried in my heart for many years were solved. Present Luffy, Ace, didn't you say you never talked to Commissar Ron? Present Sabo, no wonder when we woke up that morning, we found that you seemed like a different person. Current Ace, the video has exposed me again. In the video, want to talk? Ron said in a warm voice. Little Ace just stood at the door. I nodded subconsciously. Kindness. He didn't know why, but the man in front of him always gave him a feeling that he could open his heart to. Just seeing his smile makes me trust him very much. Come on, let's go on deck. It's a nice day tonight. Let's look at the stars together. Ron stood up, closed his pen, and put it in his breast pocket. Then he walked out the door first. Ace followed suit. I haven't looked up at the stars for a long time. Two people just lay on the deck. Look at the stars in the sky. Ron said nothing. The starry sky at night is the best thing to open people's hearts. He knew Ace would speak first. Although he is small, he is very thoughtful. He has a heavier psychological burden than Luffy and Sabo. That was due to the heavy sense of guilt and unhappy childhood brought upon him by his background. Did you really help Sabo find the meaning of his existence? As expected, Ace spoke first. Still with some wariness, he asked cautiously. No. Ron's answer took Ace by surprise. He would have thought Ron would be happy to admit it. He found it himself. I just pushed him. Ace put his hands behind his head. There was another long silence. Then he said again, does everyone have a meaning for his existence? Or is it that everyone is born with meaning? This is Ace's heart knot. Because his father was the king of pirates, he had suffered too much indifference since childhood, and people were afraid of his identity as an heir of devil blood. This made Ace doubt the meaning of being born. Political commissar, the weather is cold. Cover yourself with this. Just then, Momosaji suddenly came over with a blanket, ready to cover Ron. No need, Ron said with a smile. Neither do I. Ace also said. Momosaji frowned. I didn't ask you, little brat. Ace's mouth twitched. It turned out that beautiful women were troublesome. The heavy atmosphere just now was suddenly destroyed by this little episode. Ha! Ron suddenly laughed. Little brat, worrying about whether this makes sense or that makes sense every day, the question itself is meaningless. Isn't it because Roger is your father that he has brought many undeserved shackles and evaluations upon you? Ace was shocked. He didn't realize that he had only said 2 sentences. This Marine has completely seen through himself. Yes, I hate Roger. They all say I am of devil's blood. Ace is outspoken. Original. Roger, eh? Garp. Are you trying to sow discord between us father and son? Original, Garp, don't slander me. I worked so hard to raise your child, and you dare to slander me. Original, Roger, you're working so hard. It's just the bandits who are talking about raising children. So, you want to show them what devil blood is and become pirates, right? Ron said calmly. This is a typical rebellious child. Ace didn't expect Ron to see through his inner thoughts so easily. Yes, so what? What if you have a child in the future? Do you want him to have a childhood like yours because of your identity? Do you also want him to be called the blood of the devil? Ace was stunned. He never thought about this question. Because of my own experience. So he certainly doesn't want his children to have the same experience. He may not be mature enough to think about issues like getting married and having children. But he would feel the same way. Ace is actually a very gentle person with a strong desire to protect and a strong sense of responsibility. This can be seen from his protection of Luffy and his pursuit of Blackbeard. So, when he was asked this by Ron, Ace was stunned. Of course I don't. Former Sengoku. This is too cruel, isn't it? Using the offspring to blackmail people? That's great. The commissar's trick is powerful. Isn't this taking advantage of the weak spot? Original, Garp. What's so great about it? Why can't I see it? Hara, Sengoku. You should take a break. Look at what you have done to these three outstanding people. Ron said with a smile. Do you know why Roger gave birth to you? Ace shook his head. He has always been curious about this question. Why did that man choose to marry and have children before turning himself in? It's like completing a mission. That's because when he reached the final island, Raftel, he learned the secret of history and discovered that he had arrived 20 years too early. He's not the destined one, but his body no longer allows him to wait another 20 years. So he decided to give birth to you temporarily because he believes that his child is the destined one. He wants you to fulfill his wish. Original, Roger. How does this guy know so much? Former Ace? Hiss. Hear the truth about your birth. Ace was stunned. Just because of this? It really is like completing a task. That guy's really not worthy of being a father. Just for this reason, he harmed my mother. He is so selfish. Ace clenched his fists in anger. So, if you become a pirate and go looking for One Piece, then that's what he wants. He wants you to go down that path. So, are you willing to fulfill his wish? In one sentence, the final kill was completed. Ace sat up suddenly. No, he wants me to be a pirate, but I won't. Can I join a marine? Hara, Sengoku, damn, amazing. Is this even possible? Original, Roger. Original, Garp. Outrageous. I taught him for 10 years, but he never became a marine, and Ron got it done in just 10 sentences. Not to mention the people who watched the video. Momosaji, who was at the scene, was stunned. What's going on? What has happened? How come this kid turned over a new leaf just when I handed him a blanket? The pace is too fast. These two people were lying here without saying a word. Am I missing something crucial? How come we got so excited about this little Ace while talking? Momosaji looked at little Ace, who suddenly stood up and spoke impassionedly. I was completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, I felt like I was watching street magic. Even if they perform magic in front of you, you won't be able to tell what's going on. Clearly, he was present at all of political commissar Ron's conversations. Momosaji thought the conversation had just begun. Who would have thought it was over? These little pirates have joined the army, so of course it's over. Ron also slowly stood up, hit Ace up and down. Then he laughed. You can't be a marine. Little Ace was stunned. He didn't expect Ron to give this answer. Momosaji was also stunned. What's going on? Why was it rejected again? What's the rhythm? Why can't I understand it? Why? Ace blurted out. Because you can't pass the political review? Huh. Ron said half-jokingly. What is a political review? Little Ace asked, frowning. That is, those whose immediate family members have criminal records cannot join the military. Ron came up with a very novel concept. Ace was speechless. I finally made up my mind to become a Marine, but in the end I failed. It's all my fault, my father, the Pirate King. Hara, Sengoku. The concept of political review is very thoughtful and worth promoting. Sengoku didn't know what political review meant at first, but after listening to Ron's explanation, Suddenly it dawned on me. This is really necessary in the military. If there are pirates in your immediate family or someone has a criminal record, you really shouldn't let them join the military. Otherwise, later, when you encounter relatives of pirates during missions, you will inevitably show mercy and let them go. Wouldn't this just cause trouble for Marine himself? Why haven't I considered this question before? When I think of this, Sengoku even rolled his eyes at Garp, who was standing next to him. Especially this guy. This reminds me of the content of the previous Death of Ace video. There is a strong suspicion that Garp went easy on Luffy. If we want to fundamentally solve this problem, we cannot allow people whose immediate family members are pirates to stay in the Marines. Garp, you old man, why are you always looking at me? Sengoku snorted. I think the political commissar across the street proposed the concept of political review, and we should also implement it here. Garp, hey, what do you mean, you old B asterisk 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 D? Are you targeting me? I've already said that I will never let Luffy off. Sengoku, yes, you just release it into the sea. Current, Garp, my political review is absolutely fine. A whole family of third-generation members are Marine Admirals, so they are legitimate. But how can you, the me in the other world, stay in the Marine with your identity? Original, Garp, because I don't have a political review here. What the hell is this bullshit? Hurrah, Sengoku. I will implement this system after I prepare for the Summit War. Garp, Little Ace was very disappointed. I don't know why, but after today's conversation, I really want to be a Marine. But now I can't do it anymore. Well, what else can I do? I won't be a pirate anyway. I can't go down the path that guy wants me to go. Little Ace looked at Ron with a determined gaze. I have a secret job for you. Can I trust you? Ron said. Ron knew what Ace wanted most, trust and family affection, which were what touched him the most. This has to do with Ace's growing environment. This can be seen from the fact that he gave up his pirates group and acknowledged Whitebeard as his godfather. A sudden sentence. Ace's defense was broken instantly. Trust. This word is so strange and distant to him. No one had ever said this to him since he was a child. Ace suddenly felt that the Marine in front of him was like a different father, and there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him. Okay, tell me, what's the mission? Ace said seriously. He is much more mature than other children of his age. Ron pulled out the map he had been looking at. He glanced sideways at Momosaji. Momosaji was very tactful and retreated to the left and right, and also withdrew himself. On the deck, there were only Ron and Ace. See here. Ace became even more excited. Is it so confidential? This Marine, who just met me, trusts me too much. I can't let him down. Ron slowly unfolded the map. Several countries with important strategic positions are highlighted above. Ron got straight to the point. I'm planning an organization called the Peace League. As for the purpose, you don't need to know it yet. I hope you can help more countries join this organization. This matter is top secret. You can't let anyone know that the person behind you is me. Do you understand? After hearing this, Ace couldn't help but shudder all over. Is this an attempt to override the world government? Ace is smart. Even if Ron didn't explain it in detail, Ace guessed it from the correspondence on the map. Suddenly, a surge of blood was ignited. He actually gave me such an important task. Do you trust me so much? Ace said in disbelief. Ron patted Ace's head. He asked back, aren't you worthy of my trust? Okay, I won't let you down. Ace said seriously. Original, Ace, I never thought that in another world I would meet someone who trusts me so much. See here, the world is in uproar. Current, 5 elders. So Ron is the real leader of the Peace Alliance? Sabo and Ace are just agents on the surface. Current, Sengoku. Commissar Ron? Why do I feel like you're not trying to persuade these kids to mend their ways, but are instead secretly building up your own power? Current Garpe? I was following you the whole time. How come I didn't notice anything? Current Sengoku. You idiot. It's because you can't see that the commissar is confident to take you with him. Current 5 elders. Sengoku. Have you, the Marines, known about this for a long time? Are you playing tricks on me? The member states of the Peace Alliance are almost catching up with the member states of our world government. I asked you, the Marines, to find out the information of the mastermind behind this, but you never found out. It turns out that the mastermind is inside your Marines. And you even said that your Marines are involved. Late at night, Ron has gone back to rest. Ace lay alone on the deck all night. Early in the morning, little Ace took this secret mission back into the tent, looking at Sabo and Luffy, who were sleeping. He noticed that there was only one slipper left in Luffy's mouth. Could this guy have eaten the other one? You two, wake up. It's time for training. Aren't you going to be the king of Goa? Aren't you going to capture Whitebeard? Then why don't you get up and train? Ace woke them up. Sabo, you're going to train with us too? You agreed to join us. Sabo was a little surprised. Yeah, that's right. Starting today, the three of us will train together. Luffy said in a baby voice. Why does it feel like Ace is completely different today than he was yesterday? Like a completely different person. Doesn't he hate Marine the most? Sabo thought for a while and said, You didn't go to talk to Commissar Ron last night, did you? Ace refused to admit it. After all, he had vowed before that he would never be shaken by Ron's talk. So now he admitted that he had talked to Ron and was convinced by him. Wouldn't that be slapping yourself in the face? So, Ace said with a straight face and a serious tone. Of course not. I slept very soundly yesterday. I didn't get up in the middle of the night, nor did I board the warship. I didn't even watch the stars and talk with that guy named Ron. I just figured out on my own. I was afraid that the two of you would die too quickly without my protection. At this time, Luffy said something inappropriate. But Ace, you're weaker than both of us. Shut up. That's only temporary. As long as we train together, I will definitely surpass both of you in no time. Ace shouted loudly at Luffy. Another troublesome guy is here. Akainu looked at the three little guys standing neatly in front of him. I couldn't help but cover my forehead. If Ron hadn't assigned him this task, he would never have been so patient in teaching three little kids. Former Ace, I never thought that I in another world would learn from Akainu. Akainu? Humph. You actually taught me the blood of the devil. What on earth was the other me thinking? Justice should eliminate all evil. He is the blood of the devil, so he should be killed on the spot. Current Akainu, is my other self too extreme? Don't forget that Ace is no longer a pirate. He has never committed any serious crimes. Are you going to kill him just because of his background? There is something wrong with your sense of justice, Sakazuki. Harari, Akainu, there is something wrong with your justice. As the son of the pirates' king, he was born with sin and should be killed. The two Akainu parties were arguing. At the same time, it also gave Sengoku in the original world something to think about. Whose justice is right? Seeing the future of Ace in another world, it is so bright. Could it be? Can the blood of demons be cultivated well? Hara Sengoku suddenly remembered the cruelest thing he had ever done. That is it. When it was learned that the Pirates' King Roger had an unborn child. I overreacted. He actually ordered the Marine to capture and kill all the pregnant women on the island. It is to take precautionary measures and prevent the birth of the devil's bloodline. But now think about it. Is it really too extreme? Is there something wrong with my own justice? Is the child really guilty? He had no way of knowing the answer before, because he can't see into the future. He cannot know all the growth paths of this child. But now, a comparison video appeared. He saw another possibility for Ace in another world. Not only did he not inherit the devil's bloodline, instead, under Ron's guidance, he embarked on the right path. I had completely forgotten about this matter. I suddenly remembered it at this moment. I felt so sorry for those pregnant women who were killed. What's wrong with them? I always say that Sakazuki's justice is too extreme, but isn't I the same? Hara, Sengoku. Another me, 20 years ago, when faced with the birth of Ace, did you make the same decision? Current, Sengoku. Are you saying that I ordered the killing of all pregnant women? I did make this decision, but was strongly criticized by Commissar Ron. I wrote a 5,000-word review and was suspended for a month to reflect on myself. What? Sengoku from the original world was stunned. I was also a Marine Marshal at that time. I didn't expect that the decision I made would be refuted by the political commissar. He even suspended himself from work for a month. Does the political commissar have such great power? But Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Fortunately, at least in another world, my stupid and radical decision was not implemented. This way, so many innocent women would not be harmed. At this time, the Pirates King Roger was unhappy. Hara, Roger, what? You were going to kill my child at that time? Sengoku, you were going too far. Original, Ace, I was born because of you, to fulfill your dream. The father and son also started arguing. At the same time, the video playback screen is also constantly accelerated. 1 month, 2 months. Marine's fleet also returned to the headquarters several times during the journey. During this period, Akainu has remained here to teach her 3 children. The strength of the 3 little brats increased visibly. After all, it was the Admiral who taught him personally. This treatment is probably unique in the world. Occasionally, Ron would give some pointers. But what's interesting is, every time Ron gave instructions, instead, it was Akainu who listened most attentively. Akainu, a big man over 2 meters tall, sat side by side with Luffy and the others on the bench used for children. Place your hands on your knees. A serious look. Every time Ron casually said a few words of shamelessness, he directly opened the door to Akainu's new world. Can hockey be used like this? Can the fruit ability be like this? What? There's a concept of overclocking in Devil Fruit Awakening. It is said to be spoken to children. Even Admiral felt that the content was a bit beyond the scope when listening here. So Akainu just sat there and listened obediently, just like a newbie. Present, Kizaru. Oh, Sakazuki, you didn't even tell us about Commissar Ron's lecture. No wonder your strength has improved by leaps and bounds since then. You shamelessly told us that it was because you got excited by hearing the news. Current, Akiji. That's so mean. You lied to us and told us to lie down together, but you ended up rolling up secretly, right? Present, Akainu. I've been discovered. Present world. At the banquet on top, the 3 admirals who were in their 60s were actually fighting with each other. This scene, the 3 admirals from another world gave me goosebumps. Hara, Akainu. Although I have understood a lot after watching the video and listening to those explanations, I still cannot accept that I in another world can get along well with the other 2 people. Hara, Kizaru, I envy the life over there. It's so nice to have parties at work, unlike here where we have to fight wars. Force, Akiji, then go to another world and continue to be the model worker there. Kizaru couldn't help but shudder when he heard Akiji say this. The old face tilted and he muttered to himself, forget about being a model worker. I'd better just slack off here. Time in the video continues to fast forward. In a blink of an eye, it was already half a year later. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo raised their glasses. Become brothers, little Luffy said excitedly. My dream is to catch Whitebeard and join the Marines. Little Sabo said, I want to become the king of Goa and save this country. Little Ace said seriously, I want to help brother Ron realize his dream. We both took an oath. Why are you so outstanding? Sabo was stunned for a moment and said, Ace, why are you so broad-minded? My dream is to help brother Ron and save all the countries. The 2 people started to compete with each other. Little Luffy was anxious. Then I'm going to help brother Ron catch all the pirates. The 3 children were fighting and making noises. Completed the sworn brotherhood. Original, Sengoku. It's the same video of 3 guys swearing brotherhood, but their ideals are indeed very different. In our world, they're still fighting over who will be the pirates' king. There is no harm without comparison. It seems that the fate of these 3 guys has changed from this moment. Original, Garp. I didn't expect Ron to be so charming. I'm educating them too, so why don't those 3 guys become Marines just for me? Hannah, Sengoku. You didn't have to interfere. If you don't educate them, they might really become Marines. If you educate them from a young age, all 3 admirals will become pirates. See Circle Calendar 1510. The future Marine Admiral Luffy, the King of Goa, Sabo, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Peace League became sworn brothers again. Present, Luffy. I really miss those times. Current, Sabo. I still remember that time when I was fined 5 kilometers by Commissar Ron for drinking. Present, Ace. It's all because of that idiot Luffy. He insisted on going to Commissar Ron to perform drunken boxing, which exposed us all. Recalling what happened before, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. The next day, the entire Goa kingdom suddenly fell into chaos. Quick, close the city gates. Those 3 guys are coming again. Is this ever going to end? Why do these guys keep attacking the kingdom of Goa? I don't know where these 3 monsters came from. They come to fight me every other week. In the past few months, the guards and nobles of the Goa kingdom have been beaten to PTSD. Every weekend, all the nobles locked themselves in their homes and dared not go out. The life of this noble was extremely frustrating. At the city gate, Sabo said, the 20th plan to retake the kingdom of Goa begins. Ace, these guys have beefed up their defenses this time. You better be careful. During the past 6 months, these 3 people have united those who were uncertain about their final destination. Gradually, a small force consisting of 3 people was formed. An attack on the kingdom of Goa was launched every other week. The reason why it takes a week, that's because Luffy and the other 2 train with the Kainu, taking only 1 day off a week. They haven't finished talking yet. Luffy, Gear 2. Luffy rushed forward while yelling. Original, Luffy. Huh? Am I seeing things? You're already using Gear 2nd at the age of 7? When I was 8, I couldn't even use a banana pistol. It's really different when you have a famous teacher to teach you. Hey, I'm so envious. Hara, Sengoku, this fighting power is really too outrageous, right? If the situation continues like this, he might actually be able to capture Whitebeard. Original, Garp, this is too fast. This kid is 8 years old. You idiot, even though political commissar Ron taught you how to drive in 2nd gear without hurting your body, you can't drive it so early or you'll run out of energy in a moment. Ace and Sabo looked at each other helplessly and sighed. Then follow immediately. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers guarding the city were beaten back one by one. The current king of Goa, King Whales III, is worried in the palace at this moment. Damn it, who do we offend? When will these 3 guys stop? Just how vicious are they? The king always thought that the 3 leaders should be powerful and vicious men with ferocious faces, fleshy bodies, and scars. After all, those guard captains don't have the face to say that they were defeated repeatedly in the past 6 months by 3 children who were less than 10 years old. So, the 3 of them have always been described as strong men who kill without blinking an eye. Therefore, the king always imagined these 3 people as burly men like Whitebeard Kaido. I went to ask the world government for help, but why is there no response? It's been more than 4 months. The defense minister wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, they said they'd be here soon, but I don't know why no one's here yet. Whales 3 cursed angrily. Damn it, we pay so much gold every year and support so many people just to wait for this day. But in the end, no one comes to help. The defense minister said nervously, Your Majesty, they have brought more people this time, and their strength has become stronger. I'm afraid we can't stop them this time. Where's the Marine? Ask the Marine for help. The Marine has the obligation to help us deal with these pirates. The king paced back and forth anxiously. The Minister of Defense said, I have requested many times, but was driven out every time. They said that these 3 people do not belong to the pirates and are not under their jurisdiction. Moreover, it is said that the backer of these 3 people is the boss of the Marine, so no one in the Marine dares to intervene. King, those 3 vicious guys have already reached the gate of the palace. We can't stop them at all. In fact, the defense of a kingdom is still very strong. Even Alabasta, which has been in turmoil for many years, has some top combat capabilities. They were able to deal with the initial attacks calmly. But every other week, I found that the opponent became much stronger and more people were summoned. The more you fight, the harder it becomes. And then later, I found that I was no match for these 3. What a horrible growth rate. Now, it cannot be said that the world government does not care. They did send elite combat troops. Only was stopped outside by Marine. What are you Marines doing? Asked a CP9 officer. Momosaji walked out of the cabin slowly. Nothing is happening here. You guys go back. How is that possible? We have clearly received reports that someone is trying to usurp the power of the Kingdom of Goa. CP9 was very tough. We have Marine here. How could something like what you said happen? Everything is peaceful inside. You guys can go back. Momosaji said with a half smile. No, we take orders directly from the 5 elders. We have to go in and take a look this time. CP9 Chief Spandine said. He loved doing this kind of quelling riots the most. Not because it was justice, but because he could make a lot of money every time. Generally speaking, they will not help unless the country gives them enough money, and they will not help even if they just stand by and watch the other side being attacked. I have advised him twice, but he still doesn't understand. Momosaji's expression suddenly became serious. Commissar Ron is on vacation here. Are you planning to disturb him? What? The CP9 commander was stunned. He didn't expect that this adult was also here. I heard that celestial dragons were beaten here before, and I wanted to seek justice, but when I saw this adult here, I didn't dare to say a word and just left. Spandine still knows his own weight. It's better to stay away from people who even celestial dragons don't dare to mess with. Then, he left in disgrace with the personnel who were ready to come to support him. This is why the Kingdom of Goa has been waiting for so long for assistance. Just when King Wales III was in great trouble. Bang! The palace door was kicked open. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo walked in openly. King Wales III was stunned when he saw these 3 little kids who were less than 1 meter tall. Are these the 3 little creatures? They have been defeating the Gaia Kingdom for the past 6 months? Are you kidding? Isn't he a big, burly guy? Are all the guards under me idiots? He couldn't even beat 3 kids under 10 years old. The 3 Welsh soldiers were completely dumbfounded. Original, Sabo, I never thought that in another world, I overthrew a tyrannical country when I was 11 years old. This is something I did when I was 20 years old. Hara, Sengoku, these 3 kids are really capable of great things. But what surprises me even more is that the guys from CP9 don't even dare to provoke Commissar Ron. Luffy suddenly jumped up and said happily, yeah, we finally cleared the level this time. Now Commissar Ron will agree to let us go out to sea. Sabo nodded and said, ah, that's what Commissar Ron said. Ace, looks like we finally completed the first test. The old king frowned and collapsed. Clear the game? You're just playing a game. You beat me for half a year just to get Ron to agree to let you go to sea. Day 2. The entire world press was in an uproar. The regime of the Kingdom of Goa was overthrown by 3 children whose average age was less than 10 years old. King Wales III of Goa decided to abolish all the noble classes in the city. The kingdom's city defense was taken over by the Marine, and no uncertain terminal was set up. People who had been driven out before were allowed to return to their homes and share the noble assets equally. Soon after, it was announced that it would become the first country in East Blue to withdraw from the world government. Announced that it would no longer pay the heavenly gold. After making all these decisions, King III of Wales announced his abdication. This news, it caused a huge stir throughout the world. It has also attracted the attention of the 5 elders of the world government. Horse, Sengoku, how can you do this? So many detailed measures. It's definitely not something those 3 brats could come up with. It must be Commissar Ron, who is the mastermind behind this, who told them to do this. Everyone can see this. Former 5 elders. How shameful. How shameful. Is the world government of that world useless? If someone dared to do this in our world, he would never see the sun again. How dare a mere political commissar ride on our heads? Former, ordinary people of the Kingdom of Goa, call on this Commissar Ron to liberate us. Former Goa Kingdom King Stelly. Are you all crazy? Shut up. Anyone who dares to envy that world again, if I find out, I will catch them and throw them to the uncertainty terminal. They will never be able to come back. Former Goa Kingdom nobles, reject Commissar Ron. We will always support King Stelly. Original, various countries shouted in unison. We also want to withdraw from the world government, and we also don't want to pay the heavenly gold. The 5 elders of the original world could no longer sit still. That damn political commissar Ron. It's not enough for him to influence that world. He can also influence this world. After watching the comparison video, the original world was also completely blown up, and many oppressed countries began to envy the other world. They have already regarded Ron as the savior and started to call for the world to also need Ron. Former Whitebeard, girl, what are you waiting for? Stand up and resist. Let's see another world. As long as you stand up and resist, you can get what you want. At this time, Whitebeard did not forget to fan the flames. Don't be fooled by Whitebeard's rough appearance. But the mind is also very meticulous. In order to rescue his son Ace, he is willing to sacrifice the entire group. This is how they treat their own people, let alone people from ordinary countries. Given Whitebeard's current situation, he thinks his hope of rescuing Ace is slim. And from the previous video, it can be concluded that Ace will be killed. But the future is not unchangeable, because he lives in the present, and also know what will happen in the future. So now if you still want to rescue Ace, you must make changes. We cannot allow events to develop in the most unfavorable direction. So now he wants to stir up trouble. The more chaotic this world is, the better. This will help disperse Marine's power. This is the only way to rescue Ace. So, at this moment, we are taking advantage of the people's indignation at the huge differences between the two worlds to stir up trouble, inciting riots around the world. Sengoku immediately saw through Whitebeard's plot, but there is no way to stop it. Hara, Sengoku, Whitebeard, do you know what you are doing? Do you want to increase the casualties? These countries don't have the power to overthrow their own governments. If you instigate them to do this, won't you increase their casualties? Former Whitebeard, Gulalala, don't forget I am a pirate, Sengoku. This is not a problem I should worry about. I only care about protecting my son. What does the death of others have to do with me? Current Sengoku, pirates are pirates after all. They are just a small group that disregards the law and human life. Do you think they care about the lives of ordinary people? What's the point of reasoning with them? Former Sengoku, another me, stop talking nonsense. I'm already in a big trouble now. If you have any good countermeasures, please tell me. If you don't have any good countermeasures, please keep silent. Current Sengoku, I can't think of anything either. Just when complaints began to spread from all over the world, and Sengoku in the original world was at a loss as to what to do, Ron suddenly sent a barrage. Present. Ron, you should immediately post a message and make a promise to everyone to stay calm. Once Marine has eliminated Whitebeard, we will definitely meet everyone's needs. Sengoku of the original world suddenly realized. What clever way to shift the blame. This way everyone will shift the conflict to Whitebeard. They would hope that Whitebeard would be eliminated as soon as possible so that Marine could free up time to solve their problems. Sengoku from the original world gave him a look of great gratitude. Immediately do what Ron says. Post it in the barrage. Former Sengoku, please be patient, everyone. Once the Marines have eliminated Whitebeard, we will definitely meet your needs. What the Marines in the other world can do, we can still do too. As expected, when Sengoku made this statement, the direction of public opinion changed completely. Whitebeard, since this is what Ron from another world said, then we should believe it. Obviously, everyone heard this sentence, which was made by Ron at Sengoku's request. If Sengoku said it himself, they might not believe it. But Ron is the endorsement. Everyone instantly felt more relieved. After all, this is what Ron did in another world. Sengoku from the original world couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He expressed his gratitude to Ron through the screen. Rescue is like putting out a fire. If it weren't for Ron, this place would have gotten out of control. This political commissar has too strong appeal. I didn't expect that I could gain so much trust from everyone in this world. Whitebeard couldn't help but snorted coldly. His plan was foiled by just one sentence from the other party. Not only that, but also puts pressure on myself. Current Luffy, Whitebeard, I think you want to be beaten again, don't you? How dare you speak to Commissar Ron like that? Original Luffy, did you really capture and defeat Whitebeard? Present Luffy, of course. Original Luffy, doesn't that mean you have become the king of pirates? Present, Luffy, are you stupid? Can't you see I'm a Marine? Marine. The video continues to play. Little Luffy suddenly suggested, I think we should go out to sea. I should be able to defeat Whitebeard. Ace hit Luffy on the head with a big punch. You think Whitebeard is a wild boar? He can be defeated so easily. However, it is indeed time for us to go out to sea for some experience. Political Commissar Ron said that as long as we overthrow the kingdom of Goa, we will have the strength to go out to sea. Let's go and ask for instructions. Little Luffy and little Sabo nodded. Then, 3 people came to Ron's boat. Ron comes over about once a week. You 3 performed well this time in the Goa Kingdom world. Especially Sabo, you were able to gather everyone at the Uncertainty Terminal together. You have some leadership skills. Sabo jumped for joy when he heard Ron praising him. And Ace, you were able to get the other king to do what you asked and abdicate smoothly, which also shows that you have strong communication skills. After hearing this, Ace couldn't help but smile. Very happy, Luffy couldn't wait any longer. He jumped up immediately and said, What about me? What about me, Brother Ron? What about me? As for you, you're already pretty impressive for not being tricked by the enemy with a barbecue this time. Hee. Little Luffy made a yeah gesture. Ace did another big push and hit Luffy on the head. You still have the nerve to laugh. During the previous attacks on the Goya Kingdom, the guards used barbecue to trick you into being captured, forcing us to retreat on our own initiative in order to get you back. Can we go out to sea then? Sabo asked. Go ahead. Ron agreed to this matter directly. Garp on the side said with a frown. Political Commissar Ron, the 3 of them are less than 10 years old, and they're going out to sea so early. It's dangerous, isn't it? Garp didn't know how strong these 3 guys were, so I'm very worried. After all, the dangers of the sea are countless. It just so happens that we are about to go to the next place for inspection. You 3 can tag along. Ron said again. This is a new policy that Ron has implemented since he became the Marine Political Commissar. It is similar to the Central Investigation Team going down to the grassroots level. Every year, Ron personally leads the team to inspect various countries. On the surface, it's an inspection, but in fact, Ron's main purpose is to change the plot in life. After all, the first stage of his system at that time was to change the plot of his life, and he would get rewards. Of course, Ron would not tell anyone else the real purpose. Everyone thought that Ron did this to supervise the Marine work in various places. You 3 should get ready. We will set off tomorrow. Ron drew a circle on the map and handed it to Momosaji. Go here tomorrow. That place is called Frostleaf Village. Luffy and the other 2 went back excitedly to prepare their luggage. Ace even said goodbye to Makino. Thank you for teaching me all the etiquette. Actually, I've never understood why you need to learn so many etiquettes. Makino asked curiously. Since half a year ago, Ace has been pestering her to teach her various etiquettes, because we will have to deal with kings of various countries in the future. Ace said seriously. After all, this was the secret mission he promised Ron. Former Ace, so the me in the other world learned etiquette for this purpose. Present Ace, otherwise, what else could it be? Then why are you learning etiquette? Original Ace, to thank for Emperor Shanks for saving Luffy? Present Ace, you mean the Shanks whose arm was bitten off by a Sea King? He was actually a 4 emperor in your world. Is the combat power in your world so weak? Original Kaido, haha, Shanks, did you buy your position as a 4 emperor? Because you've made the rest of us, 4 emperors, suffer the ridicule of you. Original Shanks, what do you know? Ahem, that Sea King is very powerful. If you go up to him, your arm will fall off. On the eve of departure, little Luffy suddenly remembered something. I still remember the scene when he went out to sea half a year ago and was beaten and cried by the king of the Forbidden Sea at the beach. Little Luffy is very vengeful. Wait, let me get my revenge first before I leave. Then, little Luffy put his hands on his waist at the beach and shouted, I'm going out to sea again. Where's that big fish? Do you dare to come out and fight me? Idiot, can that fish understand you? How can it appear when you shout like that? Ace rolled his eyes at Luffy. A huge wave suddenly arose at the seashore. A huge monster that looks like a former eel actually appeared. Shit, it really appeared? Ace was stunned. Is this possible? Can I just curse at him? The king of the sea swam towards Luffy at an extremely fast speed. Then he opened his bloody mouth. He bit down at Luffy. Little Luffy suddenly punched the king of the sea directly in the face. Knock it away instantly. Original. Kaido, this is what you call awesome, Shanks. You actually lost an arm when an 8-year-old kid could knock it away with one punch? Why don't you just quit the group, Shanks? You make us 4 emperors look stupid. Present, Luffy. I remember that the king of the sea was at that level. If he knew a little bit of hockey, he wouldn't be able to bite it. It's about the level of 2,000 bounty pirates. Shanks. Shimatsuki village was established only 50 years ago. It seems that a group of swordsmen from Wanakuni stayed here and formed the village. Momosaji is reporting to Ron. Now, the warship was sailing on the way to Shimatsuki village. That's the territory under the jurisdiction of G5. The commander of the base is Vice Admiral Virgo. At this time, G5 had not yet moved to New World. The various marine distribution bases need to swap positions every once in a while. Momosaji said as he handed Virgo's information to Ron. Vice Admiral Virgo has always been well regarded within the Marine Corps. He is trusted by his subordinates and is very capable. He has a high level of attainment in armament hockey. Well, let's tell him to come to Shimatsuki village. Ron didn't take the information Momosaji handed over. Ron knew Virgo better than anyone else. This guy is one of the deepest undercover agents in the Marine. Don Quixote had arranged for this to happen many years ago. Currently, no one in the entire Marine knows this. Yes, Momosaji nodded. She was still a little envious of Virg. This time, he was summoned by Ron personally, which seemed to mean that he would be promoted. In other Marine bases that Ron had inspected before, more than half of the base commanders who were summoned were praised and their positions were promoted by half a level. Since Virgo is so popular among his subordinates, works diligently, and the public security in his jurisdiction is good, he is bound to be promoted this time. Momosaji thought to herself, Hara, Sengoku, did you actually go to Virgo's jurisdiction to investigate? I have to say that Virgo is indeed a very responsible Marine. I am very optimistic about him. He is also one of my candidates for Admiral. Sengoku from the original world was very satisfied with this subordinate. After all, among his weird subordinates, Virgo is one of the few who can work diligently. At least he's more serious than Kizaru, more hardworking than Akiji, not as extreme as Akainu, and he's quite capable and still very young. A hexagonal talent indeed. Sengoku had planned to train him well, otherwise he wouldn't have let him become the base commander at such a young age. Former Garp, he is indeed the most reliable of the younger generation of Marines. I have high hopes for him. Hara, too. If only these 3 admirals could be like him, we wouldn't have to worry so much. Present, Sengoku. Hey, are you serious? You actually said that Virgo is the most diligent and reliable Marine? Sengoku, you actually want to focus on training him? Are you 3 sane? Current, Garp. The other one actually has high hopes for him? Current, Tsuru's staff officer. It is said that a woman becomes stupid for 3 years after she gets pregnant. You're not pregnant. How can you say such a stupid thing? If the 3 admirals are like him, then you Marines are really amazing. You should just stop calling them Marines and call them. Staff Officer Crane is muted for 5 minutes and is deprived of the opportunity to answer this question. Crane is warned of spoilers involved, and punishment was imposed. At this moment, Sengoku, Garp, and Chief of Staff Crane of the present world were completely stunned by their own selves in the original world. No way. Didn't these guys discover Virgo's true identity? I actually want to focus on training him. Good job. This wave directly allowed the pirates to steal the home base. Hara, Sengoku. What do you mean by that? At least his work attitude and ability are much better than Kizaru's. Is there anything wrong with focusing on training him? Current, Sengoku. I'll be banned if I reveal the spoilers, so I can't explain it now. You should know it after a while. After the lesson from Chief of Staff Crane, just now, Sengoku didn't dare to say anything about Virgo's identity anymore. Former Virgo. Thank you for Marshal Sengoku's trust. If I hadn't returned home to take care of my sick sister, I would have gone to Marineford to defeat the pirates together. Present, Garp. Where did your sister come from? You were obviously going to. Garp is muted for 5 minutes and is deprived of the opportunity to answer this question. Garp was speechless. He was really irritated by Virgo's lies and failed to control his emotions, which resulted in him being banned as well. Present world. Sengoku looked at Garp beside him speechlessly. Idiot, Garp retorted. He was also banned. Why don't you call him an idiot? Sengoku's face darkened. How can it be the same? You've already been taught a lesson by Tsuru, and you still make the same mistake again. If you're not an idiot, then who is? Garp, marry a wife and forget your brothers. Sengoku. In the video, the warship is sailing slowly. Find a port to dock. Luffy, Sabo, and Ace are training on the deck. The three of them often fought with each other. Because Luffy has the bonus of the fruit, his strength is 55-50 with the other two. After the fight, the three men sat on the ground exhausted. Ace said with some confusion, "By the way, Luffy, didn't Commander Ron say that your devil fruit is the Zoan human fruit mythical beast Nika form? Why do you always yell Gum Gum?" Sabo was also curious. From the beginning to the end, I couldn't figure out what this mythical beast was. No matter how you look at it, it's a rubber fruit. Who was so crazy that he changed his body into the human fruit's mythical beast type? Luffy was also confused, grabbing his face with both hands and pulling it a few times. It's really rubber? Maybe Ron remembered it wrong. Ace. Impossible. How could Sir Ron be wrong? Did you use the wrong slogan? Why don't you try a different one? Luffy placed a finger on his forehead, pretending to think hard. Then I call Mechanica? Hear this slogan. Ace couldn't help but frown. Why do I always feel like shouting like that makes me look like an idiot? Forget it. Just shout like that for now. Anyway, don't shout rubber anymore, or people will think you are the rubber fruit. If you suddenly tell them that this is the Nika form of the Zoan human fruit, the audience will definitely scold you. Then try changing the slogan and see if the power increases a little. Luffy didn't know yet that Ace and Sabo were teasing him. Raise your fist and punch forward suddenly. Mechanica. Fist cannon. There's no difference. Luffy scratched his head. Sabo burst into laughter. Mechanica. Feels like a duck. Little Luffy said. So what kind of devil fruit are you two going to eat? Didn't Brother Ron say yesterday that he had seized a devil fruit from a group of pirates? Ace. That's Marine's, not ours. What about the devil fruit? Just at this moment, Momosaji followed Ron, holding a bright red fruit in her hand. This was captured from a pirates group last night. It's a bit unlucky for the pirates group. I got a devil fruit from somewhere and was about to sell it on the black market, but I ran into a warship. Luffy, Brother Ron, Ace, Sir Ron, Sabo, Commissar Ron. The three people immediately shouted in unison. The three of them call Ron differently, which is mainly because of the image of Ron in their minds. Captain Ron, we're discussing Luffy's devil fruit. It looks like rubber no matter how you look at it. Then you can use it as rubber. When you can drive in 5th gear, you will naturally understand why he is called Mechanica. 5th gear? I can only drive to 2nd gear now. Little Luffy said to Big White Fan with a grin. Take your time. Ron patted Luffy's head. Open a class every half a year, and 2.5 years of practice in total will be enough. The Nika fruit is all about singing and dancing. Original, Luffy, after 2.5 years of training. You can use Gear 5? I can only use Gear 3 now. Current, Luffy, of course I can't do it on my own, but with Ron-sama's guidance, it's different. Which of you two will eat this Logia Maramara fruit? Ron asked directly. Hara, Sengoku. No way. He's just giving away the Logia devil fruit like that. Doesn't he want to keep it for himself? This is the most powerful Logia. Current, Sengoku. To be honest, there's a special display cabinet in Commissar Ron's office, which is full of rare devil fruits. Commissar Ron likes to collect rare devil fruits, and this Maramara fruit is not to his liking. Hara, Sengoku. The more you compare, the greater the harm. Sengoku could already feel his body unable to bear it. Former Ace, it's really fate. I didn't expect that the Maramara fruit would meet me in another world. I only ate this fruit when I was 17 years old. It seems that no matter which world it is, the general direction remains unchanged. I bet that this devil fruit will probably be eaten by me. Little Ace and little Sabo looked at each other. Then they all shook their heads. No. What? Momosaji was confused. Even if the Logia fruit was given to her for free, some people would not want it. I remember Chief Ron once told us, Maramara fruit, even dogs won't eat it. So I don't eat it. Me too, Ace and Sabo said. Original, Ace, who said that dogs wouldn't eat Maramara fruit. Damn it, it's so strong. Sabo, tell me, if I gave it to you, would you eat it? Hara, Sabo, I should eat it. Sabo was speechless. We haven't seen each other for many years, good brother. Now you come and try to trick me. People say that even dogs won't eat it, and you ask me if I eat it? You two really don't eat. Momosaji looked at the two guys in some disbelief. This is Logia devil fruit. Who doesn't want to eat it? Even if it were sold, it would be worth more than 500 million. This shows how precious the Logia devil fruit is. If you don't eat it now, you will regret it later. Eat the devil fruit, and your current strength will be greatly improved. Momosaji was afraid of these two silly little brats who didn't know the value of the devil fruit. I won't eat that either. Ace was totally uninterested. I don't want to eat either. Sabo also had no interest at all. When Ron gave them knowledge about devil fruit before, he mentioned Maramara fruit. Judging from Ron's attitude, this fruit is useless, as if many big shots can produce flames without relying on the fruit. Therefore, there is the Maramara fruit, which even dogs won't eat. Even if Ace and Sabo want to eat the devil fruit, they must eat a stronger one, at least not worse than Luffy's. The three brothers are still competing with each other in terms of strength. So, I decided not to eat this broken fruit. Only little Luffy came closer with drooling. How about I eat it? Boom, boom. Ace and Sabo each had a big fight. Then he roared, "Are you stupid? A person can't eat two devil fruits, or he will explode and die. Do you want to die?" Little Luffy covered his head. But this looks delicious. Ace and Sabo did not choose Maramara fruit. Ron was a little surprised. It seems that different lives will indeed lead people to different choices. Put away Momosaji, Ron said. Since they didn't want to eat, Ron didn't force them. Ace walked over and saluted politely and said, "Captain Ron, could you teach us about armament hockey?" Okay. Since he had nothing to do, Ron sat there and explained it to them. Not long after, the warship has arrived at the dock in Shimatsuki village. "We're here, political commissar Ron." Momosaji came over and said, "Okay, that's all for today. How much do you understand?" Ace, "It's too profound. I only understood 10% of it." Sabo, "Me too. It will probably take a long time before I can use it myself." Luffy, "What's hockey?" "Pay attention to the class." Sabo and Ace said angrily at the same time. The bag on little Luffy's head has reached a new level. There are only Ron, Akainu, and Momosaji on the ship. Momosaji is not an admiral candidate yet, but is secretary to Ron, with the rank of rear admiral. So, strictly speaking, there are only two senior marine officers on this ship, Ron and Akainu. After all, patrolling doesn't require so many people. So, Garp, Akiji was asked by Ron to return to the marine headquarters 2 days ago. That guy Kizaru left for half a year and never came back. According to him, he was in a hurry to get back to work and didn't have time to waste here. Ron and others just got off the boat. In the distance, I saw a warship flying the G5 Marine flag, slowly approaching the shore. It's Vice Admiral Virgo. I didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. It seems he happened to be patrolling nearby. Virgo is indeed so serious about his work. Momosaji introduced Ron. Then he saw a man with barbecued meat on his face walking towards Ron. There was also a team of Marines following behind. Where's my sword?" "Mr. Virgo, you forgot that you are not a swordsman," the assistant reminded. "Commissar Ron, I didn't know you were here." "Vice Admiral Virgo, this is Admiral Sakazuki. Political Commissar Ron is here," the assistant said somewhat embarrassedly. Virgo just turned around and was about to speak to Ron. Unexpectedly, His expression suddenly changed. Then, shave, the whole figure disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, they arrived a few dozen meters away, where there was a drowning child, and Virgo quickly rescued the child. Then, we also discovered that a group of pirates were causing trouble not far away. Virgo's whole body turned black with his armament color, and he knocked them all down in an instant. This shocked little Sabo and Ace. Is this armament hockey? Hara, Sengoku, see? This is Virgo. He is worthy of being the Marine commander I promoted. He is both just and caring. He works anytime and anywhere. Kizaru, learn more from him. Hara Kizaru, twisted mouth. Former Tsuru staff officer. Since Virgo took over as the commander of G5 base, there's not been a single major pirate riot in the area under his jurisdiction, and he personally patrols every day. Aside from his poor memory, he really has no flaws. Hara, Sengoku. That's right, he is my most trusted Marine Vice Admiral. After the Summit War is over, it looks like he will be transferred to the Marine headquarters. Former Virgo. Thank you for your trust, Marshal. I will work hard to do better. Former Garp. I am also the Vice Admiral. Does this mean you don't trust me? Hara, Sengoku. I'm glad you don't cause me any trouble. Virgo handed the child he had just rescued to his assistant and said, "Put him in our lost child adoption center. We will keep him until someone comes to claim him. This is our Marine's duty, understand? We can't neglect it." Original Sengoku. I didn't expect Virgo to do so many good things in private. He even built a shelter for lost children. We didn't know about this. He is indeed an excellent Marine who silently contributes. This means that Virgo in our world is also doing these things silently. After the Summit War is over, we must give him more rewards. Hara, Tsuru, I have heard about this. It is said that at certain times, someone will come to claim these children. Hara, Sengoku. Not bad, not bad. This way, those lost children can be returned to their mother's arms. Being able to do so many things for lost children, those lost parents should be grateful to him. Current Sengoku. You might as well stop calling me the resourceful general and call me a moron. Oh, I'm so worried about you. Hara, Sengoku, what do you mean? Just when the two Sengoku were about to start quarreling. Suddenly, screen pause. A line of words slowly rolled out. Character. Random question and answer begins. When comparing Luffy's life, a random question mode will be activated when someone related to Luffy appears. The content of the question and answer is, the two worlds speculate on the future identity of this person in the other world. The question and answer format is multiple choice questions using a quick response mode, and the person who answers correctly first will receive a reward. The Q&A session is about to begin. Please be prepared. There are 2 questions this time. Character, Virgo. Question 1. Please guess what Virgo's identity is in the other's world. Second question. Please guess who killed Virgo in the other person's world. The third round. Random questions and answers. Now, after experiencing the huge rewards in the first 2 rounds, everyone took the third round of random questions and answers very seriously. And there are 2 questions, which means there are 2 rewards. Original world. Sengoku was very confident this time. After all, the characters involved in this question were people he was very familiar with. It can be said that he watched Virgo grow up step by step, and he knows his character and personality very well. Not like the previous 2 times. Sengoku was actually not familiar with Sabo and Ace during the first 2 encounters, so I didn't get the first answer reward. This time, Sengoku is ready. He wants to make an attack on the first answer reward. This time, we, the senior executives, will grab the first strike reward first. Sengoku said. Garp and Chief of Staff Crane nodded seriously. Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard was also ready. This is equivalent to another battle between him and Marine. Among these questions and answers, whoever gets more rewards will be more advantageous for them in the subsequent war. He couldn't forget that he was still in the confrontation of Summit War. After the comparison video was over, there would inevitably be another battle. Girls, guys, please be quick with your hands and eyes. We don't know this Marine, so just guess together. The red-haired Shanks pirates and Kaido's beast pirates were also extremely serious at this time. After all, they didn't get any rewards from the first 2 rounds. If this continues, the strength of the entire group will be far behind Whitebeard. Moreover, the Pirate King Roger has also been resurrected. If we don't work hard to improve the strength of the pirates, I'm afraid we won't be able to gain a firm foothold among the 4 emperors in the future. Shanks said very seriously. Ben Beckman, it's up to you. Ben Beckman nodded, lit a cigarette, and prepared to receive the reward for being the first to answer. Leave it to me, Lord Kaido. Jack was not to be outdone and said, patting his chest. Get lost. You can't even finish reading the options. Kaido said, unhappily. Only now do I realize that my men are a bunch of reckless men. Looking at their stupid looks, it must be impossible to ask them to analyze the correct answer. Kaido frowned and said, 3 short and 1 long. Choose the longest one. 3 long and 1 short. Choose the shortest. If all 4 are the same, choose C. The difference is uneven, so I'll pick B. Remember them all. Kaido has summarized a set of theories suitable for guessing questions by reckless people, saving them time in reading questions and options. Boss, you are so wise. Jack was overjoyed. Otherwise, everyone else would have finished answering the questions before he even finished reading the options. Cake Island. The ant frowned while eating dessert, lost in thought. Mama, we can't fall behind. Katakuri. When the questions come out, use your observation hockey to predict the correct answer. Katakuri was a little embarrassed. Mom, I can't do that. Every time I submit my answer, the correct answer is announced 1 minute later. I can't predict that far ahead. You're so useless. The old lady's expression suddenly turned extremely cold. Then give me a preview of what the Marine has chosen, and we could just follow their choices. The eldest son, Perispero, immediately stuck out his tongue and flattered him. As expected of a mother, she's really smart. Marine must know her own people, so there will be no problem learning from them. After all, you won't get the reward for answering the question first, but as long as you answer it correctly, you will still get a 1% increase in your physical attributes. This is a huge improvement for the entire Pirates group. The difference in combat power between 2 4-emperor groups may be less than 1%, so after the upgrade, they can basically surpass the other group. Only on Shichibukai's side, Doflamingo looked a little unhappy. In the entire modern world, he is probably the only one who truly knows Virgo's identity. Is it going to be exposed? Or should I sell a wave of Virgo and get the reward myself? Doflamingo had to make a choice between his family and his interests. And in the present world, Marine was not so conflicted. Sengoku gave the order directly. Everyone listen up. Choose whatever Commissar Ron tells you to choose. Yes, 100,000 people shouted. Although Sengoku didn't understand why Ron knew so much about everyone. But the last topic selection has thoroughly proven that Ron is like this. And Marine is used to taking orders from Ron. After all, political Commissar Ron's decisions are always correct. Otherwise, he would not have led Marine to its current prosperity, especially after comparing it to the Marine from another world. This made them realize even more how powerful and happy the Marine in Ron's world is. So of course I had to follow Ron. No one wants to face the humiliation of being attacked by pirates at home. Commissar Ron, of course the first answer reward is definitely yours. Sengoku added, the first answer will be rewarded. Whoever is quicker will take it. Ron didn't care. After all, Ron would get all the reward options that appeared. Whether he gets the reward for being the first to answer or not, he will eventually get a share of the reward for maintaining the first answer. So it's the same to anyone. Kizaru twisted his mouth and said, as expected of Commissar Ron, so selfless. Ron smiled. I thought to myself, you want my interest, but I want your principle. Good man, Kaido. Listen up, everyone in the Beast Mining Company. No one is allowed to answer first. We must wait until Political Commissar Ron has finished answering and all the Marine brothers have finished answering before we can answer. Do you hear me? Don't steal other people's first answer reward. Yes. Everyone in Baisho Mining agreed unanimously. Gourmet Annie. Did everyone in Anti-Gourmet Company hear what Kaido said? We have the same policy. No competing with Commissar Ron for answers. We just need to answer randomly at the last second. Do you hear me? Yes, Mom. Shanks, who was released from prison, said, "We don't want to rob. We have just been released from prison and we need to be good people. What's the point of having a reward for fighting?" "Yes, boss." Everyone agreed. Whitebeard, if you have something to say, burn some paper. Don't queue. See another world talk. Sengoku from the original world was confused. There is no harm without comparison. What is going on? What a harmonious and friendly atmosphere there is on the other side. How did these pirates become so humble and polite in that world? He didn't even compete with Marine. Am I dazzled? What a magnificent sight this is. How come they are like different people? Don't tell me. This is also the result of talking with Ron? Look, he is the Marine Marshal. What a beautiful scenery. Look at yourself again. How frustrating. Moreover, the 4 emperors in the other world actually retired from the underworld. They even started a legitimate business. Far from the truth. How is this done? In this prosperous world, it's no wonder that myself and another world would get married and have children. The world is so beautiful. Who would want to be single? Hateful. Sengoku felt his chest swell. I'm so jealous that I want to vomit blood. Just at this moment. The subtitles for the comparison video continue to scroll. Please answer from the original world. The first person to answer correctly will receive a special reward. The remaining people who answer correctly will have their physical attributes increased by 1%. This is a multiple choice question. If you select all the answers, it will be considered a correct answer. Selecting fewer, missing, selecting more than one, or selecting the wrong answer will all be considered an incorrect answer. However, before the options were announced, a barrage of comments suddenly popped up. Kizaru, Sengoku was confused. Hannah, Sengoku, Kizaru, what are you doing? You picked it before the options are even out? And this is a multiple choice question. Don't you even read the question? Hannah, Kizaru, I want to grab the first answer reward, and then choose the 5 billion berries prize so that I don't have to work anymore and can just retire. Sengoku from the original world had a very unhappy face. Who are these people you brought with you? When Kizaru on the other side got the first answer reward, he chose a physique that required less sleep so that it would be convenient for work. But Kizaru himself was thinking of choosing a sum of money to retire directly. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. The answer is invalid. Please answer the question after the countdown ends. Question 1. What is Virgo's true identity in another world? A. Pyrotesmarin. B. G5 Marine. C. A good brother who always takes care of his sick sister. D. The grass on the grave is 5 meters high. Start answering questions. 3, 2, 1. Please answer from the people of the world today. The first person to answer correctly will receive a special reward. The remaining people who answer correctly will have their physical attributes increased by 1%. This is a multiple choice question. If you select all the answers, it will be considered a correct answer. Selecting fewer, missing, selecting more than one, or selecting the wrong answer will all be considered an incorrect answer. Question 1. What is Virgo's true identity in another world? A. Pyrotesmarin. B. G5 Marine. C. A good brother who always takes care of his sick sister. D. The grass on the grave is 5 meters high. A. Pyrotesmarin. B. G5 Marine. C. A good brother who always takes care of his sick sister. D. The grass on the grave is 5 meters high. 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ends, crazy barrage of comments surged up. A, B, C, D. All 4 options were taken up in an instant. Original. Marco. Idiot. This is a multiple choice question. You won't get any points if you choose only one answer. It's definitely wrong. Because the Whitebeard Pirates group adopts a policy of splitting teams into groups and guessing blindly. Everyone is generally divided into 4 teams, with each team coming up with an answer so that they can grab the first answer reward as quickly as possible. This tactic was feasible in the first 2 attempts. But this time, it is a multiple choice question. That is, the correct answer is 2 to 4. This would result in too many changes. If you choose 2 to 4 correct answers from 4 options, the probability will be much lower. And without prior communication, There is no way to achieve carpet coverage immediately. Each person can only choose once. So this time, a large number of white-beard pirates chose the wrong answer, which cannot be changed. It's not just the white-beard pirates that have problems here. The Kaido pirates had the same problem. Because I followed the rules of guessing the questions taught by Teacher Kaido, only suitable for single selection. Suddenly a multiple-choice question comes up. It directly messed up everyone's mind. Horse Jack, Master Kaido, you haven't taught us the formula for multiple-choice questions yet. Horse, Kaido, shut up. Who would have thought that this time he would give multiple-choice questions? Just pick a few at random. Kaido felt a little regretful. He really shouldn't have brought this idiot out. Bringing the other 3 disasters could at least give him some advice. Kaido's side was almost wiped out. They started to choose blindly. After all, no one knows whether the correct answer is 2, 3, or 4. Red hair pirates here because it was handed over to the smartest Ben Beckman. So everyone was not in a hurry to make a choice at the beginning, but waited for Ben Beckman to analyze it. But this option also put Ben Beckman in a difficult position. It is impossible to know what this person does in another world. We can only infer it based on his position in this world, but he does not know what this person does in this world either. Original, Shanks. What do you think, Beckman? Which option should we choose? Original, Beckman. Obviously, only one of A and B is correct. He is either the base commander or an undercover agent. And only one of C and D is correct. If the grass on his grave is 5 meters high, he can't take care of his sister for a long time. Original, Yasop. Can you please speak human language, Beckman? The time is almost up. Tell us what to choose. Former, Beckman. Choose A and C, B and C, B and D, C and D. Divide into 4 groups and choose separately. This way, there will always be a correct group. Ben Beckman is indeed the smartest person. Even without any clues, he can still lock the answers to the last 4 through the process of elimination and mutual exclusion. If I were to take the civil service exam, I would probably be able to get a very high score in the practical test. But because he took too long to analyze. Therefore, the red hair pirates will definitely not get the first hit reward in this round. But they can guarantee that 1/4 of the people will get a reward with a 1% attribute increase, which is much better than the situation of the other 4 Emperor's Pirates groups. The Big Mom Pirates are in the best situation right now. After all, the policy they adopted was to follow the Marine steps. What does Marine choose? What do they choose? So no action has been taken at this time. Now, Sengoku and the others couldn't help but look stunned. This time it is a multiple-choice question, so they don't have the opportunity to make a choice right away. Became cautious. Even if you can't get the first answer reward, it's better than getting no reward at all. At least if you answer correctly, you can improve your strength by 1%. Sengoku. Impossible. Option A is obviously wrong. How could Virgo be an undercover agent planted by the Marine? I approved him to join the Marine and have carefully investigated his background many times. Sengoku trusts his own judgment. Besides, if an undercover pirate's agent could reach the position of Vice Admiral in his Marine headquarters, then he would be blind if he didn't become a Marshal. Promote a pirate to be Vice Admiral. It's not embarrassing enough to tell it to others. Garp. Yes, this guy has performed very well since joining the Marines and has captured many pirates. He can't be an undercover agent sent by the pirates. Besides, who would be so bold as to send an undercover agent to the Marine headquarters? Sengoku's face darkened. If Garp had the same opinion as him, he would feel that something was wrong. Never mind. Time is running out. Sengoku continued his analysis. Of the remaining 3 answers, B is definitely the answer. After all, we saw him in that world as the head of the G5 base, accepting inspections from Ron and others. This is a no-brainer. As for option C, at least in our world, he often takes leave to go to the countryside to take care of his sick sister. This can be seen from the comparison between the 2 worlds. Although the direction of life is different, the relationship between the characters will basically not change. So I judge that he also has a sick sister in the other world. According to Virgo's gentle and responsible personality, he will definitely not abandon his sister and will still take care of her often. Sengoku said confidently. Garp thought it made sense and nodded. Yes, I think so. Sengoku couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine when he heard Garp's words. It ends at option D. The grass on a grave is 5 meters high? I think that's impossible. Don't forget, the other world is much more peaceful than ours. Even pirates like Whitebeard were killed long ago. So as a base commander and a vice admiral, how could he die so easily? Sengoku analyzed seriously. Garp continued to nod. You have a point. Sengoku frowned slightly. Historical experience told him that if he thought the same as Garp, he would be wrong, because that guy had never done many things right. But Sengoku thought about it carefully. My analysis is very reasonable, and I am confident in it. Never mind. Time is of the essence. Sengoku directly chose the BC2 options. This time he felt he had the upper hand. So it's all in. He even dared to go all in on Whitebeard. So there is no need to hesitate about such a small matter. All Marines followed suit and chose the BC options. The pirates are so confident to see Marine. Without hesitation, I chose to follow. The Andes are all in. Same BC option. The base commander of Marine G5 and a good brother who often takes care of his sick sister. Former Big Mom Mamama, it looks like the victory this time belongs to our Big Mom pirates. Horse, Kaido, damn it, that old woman took advantage of me. Former Shanks, at least 1/4 of us will be selected. Former Whitebeard, girl, we were careless this time. We will definitely win next time. Original, Roger. Haha, I selected all 4 options, A, B, C, D, so this must be correct, right? Original, Rayleigh, Captain. Are you kidding me? Original, Roger. No, I really chose that. Rayleigh. Time to answer questions in the original world. Those who fail to choose an answer within the specified time will be treated as having answered the question incorrectly. Now announce the correct answer. See the barrage scrolling here. Everyone in the original world held their breath. The atmosphere became tense. Sengoku also began to feel a little nervous. After all, he was going all in with his entire Marine team. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Shanks were also extremely nervous. After all, they had guessed the answer, so when the answer was revealed, they were inevitably nervous and excited. This feeling is just like gambling. You never know how many dots are under the dice cup. After you place your bet, the most tense moment is when the dice cup is opened. Annie was better. She even ate 2 desserts. She was still very happy at this time. After all, she thought that Marine couldn't help but understand his own people, so it would definitely be right to follow Marine's choice. The correct answer is AD. What is Virgo's identity in the other world? A. Pyretesmerin. D. The grass on a grave is 5 meters tall. Virgo, nicknamed Ghost Bamboo, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, first-generation Corazon. He joined the Marines as an undercover agent 15 years ago and was appreciated by Marshal Sengoku, who used him and gradually rose to the position of Vice Admiral, and also served as the base commander of the Marine G5 branch. Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar. Sengoku was stunned. Sure enough, choosing the same answer as Garp is wrong. Historical experience will not lie, and I did not learn the lesson this time. Sengoku couldn't help but glare at Garp. Garp spread his hands innocently. Then, after seeing Virgo's profile, Sengoku froze in his place. Can't accept this fact. He perfectly avoided all the correct answers. Is Virgo really an undercover agent? There was no way he could accept this. And he is an undercover agent codenamed Krason. He was very familiar with this title. The second-generation Krason is Sengoku's undercover agent in the Don Quixote family. How come he didn't think of that? It turns out that the first-generation Krason was an undercover agent planted by Doflamingo in the Marine. Thinking of the dead Clazen Rosinante, Sengoku felt extremely painful in his heart. That was Marine, whom Sengoku raised like his own son. It's no exaggeration to say. Sengoku considered him his successor. But he died in such an unclear way. How he died, Sengoku didn't know. He called me an hour ago and told me he found the op fruit. The next time I received news, it was news of her death. Sengoku instantly fell into memories, 2 lines of tears rolling down from the corners of his eyes. Who says men don't shed tears easily? It's just that men haven't been too sad yet. And now, another person with the name of Crayson was undercover in the Marine, but not only did he not recognize him, he also used him and trusted him extremely. Hara, Sengoku, Doflamingo? Former Doflamingo, help. I never thought I would be exposed in this way. That's right, Sengoku. I arranged for Virgo. Didn't you also arrange an undercover agent to be by my side? Now I can tell you that I also killed Razanani. Help! But I am a Shichibukai now, Sengoku. What can you do to me? Doflamingo threw his head back and laughed. This. Sengoku instantly felt like he had aged a dozen years. My mentality exploded. Sengoku looked directly in Doflamingo's direction with cold eyes. His eyes were filled with anger. But at this moment, the barrage continued to roll by. The winner of the first answer award is Razanani, and a total of 29 people answered correctly. Please select the first answer award. 1. 2. Obtain 5 billion Baileys. 3. Devil Fruit. 4. Obtain a body that can possess the power of the dual fruit. It's not surprising that Razanani was able to choose the answer, because now he is the only one in the entire Marine who knows that Virgo is an undercover agent. The answer is double choice. He also knew that Virgo didn't have a sister. Then the only options left are undercover and 5 meters high grass on the grave. Sengoku still hasn't recovered from his grief. Just hear it. A familiar and gentle voice sounded behind Sengoku. Long time no see, Mr. Sengoku. Sengoku froze. He looked back slowly in disbelief. When I can see that familiar figure, it's really him. Razanani. Sengoku. Great, you're alive. What the hell happened? Sengoku asked eagerly. Razanani, it was that guy Virgo. I didn't know at the time that he was an undercover agent sent by Mingo, so I gave him an important piece of information. That's why he discovered my undercover identity. Then he told Doflamingo about it. It was Doflamingo who killed me. Razanani still briefly recounted the incident. Sengoku couldn't help but frown. Damn it, I didn't expect it to be Virgo. I was buried in the drum. Sengoku felt extremely guilty when he thought about how he had focused on training Virgo for so many years, training him to kill Razanani. He is indeed blind. At this time, Sengoku remembered what Sengoku in another world said to him when Virgo first appeared in the video. At that time, I thought the other party was mocking me. Now, think about it. I really deserve to be ridiculed. The appearance of Razanani not only cured Sengoku's worries, but also gave Marine an ace card. That is the power of Razanani's fruit. It can block all sounds, which means it can block all vibrations. Whitebeard's shock fruit relies on vibration to cause huge damage. Great! You're back just in time, Razanani, Sengoku said very excitedly. However, Whitebeard's expression on the opposite side was not good. Whitebeard didn't gain any benefit from this round of answering questions. It also resurrected Marine to a person who restrained his own abilities. As for Kaido, none of his crew members guessed correctly. Red-haired Shanks is better. After Ben Beckman's analysis, some people guessed correctly, so he gained enhanced physical attributes. As for Aunt Yu, she was in a miserable situation, because I trusted Marine too much. As a result, he took all his subordinates and followed the Marine to go all in. Who could have thought? Sengoku also makes mistakes one day. They actually trained an undercover agent to become Vice Admiral. As a result, the Ant lost all the games and didn't get a single answer right. Former Ant Sengoku, you disappoint me so much. You're almost an admiral and you don't even know it. Hana Sengoku. Although Marine didn't choose anything, Razanani's resurrection is worth more than anything else. Please choose in the present world. A. An undercover agent sent to the Marine by the pirates. B. G5 Marine Division Base Chief. C. A good brother who always takes care of his sick sister. D. The grass on the grave is 5 meters high. 3, 2, 1. Present world. Sengoku looked at Ron. Commissar Ron, which one should we choose? Choose A, B. Ron said calmly. This left Sengoku a little confused. Why? Aren't these two supposed to be opposites? Can't you choose both at the same time? In their world, according to the current timeline, Sengoku has not discovered his undercover identity, so he now has two identities. The first is the base of the Marine Division, and the second is an undercover sent to the Marine by the pirates. Hearing Ron say that, Sengoku then realized, as expected, I still need to rely on Ron. If this happened to me, I would never have thought that these two answers could be chosen together. And, according to what the other party meant, Virgo is not dead at the time mentioned by the other party. Therefore, option D is not correct. Commissar Ron said, choose A or B. At the command, all Marines have been selected. After Marine had made his selections, Ant Gourmet Company, Kaido Mining Company, and others began to choose. Of course, they had no idea what Marine had chosen, so they were just guessing. The time for answering the questions is up, and those who have not answered will lose the qualification to answer the questions. Now announce the correct answer. The correct answers are A and B. The first answer to the reward is given to the captain of the Razanani Special Forces. A total of 110,000 people answered correctly this time, and the reward is a 1% increase in physical attributes. Please choose the first answer reward, Luo Zian. 1. Resurrection. 2. Obtain 5 billion Baileys. 3. Devil Fruit Awakening. 4. Obtain a body that can possess the power of the dual fruit. Current, Razanani. I choose 3, Devil Fruit Awakening. Question 1 is over. Ron still received the bonus for all options. Hara, Sengoku. Why in the other world, Razanani didn't die? Sengoku from the original world was surprised to hear that the winner of the first answer reward in the other world was also Razanani. Current Sengoku, of course not. Commissar Ron has set up a detailed single-line communication mode for all the undercover agents sent out by the Marines, so they will not be exposed at all. Sengoku in the original world felt like he was hit again. Now proceed to question 2 of the random quiz. Answer before the countdown ends. Please do not answer in advance. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from answering the questions. Please answer from the original world audience. In another world, who defeated Virgo after his identity was exposed? This is a single choice. A Luffy, Sabo, and Ace beat Akainu Admiral. Commissar C. Ron. D. Momosaji Rear Admiral. 3, 2, 1. Please answer from the original world audience. In another world, who defeated Virgo after his identity was exposed? This is a single choice. A Luo. B. Luffy. C. Shanks. D. Sengoku. 3, 2, 1. Original world. Sengoku looked at these 4 strange options and was completely stunned. Isn't option A too confusing? These 3 brothers don't even know hockey now. How can they defeat Virgo? From the looks of it, Virgo will be exposed soon. There are 3 Marine high-ranking officials at the scene: Ron, Akainu, and Momosaji. But Ron's exact strength is still unclear. He has never taken action before. But to be able to reach this position and make Akainu and others so obedient, he must be very strong. By the way, Garp, if you had to choose, which one would you choose? Sengoku suddenly had an idea and turned to ask Garp. Garp said without hesitation, that must be this guy Akainu. If he finds out that the other party is an undercover agent, wouldn't he be killed on the spot, given his extreme personality? Sengoku nodded. Okay, let's rule out the answer B Akainu first. You'll be asterisk 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 D. What do you mean by this? Garp cursed loudly. Sengoku didn't bother to pay attention to Garp. Use Garp to eliminate an answer. Continue speaking. As for Ron, judging by the magnanimity he has shown so far, Virgo should not be worth his effort. As for Momosaji, he is Ron's secretary now, so he probably won't make a move either. After Sengoku finished analyzing, he said with gritted teeth, just choose A, Ace Luffy, and the 3 brothers Sabo. Hara, Sengoku. Garp and Chief of Staff Crane looked at each other and said, are you crazy, Sengoku? That's obviously a wrong answer. There's no way the 3 of them can possibly defeat Virgo when they're so young. Sengoku sighed and said, aren't there enough things in the other world that surprise us? Don't forget, Ron seemed to have taught those 3 guys how to use hockey just now on the warship. The answer to this kind of question is often the one we least expect, so I'm sure it's A. Marine and the others couldn't argue with Sengoku, so they could only follow him. It didn't matter if they were wrong, since Marine had never made the right choice anyway. At this time, the ant didn't dare to choose with Marine anymore. After all, she got nothing last time. Since Marine chose A, Big Mom led the pirates to choose from several other options. It wasn't long before everyone had chosen. Time to answer questions. Anyone who does not make a choice will be deemed to have automatically given up. The correct answer is A. The winner of the first answer award is Sengoku, and a total of 100,000 people chose it correctly. Original world. The entire Marine was in uproar. Sengoku himself was confused. Did you make the right choice? Finally got it right. It's a relief that he didn't drag the other Marines into the ditch. But even though he made the right choice, he couldn't imagine how 3 guys who didn't even know hockey could defeat Virgo, just relying on the few words Ron had just pointed out. It's not that exaggerated. The first one who couldn't sit still was Doflamingo. Former Doflamingo, are you kidding me? Virgo is one of my top executives. How could he be defeated by those 3 brats? Former Whitebeard, Gulalala. Indeed, hockey is a watershed. 3 kids who don't even know hockey can defeat Virgo with a lesson of less than 20 minutes given by Ron. This is obviously unrealistic. Ron can't be that amazing. Former Ant. Damn it, I should have chosen with Marine this time. Please select the reward for the first answer reward winner, Sengoku. Sengoku was extremely excited when he heard this voice. I don't know what kind of reward I will get. If there was a chance, he would even like to get the reward of asking another Marine world for help in the Summit War. Please select the reward from Sengoku, the first answer reward winner. 1. A chance to be resurrected once after death. 2. The courage to confess to Counselor Tsuru. 3. An opportunity to ask for help from the Marine of another world. 4.30%. Sengoku looked at the rewards he could choose from in amazement. I couldn't help but take a breath. It's so tempting. I don't know what the second one is, though. But the other 3 are truly irresistible. This is probably the best time, except for the time when Kizaru got the reward in another world. This made the other 4 emperors in the original world very envious. Former Whitebeard. If it were me, I would choose the 4th one, and then Sengoku would become the strongest man. Gulalala. This is really not a good thing for me. Horse, Kaido, Humph. Choosing the first one is the safest. This way, you'll have a chance to revive after you die, which is like having an extra life. Nothing is more important than this. Most of the 4 emperors are thinking about improving their own strength. Garp joked on the side. Sengoku, if you really can't, just choose the second one. I think you and Tsuru are living happily in the other world. Staff officer, he blushed. Kicked Garp directly. Can you be serious at this critical moment? This is related to the survival of our Marine. Don't forget that not only is Whitebeard restored to his prime, but also the Pirate King Roger is about to arrive here. Our Marine will be under a lot of pressure from now on. What a joke. Let's get through this crisis first. Ahem. Garp touched his head. Then choose the 4th one, Sengoku, so that you can have the power to suppress Whitebeard, and then I will hold back Roger. This battle, you won't lose. However, Sengoku said with a frown, you think too simply. With Roger's appeal, do you think you will be the only one coming? Even if he calls his old subordinates here, it will be enough to make us suffer. Think about Pluton Rayleigh. Think about Jabba. Think about Bullet, and even Golden Lion who threatened to come together. Red Hair will definitely come too. Without Red Hair's restraint, Kaido will come to cause trouble. I bet that the upcoming Summit War will be a battle of life and death for Marine. It's useless to rely on a 30% increase in strength. What about the first one? It's always better to save your life, right? Garp also realized the seriousness of the problem. Sengoku continued to shake his head. No, it's useless. In the face of such a huge gap in power, one more life only means one more death. It won't change anything. Staff Officer Tsuru suddenly understood what Sengoku meant and asked, you don't want to choose? That's right. Sengoku's eyes were firm. I chose. 3. Opportunity to ask for help from Marines from another world. After Sengoku finished his selection, he saw something like a pass appear in his hand. The above introduction is also very simple. Pass. It can open a tunnel to 1 or 2 worlds, allowing 10 people or less to go in at a time. Is this the chance to ask for support from the other side? Staff officer, he frowned and said, but it's still uncertain whether the other party will agree. We just got the opportunity to ask, but it doesn't mean that the other party will definitely agree. It's really too risky for you to choose this. Sengoku sighed and said, but even if we have this opportunity, this is the most cost-effective reward. When we really can't hold on any longer, I believe you will take action. No one expected Sengoku to be this choice. Original, Roger. Have you given up on improving your own strength? Sengoku, you still like to go all in. This time you even bet on Marine from another world. Golden Lion, Kaido, Sengoku. Now, please answer the questions in the real world. In another world, who defeated Virgo after his identity was exposed? This is a single choice. A. B. Luffy. C. Shanks. D. Sengoku. Hannah, Sengoku. It's finally your turn to answer this question. I want to know who killed Virgo in our world. Sengoku from the original world gnashed his teeth in hatred. He wanted to kill Virgo right now. So he really wanted to know what happened to Virgo in the timeline of his own world. However, at this moment, he noticed a special answer among the options. That's option A. Luo? Who is Luo? Could it be Ron? Sengoku knows a person named Luo, and he met him through the video just now. Sengoku, is there a Ron in our world, but he hides his real name as Law? Garp suddenly felt that what Sengoku said made sense. After all, there's only one letter difference. There are also people in this world who are used to leaving only a single surname. For Sengoku now, Ron means something special. Although, compared to the beginning of the video, he didn't think a political commissar could have much influence on Marine. But now it's different. Look carefully at the gap between the two Marines. Sengoku felt devastated. If I also have Ron on my side, wouldn't it be possible for me to be as strong as the other world? This is why Sengoku was so excited when he saw option A. He thought this person was most likely Ron. Sengoku said to Garp and Kizaru very seriously, if it's really the same person, that no matter what the cost, we must recruit this person to the Marine Corps and make him the political commissar. Now, present world. Sengoku and others were all confused by this question. I don't know how to choose. It seems that either answer is possible. Luo and Virgo have a grudge. Sengoku and Virgo also have a grudge. Luffy is a pirate. He can do anything. Shanks, less likely than the first 3. Choose one answer from these 4. Sengoku is really unimaginable. But fortunately, I have thighs to hug. So Sengoku came to Ron with a lick on his face. Commissar Ron, which answer should we choose this time? Choose A. Luo. After all, the Marines are his own troops, so Ron also hopes that they will become stronger. Of course, they all answered correctly. Ron doesn't lose out anyway, because he can get all the rewards. Choose A. Sengoku just shouted. Now, Kizaru. Kizaru was the first to give the answer in the barrage. This guy is indeed a model worker. He always strives to be the best in everything he does. Sengoku was speechless for a moment. The time for answering questions has ended. Those who have not answered by the time limit will be disqualified. The correct answer is A. Luo. The following is the scene of Luo killing Virgo. After watching the kill animation, Sengoku couldn't help but be speechless. This Luo, who is he? Somewhat impressive, but not much. I was surprised for nothing. I thought it was Ron. Why? Sengoku was disappointed. The winner of the first answer reward this time is Kizaru. A total of 120,000 people chose the correct answer and received a reward of 1% increase in physical attributes. Please select the reward for the first winner, Kizaru. 1. Romantic luck throughout life. 2. The mature charm that little girls can't resist. 3. Seeing through a woman's heart. 4.30%. Original. Sanji, I didn't know that answering questions could get such a good reward. I guess I have to work harder next time. I want all 3 options. Original. Zoro. Seiki Kappa. You are not dead. As they were talking, the two began to argue. Others from both worlds see the Kizaru rewards list. They all look confused, but I have to admit it. This is the reward that men dream of. Just pick any one of the first 3 and you can easily have them by your side. Who wouldn't be tempted? Most of the men swallowed their saliva at this moment. I wish I could get the reward for being the first to answer the question. However, at this time, Kizaru did something that no one could understand. Current Kizaru. I choose the 4th one. Work efficiency increased by 30%. This is tailor-made for me. Ha ha ha. Now I can complete more work. This operation made Kizaru in another world dumbfounded. Original, Kizaru. Are you really okay? Only a fool would choose option 4 in this situation. You should also think about the rest of your life. With your looks, how can you have the courage not to choose the first 3? Kizaru from the original world was defeated by his other self. Current Kizaru. Women only slow down my work. The present world, Kizaru said without hesitation. As soon as these words came out, everyone almost fell down. What kind of straight man of steel is this? Apart from work, there was no other distraction in his eyes. Isn't this a state of mind? Being able to do this makes people too embarrassed to make fun of him. I admire you so much. It seems that being a model worker is not that easy. Ron was able to receive all the rewards he could choose. And at this moment, the ones that Kizaru didn't choose all fell on Ron. I'll go. Ron couldn't help but start complaining. He could feel that these 3 rewards were not just bestowed upon him now. Just like the names of the rewards, it seemed as if these 3 rewards really lasted throughout his life. It seems that even my past self in the video was affected. The future is changing. Ron couldn't help but say. He seemed to see the looks that Momosaji, Kuina, and others gave him. Something seemed a little wrong. After Kizaru made his selection, everyone complained for a while and then stopped paying attention. What Sengoku and others want to know now is why his previous choice was correct. Could it be that Luffy, Sabo, and Ace really killed Virgo? No-nos. The 2 rounds of the 3rd round of questions are over. The video starts playing again. Shimotsuki Village. Virgo is reporting to Ron on the security situation in the area. However, at this time, Ron said directly, "How many years have you been undercover in a Marine?" This sentence stunned Virgo on the opposite side. "Commissar Ron, what do you mean by this?" Virgo said with a righteous look on his face. Momosaji was also stunned. "Axe FT. Come here, take control of his ships and guards." Ron waved his hand casually. Kuina didn't care about the cause and effect of the matter and went straight to take over Virgo's companions. With the Admiral personally taking action, these troops dared not raise any objections. "If I didn't want to keep you as a sparring partner, I wouldn't even bother talking to you," Ron said calmly. "Undercover in my Marine die. It seems like you really know everything." Virgo couldn't help but frown, and then suddenly smiled evilly. "Why? Are you going to arrest me yourself? I want to leave, and you may not be able to stop me." Ron waved and stopped talking. There were 3 little kids standing by watching the show with confused looks on their faces. Walked over. Catch him point 11. Then, Ron walked toward Shimotsuki Village without looking back. He is going to change the fate of a female swordsman. Virgo looked at the 3 children standing in front of him, who were not even aware of their knee height. His face turned dark. "Are you insulting me? How can these 3 little brats catch me?" Horse, Sengoku. I never thought that Ron could figure out the other person's undercover identity the moment they met. How'd he do that? I have not figured it out for more than 10 years. Sengoku from the original world felt a little embarrassed when he thought of this. Current Sengoku. Don't compare yourself to Ron. You can't win. I remember when Ron first came to the Marine Corps as a political commissar. I was just like you. I wanted to compare everything with Ron. Ha ha. But I found myself inferior to him in every way. Original, Virgo. This is impossible. I hid myself perfectly without revealing any flaws. Sometimes I even thought I was a Marine. How did that guy see through me? What's even more incredible is, was I really defeated by these 3 naughty kids? Present, Luffy. I still remember that battle. It took us a lot of effort back then. Present, Ace. That's right. That Virgo is also very powerful. It will take the 3 of us to defeat him. Present, Sabo. If it were now, any one of us would be able to kill him in one move. The comments posted by the three people in the present world on the public screen really P*** D off Virgo from the original world. Original, Virgo, you three should stop being so crazy. It's simply an insult. In the video, Virgo looked at the three little brats in front of him with contempt. In fact, it's not that Virgo underestimates the enemy. It's mainly because, looking at the lineup in front of us, it is impossible not to underestimate the enemy. Anyone with a normal mind would not take these three little brats to heart. If it were any other day, if I saw them on the street, I would kick them all away. They will even capture them and send them to Guy Sakuran's laboratory to be used as experimental subjects for the gigantic project. Little Ace, this guy knows armament hockey. Have you forgotten what Chief Ron taught you just now? Sabo, of course I didn't forget. I just wanted to take this opportunity to try out the hockey I just learned. Luffy, huh? When did we learn hockey? Idiot, you should count the children's attention in class. Ace and Sabo said in unison. Haha, it seems that you are the weakest among the three of them. So let's kill you first. Virgo pulled out the bamboo he carried with him, and instantly armament hockey covered it. Then he shaved and instantly moved in front of Luffy. The bamboo around which hockey is wrapped. It hit Luffy directly on the head. Go to hell. However, at this time, Luffy did raise his hands immediately. It was almost a subconscious action. 187 both arms turned black instantly. Instinctively, he entangled himself with armament hockey. Bump. He actually took the attack from Gueju directly. This made Virgo's expression change. He knew clearly how strong his armament hockey was. I never expected it. The other party actually took it. This. Ace. Didn't you say you didn't understand what hockey is? Little Ace was also surprised. I never expected that Luffy would be the first one to realize it. Little Luffy scratched his head and said in a baby voice, so this is called hockey. New. Ace. The two were not willing to be outdone. Rushed forward together. Hara, Sengoku. How is this possible? What on earth did Ron teach them in those 20 minutes? How is it possible for an 8-year-old to understand hockey in 20 minutes? Original, Garp. That means my grandson has a higher talent. You are worthy of being my grandson. Current, Garp. Some people should be shameless. He is obviously my grandson. What does it have to do with you? Your grandson is the pirates who can just drive third gear and doesn't even know what hockey is. Original, Garp. Ahem, it's all the same. Original, Luffy. Why do I feel like I'm being disliked, Grandpa? Sengoku glared at Garp next to him in annoyance. Hara, Sengoku. This has nothing to do with talent. No matter how talented a person is, it is impossible for them to master armament hockey in 20 minutes. Although the hockey they mastered is just the entry level, it is impossible to master it in 20 minutes. A normal person needs at least a year of training. Even a genius needs more than 3 months. It is impossible for an 8-year-old to learn it. The physical condition does not allow it. Original, Staff Officer Crane. You mean, this political commissar Ron must have hidden his abilities. Hara, Sengoku. He must have some special abilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to let 3 ignorant little brats understand armament hockey in 20 minutes. Sengoku said with absolute certainty. In the video, at the beginning, Virgo could deal with the 3 brothers relatively easily. But the more you fight, the harder it becomes. These 3 guys seem to be gradually adapting to the use of armament hockey. It's really far away from Depu. Even Akainu, who was in charge of insurance, looked shocked. He had been teaching these 3 guys for half a year, but he still couldn't learn them. I never thought that after only 20 minutes of learning from Ron on the boat, I could already master armament hockey. How is this taught? Gradually, Virgo was at a disadvantage. He has now begun planning his escape. But it was too late. If I run away at the beginning, maybe I will have another chance. But now, the 3 brothers are already quite proficient in armament hockey, and they themselves know the Marine 6 styles. It is not inferior to Virgo in speed. If you want to run away at this time, no way. Blow, blow, blow. 10 minutes later, Virgo was completely subdued by the 3 little guys. Original, Virgo, impossible. This is impossible. He really couldn't accept that he was punished by 3 children whose average age was less than 10 years old. Original, Sengoku. It's really scary. Come here. Escort them to the Marine headquarters. Akainu ordered. Ace said as he dusted himself off. I hit him 8 times. Sabo said, not wanting to be outdone. I kicked him 8 times. Little Luffy proudly raised 2 fingers and made a yeah gesture. I won. I hit him 10 times. Ace and Sabo shouted angrily at Luffy, who was beaten into a pig's head. But you got hit by 20 punches. You idiot, don't you know how to dodge? Just fight him head on. Little Luffy's head was swollen. Still there, basking in his victory, grinning. Ace and Sabo were speechless for a while. Original, Luffy. What kind of ability is Haki? It's so powerful. Luffy from the original world was shocked. I never thought that I in another world possessed such magical power. This was the first time he had seen a systematic Haki showdown. I didn't expect that after living here for 17 years, I still don't have a skill that I learned when I was 8 years old. He originally thought that he had become stronger after going through a lot of experience at sea. It seems now, not even as good as my 8-year-old self in another world. Even Luffy now doubts whether he can beat him. Well, no doubt about it. I definitely can't win. After escorting Virgo onto the warship, Akainu chased after Ron, and the 2 of them were outside the Kendo Hall. Akainu said a little embarrassedly, Political Commissar Ron, can you give me some guidance sometime? Seeing the performance of Luffy and the other 2 made Akainu want to improve as well. Well, it's good to know that you're making progress. Let's wait for the next opportunity. Ron patted Akainu's shoulder, looking like an old cadre. Akainu was about to say something. Then I saw a young man with green hair, holding a foxtail grass in his mouth. He arrived at the only Kendo Hall in the village with great momentum. Is anyone there? I want to challenge you. The green-haired boy said in a gangster tone. Commissar Ron, should we arrest him? He doesn't look like a good person. Akainu's absolute sense of justice once again broke out. Whenever I see someone trying to challenge me, I want to arrest them. Ron shook his head. Don't arrest just anyone. It's normal to challenge someone here. It doesn't violate the law, and there won't be any casualties. Who is it? Koshiro, the director of the Kendo gym, walked out with narrowed eyes. I first noticed Ron and others outside the Kendo Hall. He could feel the powerful aura from these people. For a moment, he ignored Zoro, the protagonist who was challenging the opponent. That's right, this green-haired boy is Zoro. The bully from the next village came to this village to challenge him because he defeated all his rivals in that village. Zoro shouted for a long time that he wanted to challenge the club, but found that no one cared about it, and he was very unhappy. Who is the owner? Come and compete with me. It was only then that Koshiro noticed Zoro. Then he spoke casually to several disciples. Go ahead and play with him. I never expected this. These disciples went up and were killed by Zoro. This caught Koshiro's attention. Then, Kuina came out holding a wooden sword. Without saying anything, he beat Zoro up. Directly beat Zoro away. The street scoundrel Zoro was kicked out of the gym and saw Luffy and others standing nearby. The 3 brothers were staring at Zoro with curiosity. Zoro was very unhappy. What are you looking at? As a result, he was beaten severely by the 3 brothers again and left with gnashing teeth. Inside the gym, Koshiro asked Ron to sit down and asked politely, pouring a bowl of tea for the people present. Then he asked while drinking, I wonder why you all came here. Are you here to learn Kendo? Ron didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. No, I'm here to take your daughter away. Phew. Koshiro and Akainu spit out half of their tea. Akainu was stunned. Is political commissar Ron forcibly seizing a woman? This is too inhuman. His daughter is obviously not yet an adult, maybe around 10 years old. Should I care about this? Akainu was stuck in a choice. This is simply challenging his bottom line of justice. But it was Lord Ron who challenged. Or you can lower your bottom line a bit, so that your bottom line won't be touched. Akainu flexibly adjusted. What is your bottom line? Decided to pretend not to see it. Hara, Sengoku, this is too much, isn't it? You want to take the other person's daughter away as soon as you open your mouth? What are you going to do? Former Tsuru staff officer. Is this political commissar a beast in human form? He looks like a gentleman on the surface, but is actually a Lolita complex behind the scenes? Original. Akainu. What is the other me doing? Why don't you just go forward and stop it? How can you just turn your head away and pretend not to see it? Koshiro obviously just realized it. He immediately became furious. What did you say? Are you here to rob? But Ron smiled, signaling to the other party to be patient, and then adding, take it easy. Your daughter is a genius in swordsmanship, but you can't teach her if she stays with you. I want to take her away and train her to become the world's greatest swordsman. Ron came here to change Kuina's fate. Speaking of this, Kuina, who was originally quite indignant, suddenly looked shocked. The man in front of me, just one sentence touched my heart deeply. This moment, Kuina was really moved. However, Koshiro said firmly, a girl can never become a great swordsman, no matter how talented she is. Yes, this is a fact. Gun Era felt lost again. But I'm a girl. You have no say in this. Ron was not willing to communicate with this kind of father. This is simply burying a genius. Kuina, if you want to become the world's best swordsman, come here before dawn tomorrow. After Ron finished speaking, he left without stopping. Only Kuina was left standing there in a daze. Kuina, don't listen to him. He's lying to you. Dad is an experienced person, so you have to listen to him. Girls can't become great swordsmen, so hurry up and get up. Give up this useless fantasy. Koshiro said very seriously. However, Ron's words were like a seed that pierced Kuina's heart. Night, she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. No one knows her obsession with kendo better than herself. But everyone says that girls can't grow up to be great swordsmen, except for the handsome big brother before. He said yes. After thinking about it, Kuina decided to go and take a look. Is the other party deceiving himself? Then, she took advantage of her father Koshiro's sleep. Carried the Godo Ikemonji for self-defense. Quietly climbed out of the window. He ran out in the direction Ron told him during the day. On a full moon night, the sky is dotted with stars. Even after midnight, under the bright moonlight, the hills still glowed slightly. Ron was sitting cross-legged here reading a book. He knew Kuina would come. Kuina was behind Ron. When I looked at the back, I hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to go over. He took one last look at the sword in his hand. Perhaps this is my only chance to change my destiny. So he gritted his teeth. He walked over with big strides. Think it through. Come with me. Ron said without turning his head. Kuina is a straightforward person. Don't like beating around the bush. You said that girls can also become great swordsmen. Is that true? Ron heard this and was about to turn around and do some ideological work. But suddenly I saw a famous scene. When Kuina said this, she covered her chest with one hand, and her fingers were very limp. She seems to hate being a girl, and the embarrassment lies in that. Ron is sitting and reading a book at the moment. Kuina was standing behind him. So looking back, the lot is now on Ron's face. Less than 10 centimeters. X. The visual impact that comes at you. If you open your hand and squeeze a marshmallow tightly. Now, this was the view that appeared 10 centimeters in front of Ron. Ron, cough, cough. Original, Sanji, awe. What kind of paradise is this? I want to be a marine political commissar, too. I also want to do ideological work for the children. Sanji in the original world had pink hearts in his eyes, and his nose was bleeding with envy. Original, Zoro. You perverted Kappa. Stop embarrassing yourself here. By the way, didn't Kuina die in the other world? Present, Zoro. What are you talking about? How can Kuina die so easily? Who can kill her? Present, Ace. Kuina, you're really amazing. No wonder you can protect Officer Ron closely. You know how to protect closely. Present, Luffy. You are young and promising, Kuina. Present, Kuina. Shut up, you two idiots. And, is this how you use the term, young and promising? Go study more, you idiot. Kuina wished she could go up and give them both a big fight right now. Damn, so shameful. Quickly skip past this scene. The world's #1 swordsman has never felt his heartbeat so accelerated. This speed was even faster than when she defeated Hawkeye. Present, Luffy. Kuina, your heartbeat is so fast. Are you in second gear too? Luffy from the present world said something inappropriate. Puff. In second gear? The Marines around couldn't hold back. I immediately burst into laughter. Kuina was so angry that she exploded in the face. Goddamn, second gear. This product is still so cheap. Present, Kuina. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll chop you up. Just at this moment, the video suddenly paused. Frozen in this scene. Original, Sanji. Why did they pause at the critical moment? That guy, isn't he going to do something pervert soon? Present, Kuina. You dare to slander Master Ron? Be careful, or I will chop you down. Kuina is crazy. Why is it paused? I can't explain it clearly. At this moment in the real world, Kuina has become the world's #1 female swordsman. A blush appeared on the cold face. I was young at the time and didn't think much of it. But now, when replaying this scene, Kuina did blush. My face felt extremely hot. Its temperature seemed to be higher than that of the Godo Ikemonji in his hand that had been fed with maramara fruit. So many people saw that video. Kuina wished she could find a place to hide. Especially, Ron was sitting right in front of him. Her current identity is mainly Ron's personal bodyguard. So, no matter where Ron went, she stood behind him. One person sits in front, and one person stands behind. Doesn't this picture seem familiar to me from more than 10 years ago? I'm so afraid that Ron will look back at this time, because the head position is exactly the same as it was 10 years ago. Kuina felt her heart pounding. I don't know if it was because of the rewards Ron received before. Now, when Kuina looks at Ron, there is always a hint of shyness in her eyes. Coupled with the embarrassing video of their first encounter, it served as a catalyst. In short, Kuina's mood at the moment is difficult to explain. The relationship between the master and the apprentice seems to have deteriorated. Just at this moment, a line of text slowly scrolled across the screen. Round 4 of random questions begins. When comparing Luffy's life, a random question and answer mode will be activated when someone related to Luffy appears. The content of the question and answer is, the two worlds speculate on the future highest achievement of the person in the other world. Highest achievement? I didn't expect that another round of Q&A would come shortly after the last round ended. It seems like the pace is getting faster and faster afterwards. Everyone became excited. After all, the previous rewards were so generous that they were inhumane. Original, Sanji, I want to be the first to answer this time. I want to get the first answer reward of a lifetime of luck and love. Original, Whitebeard, guys cheer up. We can't let Marine and the others get the upper hand this time. Read the questions carefully. Single choice and multiple choice. Harari, Auntie, everyone get serious. Original, Shanks, look at the question carefully. This time it's asking about the highest achievement, not future identity. Ben Beckman, is it easier to infer this time? Original, Kaido, just guess, guys. If it's a single choice question, follow the rules I taught you. If it's a multiple choice question, just choose whatever you want. Present, Kizaru, I will strive for the first choice again. This time I will use the speed of the sparkling fruit's awakening state to choose. There will definitely be an option that will make it easier for me to work. Don't compete with me for it. Original, Kizaru, you are awesome. You are amazing. I have nothing to say. Start answering questions. Please answer the questions from the audience in the original world. What is Yaina's highest achievement in the other world? This is a short answer question. Note, please indicate the reason for your choice after the option. If the option and the reason are correct, it will be considered as the correct choice. If one option is incorrect, it will be considered as an incorrect answer. A. No highest achievement. Fell down the stairs and died at the age of 10. B. C. Kendo gym director. D. Pirates with a bounty of 300 million. E. Marine. 3, 2, 1. Please start answering. The barrage of comments suddenly became quiet. Only a few people who did not read the questions carefully directly selected the options without giving reasons behind them. As expected, the result was directly judged as wrong. People from the original world, you look at me and I look at you. The difficulty of answering questions has increased this time. No one dare to choose first for a moment. After all, if you don't have a good reason, it will be wrong even if you choose first. It seems that I can't rely on my hand speed to grab the first answer reward this time. Various forces began to come together again to conduct research. As the winner of the first answer reward last time, Sengoku is given great expectations by Marine. At this moment, Sengoku was stroking his chin and analyzing seriously. First, let's rule out answer A. How could someone die from falling off a ladder? Impossible. Garp nodded his agreement immediately. That's right. I threw Luffy off a cliff, into the sky, and into a crocodile pond, but Luffy didn't die. It makes me laugh that he could die from falling off a ladder. Sengoku shuddered for no apparent reason. When he heard that Garp had the same opinion as him, he felt there was something wrong, but he continued his analysis anyway. As for option B, that's even more impossible. There's no way a woman can become the world's #1 swordsman. Staff officer, he nodded. That's right. Normally, women's strength will not exceed that of men, unless they are outliers with bloodlines like Big Mom. But it is obvious that Kuina on the opposite side is just an ordinary person. Her achievements will definitely not exceed Hawkeye's. Sengoku nodded and continued his analysis. So option C, the director of a kendo gym, seems to be the most suitable. After all, her family runs a kendo gym. It's not impossible for her father to pass the kendo gym on to her, because running a kendo gym doesn't require very high swordsmanship. Staff Officer Crane and Garp also agreed. At present, this is indeed the most logical and reliable point of view. After making the choice, you can also justify it and find a reasonable reason, not as outrageous as the first two. As for the fourth one, Sengoku rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. I think the fourth one is unlikely, the bounty of 300 million for pirates. She can get this bounty if she works hard, but if she is a pirate, she can't appear in the Marine camp. Yes, staff officer, he agreed. Sengoku said after thinking about it again. The fifth answer is too confusing. We can see that the other party also appears in places like the top party. Normally, people with normal thinking would think that he is a Marine, but can the answer be so obvious? Based on previous experience, obviously not. Generally, what we see are illusions. So we choose C, the director of the Kendo Hall. As for the reason, it is what we said before, inheriting his father's business. Garp, you and your group choose E. After all, her highest achievement in the future is the identity of Marine, which cannot be completely ruled out. As for the reason, each of you should think of one. Sengoku made the decision immediately, so I made my choice immediately. As for Whitebeard, Kaido, and others, they were now completely confused and had to choose randomly, making up some confusing reasons. However, most people did not choose answer B, because it's unreasonable. A very small number of people chose answer B and gave very mixed reasons. All of those present here are the world's top warriors. No one knows better than them what the upper limit of women is. It is impossible for them to become the #1 swordsman. End of quiz. The correct answer is B, the world's #1 swordsman. The correct reason is she met Ron. No one answered correctly this time. The answer is extremely exaggerated, and the reason is extremely simple. The news exploded the whole place. Zoro, original world. Zoro, who was fighting with a gorilla in an abandoned kingdom, was stunned. Whether it was the world's #1 or the female swordsman, they both made him feel incredible. Did Kuina fulfill his dream in another world? Zoro now knows very well how important it is to be the world's #1, because he had a decisive battle with Hawkeye. With just one move, he defeated my more than 10 years of hard training. You know, Zoro has never stopped exercising since he was 8 years old, but he still couldn't block the opponent's sword. Too far away. I can't even see his back. He is far from being the best in the world. That is an unattainable height. That was a height that he still couldn't figure out how to surpass. He knew that he still had a long way to go to surpass the first place. But Sengoku on the other side said that Kuina in that world has become the world's #1 female swordsman. How on earth did she do it? This is impossible. Has she already defeated Hawkeye? Can anyone really beat this man in kendo? Please give me flowers. Or what does that mean there is no Hawkeye in that world? Perhaps this is the only reasonable answer. Zoro didn't believe anyone could surpass that man. At least there can't be anyone except myself. Even Kuina can't do it. Practice to this level. In fact, even Zoro had to admit it. In the way of kendo, women really cannot become great swordsmen. In fact, what his master Koshiro said was right. How could a man from a country that specializes in kendo not understand this? But Zoro was very young at that time, and he only had dreams in his eyes. He believed that anything could be achieved through hard work. But after so many years of hard training, he finally understood. Women will really be used further and further away by men. That's the reality. The reason why Zoro has his current strength is inseparable from the fact that he swings the barbell with his bare chest day after day and works hard to train his upper body strength. Women really can't do these things because they don't grow as strong as men. One day, one of us will become a great swordsman. Reminds me of a childhood promise. Now that I think about it, it was just a child's fantasy. When I was young, I loved chasing dreams and always left reality behind. At that time, both Zoro and Kuina thought that Koshiro was suppressing their daughter's morale and looked down on women being able to become swordsmen. But now, Zoro actually felt. We all know that Koshiro was doing it for Kuina's own good at that time. How could a father not support his daughter's dreams? That's because Koshiro didn't want his daughter's efforts to go to waste. He didn't want his daughter to waste more than 10 years of precious time practicing kendo, only to discover this cruel truth in the end. 0. If you stop this fantasy in time, you can stop the loss in time. Something. It's just impossible. Knowing that it is impossible to do something, but still doing it is stupid. But none of them understood Koshiro's painstaking efforts. Only when I grew up did I understand. And at the same time, Hawkeye and Summit War saw this barrage. I couldn't help but frown. World number 1? He is sitting right here. Looking around the world, no one is better than me in kendo. Who is that unknown little girl? How come I have never heard of her name in this world? If this person really exists in this world, then let her challenge herself. The strong are not afraid of the strong. Original, Hawkeye, the world's number 1 female swordsman. Were you in this world? If you see this, come and challenge me. I will always be the world's number 1 waiting for you. You. Hawkeye in the original world has a cold personality and speaks little. This is his first time speaking on the Barrage. Worthy of being the number 1 swordsman, he actually directly issued a challenge invitation in front of the whole world. Such heroism of a strong man. It also made many people excited. Is it possible that I will see a duel between the top swordsmen in my lifetime? I can't help it. When Hawkeye finished speaking, he casually swung out 10 swords. In an instant, a light green sword energy spanned the sky and the earth. An ice wall that froze the huge waves that had previously surrounded them, neatly cut in half. That's not all. 1 second later, the entire ice wall was under this huge impact force. It instantly turns into ice powder, shining with crystal clear light under the sun. The sword energy swept across the sea, causing another huge wave. Be aware of this range. But it was so exaggerated that it surrounded the entire marine fort. It can release such a huge sword energy and produce such power at such a long distance. He is worthy of being the world's number 1 swordsman. And it was just a casual strike. This scene, it also spread around the world through the live broadcast room screen. It also allowed everyone to witness the strength of the world's number 1 swordsman. Is this the world's number 1 swordsman? Will such a man be surpassed? And it was done by a woman. How is that possible? White beard, my hawk. Former, flower sword vista. It seems that you didn't use your full strength in the fight with me just now. Isn't it true that an opponent like me is not worthy of your full strength? Original, Sengoku. My goodness, these Shichibukai seem to be here just to do their job. Pirates are unreliable. Hawkeye can obviously use a stronger power, but they just keep doing nothing here. I tried to hit Luffy for a long time, but couldn't hit him. I knew there was something wrong. Are these guys just here to make up the numbers like Kizaru? Or, Kizaru? What does this have to do with me? I was very serious in this battle and did my best. Current, Kizaru, based on what you did on the battlefield, it's already good that we didn't arrest you as an undercover agent. If it were us, with this performance and this record, even the meals have to be cooked for the children. Current, Sengoku, the kids' table is pretty bad. You know, there's an admiral, a great swordsman, and a great wizard among them. Kizaru, no one expected that the question this time would be so tricky. As a result, even if they wanted to lie, they couldn't find a suitable reason. This time, being able to answer correctly depends purely on your ability. The result was not surprising. No one got the answer right. Who could have thought of this answer? It is simply anti-human, anti-scientific, and anti-common sense. Sengoku from the original world couldn't help but look gloomy. I didn't expect that after a thorough analysis. I found that my answer was a million miles away from the real answer. He chose to become the headmaster of Kendo Gym. Think it's reasonable, but I never expected it. The real answer is precisely the one that he thinks seems the most unreasonable. Moreover, the reason given was extremely concise and perfunctory. Lead 2. Sengoku didn't understand for a moment. The correct answer is B. Become the world's #1 swordsman. The reason given was because she met Ron. What kind of weird reason is this? It's totally off the mark. Even if the reason is that she has a genetic mutation or ate the devil fruit, these could be barely justified. But he attributed this reason to an encounter. This Sengoku couldn't accept. What can we do when we meet? This changes a person's destiny. If a person is capable, then he is capable. If he is not capable, then he is not capable. How can you just go for it just because you met that person? It is impossible for a woman to become a great swordsman. This is an ironclad fact. Looking back at the more than 1,000 years of history of the Sea Circle calendar, there has never been a precedent for this. A woman can only become strong by eating devil fruit or having some special physique, but the strong are the strong and the swordsmen are the swordsmen. Just because she can become a strong person doesn't mean she can become the #1 swordsman. Because Kendo and martial arts are different. It is simply impossible for Kendo to reach the pinnacle by relying on the power of the fruit. Throughout history, most of the great swordsmen were those with the 260 fruit ability. Only when one is fully focused and without the interference of fruits can one truly reach the pinnacle of Kendo. This brings up a problem. A woman who is weaker than men would have a hard time becoming a strong person if she doesn't eat the devil fruit, let alone becoming a master of Kendo. Anyway, Sengoku has never seen it. So at this moment, when the correct answer was announced, he felt so shocked in his heart. What exactly is the problem? Can my fate really be changed after meeting Ron? But this change in fate is too outrageous. It's okay if you change it a little bit. For example, for people like Luffy, Ace, it is understandable that they become a little stronger. After all, the talent is there. If you teach them and make them stronger, it seems reasonable that they will be your subjects. But Kuina is different. Although Sengoku had to admit that she had a strong talent in Kendo. This can be seen from the few times she took action in the video. But she is a woman after all. It's hard to get through the development stage. After growing up, his Kendo strength will definitely decline instead of improve. This is not a gap that can be made up by hard work. It is not an obstacle that can be overcome by talent alone. This made Sengoku have to question. Original Sengoku. I really don't understand how a woman can become the world's greatest swordsman. I doubt this answer and I don't accept it. Current Saru Staff Officer. Who says a woman can't become the world's best swordsman? Sengoku, why do you still have such stubborn ideas? No wonder you are still single in the other world. It would be strange if the other me would like you. Phew. Chiffon. Just F***K the original world Sengoku until he runs out of power. This is a huge blow. Hit the soft spot directly. This made Sengoku look at the crane next to him. Could it be that this was really the reason why he would end up alone? Staff officer, he turned his head away speechlessly. Hara, Garp, Tsuru, is this really the reason you're not with Sengoku? Phew. Garp pushed the awkward atmosphere to its peak again. Staff officer Tsuru and Sengoku's faces turned green. Why is this guy so inappropriate? Is this the right time to discuss this? Former Saru staff officer. Shut up, Garb. Is this the point? We are talking about the possibility of a woman becoming the 10th greatest swordsman in the world. What are you talking about here? Original. Garb. I'm just curious. So, is that the reason? Original. Sengoku. You are so stubborn. In the original world, Sengoku kicked Garb off the execution platform. I'm so P*** D off. You keep asking endlessly. Don't you see that the atmosphere is breaking? Original. Aunt, Mamama, who says women can't be swordsmen? Who dares to take on my sword skills? As one of the 4 emperors and the current ceiling of female combat power, she finally couldn't help but speak. Original. Sengoku. How can yours be the same? Your physique is even more terrifying than that of a giant, and it's already a pervert. Kuina in that world is just an ordinary person. How can he compare to you? Original. Kaido. Yes, Lin, and your swordsmanship can only be used by giants. Present. Auntie. Omu. He calls me Lin. So cute. You should call me that from now on, too. Present. Kaido. Okay, Lin. The scene in the original world suddenly became quiet for a moment. It's so eye-catching. So weird. Original. Kaido. Can you please block the images of me in the other world? I can't bear to watch it anymore. Former. Andy. Kaido, you have to call me by my full name from now on. Do you hear me? You keep calling me Lin. Do you have any thoughts about me? Original. Kaido. Shut up, old woman. Am I mentally ill to have such thoughts about you? Hara. Aunt. That other world. Horse. Kaido. That's not me. He's out his mind. Cornetto. Lin. Phew. Shanks couldn't hold it back again. I just laughed out loud. This made Kaido, who had been confronting Shanks, feel insulted. The 2 guys started fighting again. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. There are even some thanks to Kaido. At least it diverted the awkward atmosphere. Just now it was Sengoku who was embarrassed. Now it's Kaido's turn. Sengoku still wants to find out the truth of this matter. Hana. Sengoku. Is it true that there are no strong people like Hawkeye in your other world? Or is it that the swordsmanship in your world is in a very backward state? Otherwise, I really don't understand how a woman could become a great swordsman. But then, Hawkeye on the opposite side spoke. Present. Hawkeye. I testify that Kuina is indeed the world's #1 swordsman. That is a swordsmanship that I have never seen before. I admit that I am no match for her, so you don't have to argue anymore. The world's #1 swordsman is indeed a woman. Before this, I was just like you, and I couldn't believe it. Hawkeye, once the world's #1 swordsman, testified personally. Everyone in the original world was dumbfounded. It is impossible for Hawkeye to lie. That is to say, there really is a woman who has become the world's greatest swordsman. Original. Hawkeye. This is impossible. How did you lose to her? Hawkeye from this world also became interested. After all, he was very clear about his own strength, and he knew that his strength in another world would not be a problem. He could actually defeat the black knife in his hand. How is this done? Current. Hawkeye. I still don't understand. I've already said that her swordsmanship is something I've never seen before, and her sword is something I've never seen before. And now the strongest sword is no longer the black blade Yami, but the flame blade Ryujinjaka in her hand. Original. Hawkeye. What? What sword? How come I've never heard of it? It's not one of the 12 great swords. Are you kidding? Didn't you try to defeat him and take back the title of the world's strongest? Hawkeye couldn't believe that his Black Blade Knight was defeated. Current. Hawkeye. I snatched it, but it was useless. At first, he defeated me with 3 moves and then 2. I was afraid that if I continued to fight, I would be defeated with 1 move. That's it. If you can't beat me, then you can do it. Hawkeye thought, I really want to fight, but we are not in the same world. How can you let me fight? Original. Hawkeye. So what are you doing now? Why do I feel so depressed in the other world? Current. Hawkeye. I now run a kendo gym and serve as the headmaster. It's also nice to teach children swordplay every day. Hawkeye was confused. Are you going to open a kendo gym yourself? X. Wow. The entire original world was in chaos. Original, Whitebeard. Mihawk, what kind of insurmountable mountain have you encountered to make you give up so completely? Original, Zoro. Zoro's faith also collapsed. He had always thought that the eagle-eye Mihawk, who was unsurpassed, was beaten to the point of opening a kendo gym. Horse, Koshiro. Can a woman really become the strongest swordsman? Am I wrong? Hey, Kuina, if you still. Koshiro was muted for 5 minutes. As the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye is extremely famous in this world. He is a man standing at the pinnacle of kendo. But since I became autistic after being beaten by a woman from another world, I decided to open a kendo gym. The world's #1 swordsman goes to teach swordsmanship. This outcome was something they had not expected. Sengoku was stunned. It turns out that the person who opened the kendo gym in the options was not Kuina, who inherited her father's business, but the swordsman Hawkeye, who had retired to the second line. This contrast, even Sengoku, who is in a good mood now, can't accept it for a while. And, through the conversation, we also learned that the woman who had reached the pinnacle of kendo was actually a bodyguard of political commissar Ron, not a Marine. This is even more incredible. If it was a Marine, it would be understandable. After all, he is the political commissar, and it is only natural for the Marine to protect him. But he is not a Marine at all. But he is still willing to be Ron's bodyguard. What is the reason behind this? Sengoku felt like his brain was about to explode. What happened in that world? It seems now, the answers given in the random questions should be fine. Kuina is indeed the best swordsman in that world. So, how the man named Ron changed your destiny. And in this world of your own, what is Kuina's ending? Since meeting Ron was the key factor in changing her destiny. Ask. Here comes the question. How big is the difference between Kuina who met Ron and Kuina who didn't meet Ron? Sengoku began to get curious about this question. Sengoku wasn't the only one curious about this question. Everyone present was curious about this question. How could a female swordsman who is so strong that she can easily defeat Hawkeye remain unknown in this world? So, everyone is looking forward to knowing. What is the highest achievement of this great swordsman named Kuina in their world? Coincidentally, the question-answering session started at another time. Please prepare to answer the questions in the real world. Please answer the question from the audience in the original world. What is Kuina's greatest achievement in the other world? This is a short answer question. Note, please indicate the reason for your choice after the option. If the option and the reason are correct, it will be considered as the correct choice. If one option is incorrect, it will be considered as an incorrect answer. A. No highest achievement. Fell down the stairs and died at the age of 10. B. Marine Branch Sergeant. C. Fighting the world's greatest swordsman for 2,000 games without losing a single one. D. Become a swordsmith. E. Kendo Gym Director. 3, 2, 1. Start answering questions. Looking at the topic of another world. The people in the original world also began to guess what achievements Kuina in their world had made based on the questions. Sengoku around the world began to speculate again. Although it's a little different from our topic, what the hell is a Marine Sergeant? Is there such a person in our Marine? I found out. Someone just reported to me that there really is a woman who looks exactly like Kuina. Staff officer, he suddenly said. Hara, Tashiji. Huh? It's not me. I'm really not Kuina. I don't know why I look exactly like her. Tashiji, who was exposed, was just a small sergeant at that time. I was still a little nervous posting comments in front of so many big shots. In fact, it was as early as when Kuina appeared in another world. Tashiji has already discovered that the other person looks exactly like him. Wrong. It should be said that you and the other person look exactly the same. I saw this guy who looked exactly like me appear. All the pirates were panicking. It turns out that there is such a big boss hidden in Marine. This guy can beat Mihawk. I didn't expect that he would be willing to hide in the Marine and be a small sergeant. Original, Whitebeard. Great Sengoku, you actually managed to get such a powerful person to hide in the army. You must have some tricks. You are planning to surprise me. The swordsman who could easily defeat Hawkeye had to make Whitebeard alert. And Sengoku has always been shrewd. This time, It is very likely that such a powerful person was deliberately placed among the ordinary Marine soldiers, just to give him a surprise attack in the decisive battle. Original. Hawkeye. Is 2 point for the Marine soldier over there? You look exactly the same. It seems you're a Kuina. Come on, let me forgive you for surpassing me. What is Kendo like? Hara, Tashigi. I'm not. I really can't afford it. Tashigi was a little panicked, suddenly being noticed by so many important people. She certainly knew who she was. She hasn't lost her memory. So I remember my experiences from childhood to adulthood. She's not some Kuina. Naturally, there is no exaggerated swordsmanship like that in another world. But so many big shots are keeping an eye on him. I'm very panicked. Sengoku also has to be treated seriously in this matter. If this guy is really the legendary world's #1 female swordsman Kuina, so is it a blessing or a curse for her to be lurking in Marine? If she is as strong as in the other world, the combat power of Marine will be greatly increased. So the first thing Sengoku did was to immediately confirm whether this person was Guna. After the order was passed down, it takes less than 5 minutes. All the information about Dashiki's life was presented to Sengoku, extremely detailed. It is clearly stated above that she is not from East Blue, nor is she Koshiro's daughter. Tashigi's father is also a Marine. There is no way to fake this. Hara, Sengoku. Unfortunately, he is not Kuna. Whitebeard and Mihawk were also a little surprised. They looked exactly the same. How could they not be? Sengoku shook his head in disappointment. Since this person is not Kuina, that explains it. The correct answer is among the other 4 options. So, what is Kuina's highest achievement in this world? And in another world? Sengoku also looked at Ron, Commissar Ron. What are you going to choose this time? Kizaru even activated the Sparkling Fruit Awakening, ready to grab the first answer reward.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.